Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は208日目です。Is day 208. Let's get into our 10 grammar points for today. Our grammar reviews, anyways. 君と僕の友達が映画好きだから一緒に Why don't we go see? 見に行く Okay, that is go see. And maybe like a suggestion. Maybe go mini ooh, is this irregular? Wait, I think you have to do ta. So mini itara do?
君と僕の友達が映画好きだから一緒に見に行ったらどう
Do. Okay, with an uptone. Okay. 彼がスターバックスに入ってきた時私はコーヒーをdrinking maybe progressive, so 飲んでところだった。Heck! Oh, that's just finished. It's definitely still the TAFE one though. How do I say in the process without suggesting it's finished? Wait, but it was like right? 飲んでいる. Oh, I've got the いる.
彼がスターバックスに入ってきたとき、私はコーヒーを飲んでいるところだった。
飲んでいるところだった。私のお母さんとさつきちゃんのお母さんは友達のですか? Oh, right.
私のお母さんとさつきちゃんのお母さんは友達なんですか?
Or 何ですか? Because of noun slash non-adjective, and can replace the right, and no. 明日までにプロジェクトを終わらせなきゃeither. Conjunctive previously mentioned. それで今日は一緒に浴びないんだ。
明日までにプロジェクトを終わらせなきゃ。それで今日は一緒に遊べないんだ。
遊びないんだ。僕は仕事後で釣りが大事なんですね。Let me translate. This is also highlighting something what happened after, behind, part of something. We're looking for a grammar that shows literally sequence. So like what happens next? So like no次に次に
僕は仕事の次に釣りが大事なんです。
大事なんです。本当の気持ちを尊敬語。Well, that is tell. Maybe I'll command. Nasai, right? What is that called? Ranasai. Or is it? Oh. 一段。
本当の気持ちを伝えなさい。
What is that? ジュース、ジュースでもコーラでも何でもいいから早く飲みましょう。
ジュースでもコーラでも何でもいいから早く飲みましょう。
爪切りまでに家賃を全部払う。Man. Probably are we doing 約束 would be okay. Or 予定 no 予定だ。
締め切りまでに家賃を全部払う予定だ。
論文what the leader I want to say okay Emperor Nero okay Nero はロームにwhat fire set on fire 放火した dang it 放火したwidely accepted okay けれども however 歴史的なevidence 証拠証拠 okay oh that the call is not familiar 証拠はない there's no evidence okay where's it widely accepted so maybe. So we have regard. It is said or is known. And that's progressive. And it's passive. I have to swing for the fences. Widely accepted. I don't think there is another phrase that be stronger. Okay, so there's also you could say, but that's not progressive, right? So let's say, oh, wait. No. We'll just go with, されている。
論文。皇帝ネロはローマに放火したとされているけれども、歴史的な証拠はない。
この大学はtuition remember the yo right? Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh yeah, right. Yu-Gi-Oh! You're adding Yu-Gi-Oh! with yo. Yu-Gi-Oh! 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 だけで just for だけで毎年8 no 80 no 80 oh 80万年する or かかる。
この大学は授業料だけで毎年80万円かかる。
授業料 Okie dokie. Toughest one was actually vocabulary today. There were three vocabulary reads. Alright, let's get into our topic. Let's try to lesson 6 is big. Okay, we're filling in the gaps, right? It was the best of times. Use nouns and non-adjectives in a past tense. Nouns in the past tense? Or is it just use nouns and then non-adjectives in the past tense? Wait, nouns in the past tense. Feedback, you're seeing an early version of topics. Do you spot something off or something you like? Share your thoughts and feedback. Okay, I'll do that in a bit or in the evening. In this topic, we're going to learn how to talk about nouns and non-adjectives in the past tense. As usual, this is different for polite and standard language. With this, we will be able to use all applicable words in the past tense, the adjectives, non-adjectives, and nouns. Oh, that's what they mean by past tense nouns. Okay.
今日は雨だった。沖縄の海は綺麗でした。
Okay. Caution, the past form of e-adjectives cannot be linked with data or deshita, as they are their own set of conjugation rules. Fair enough. They are usually not linked with da either. Although they can you can make it semi-polite by using des, but that's also not really there anymore. Like, not really a thing. So both of these follow suit, which is the past tense of da and des. Let's recap the conjugation rules and then review all the possible ways we now know to make the past tense. Oh, good. I think. It was conjugated for both polite and standard forms. We need to add the past auxiliary verb right, to the current conjugated auxiliary verb da or des. Yep. Yeah. So we got the right da. So to add which is the past tense, to da, it becomes da. And then des becomes deshta, which follows suits because of the de, and then the e column, right? And then you add the ta to it, which is considered a conjugated auxiliary verb. Oh no, past auxiliary verb, and then to the conjugated auxiliary verb. What's done is done. For applicable words, we can now turn any word into the past tense for both polite and standard speech. Let's review all of them to check the differences.
あのカフェのドアは赤かった。
Right, standard pass with aka. So akai, right? Akai e drops. And then you add the wait. Akakata. Yes. It's interesting that it doesn't explain. Does it? Oh yeah. No. We did this in a different section. That's the past tense for an e adjective.
トイレの窓が小さかったです。
Huh. Yeah. Okay. This should be polite past.
お父さんとサーフィンをした。
Right. Past tense of suru. However, that's the verb past tense. So, oh, they're just showing all of them. Okay.
駅の階段を上りました。
Okay. Past polite, sure.
あの動物園は危険だった。
Right. This is past tense nominative, right?
彼女は元気でした。
That's nominative polite past.
この建物は銀行だった。
This is noun, past tense, standard, and then
先週のテストは簡単でした。
noun, polite past. Okay. So, curious if they're going to incorporate all of these. Let's look at it. Let's see. Stairs, elevators. What is that second one? White and red doors? The window sliding open and close. And then books and money. Textbook and money, possibly. Okay.
酒井先生、ここにエレベーターがありますね。安田先生、 ここは階段でしたね。毎日階段を上がるのは大変でしたよ。酒井先生、教室のドアは白かったですよね。青もいいですね。安田先生、そうですね。白も綺麗だったけど、青も明るいのでいいですね。酒井先生、いいですね。教室はどうでしょう。安田先生、教室の窓が大きいですね。小さい窓は不便だったんですよ。酒井先生、いいですね。小さい窓は風が教室に入らなかったですよね。安田先生、そうなんです。エアコンがないので夏は本当に暑かったです。酒井先生、はい、エアコンが欲しいですが高いんですよね。
Oh, that's an air conditioner. That's oh, I see it now. With the ceiling units. Okay, so Sakai or yeah, Sakai sensei. So 2 teachers. There's an elevator here, right? And then what is that? Yasuda, right? Yasuda sensei. There are stairs here, right? Right here. There are stairs. There were stairs, right? Shita. So this is our past tense. So this guy, present tense, also polite. Then it went to casual, with casual past tense, confirm. Every day, it's kind of tough. It was tough climbing the stairs every day, right? The stairs were here. Yeah, it was rough to go up the stairs every day or climb. Perfectly fine to go up. And then there were wait, I guess it got renovated recently. Well, there were white doors in the classroom, or classroom had white doors. The reds also the reds are also good. I mean, not red, blue青もいいですね. Yeah, the classroom doors was white, right? Blue is nice too. Agreed, right? Agreed. White were pretty, but or nice or pretty, but blue is also bright. Bright blue. Wait, blue also, yes, it's very bright, which is nice. Vibrant, right? Is good. Then, oh, right. The classroom, how's the classroom? The classrooms were, I don't know how that works. どうでしょう? That's how the classrooms were, right? And how are the classrooms? I wonder. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I'm like, the classrooms, how were they? Then there were also there are, so this is present tense, there are big windows, like the classrooms have big windows. Classroom windows were big, or are big. The classroom windows are big, and they're small windows, right? Small windows were inconvenient. And like, right, small windows don't allow the air, didn't past tense, didn't allow the air into the classroom. It's great with small windows, no air, yeah, can come in through them into the classroom. Like, right, right with an emphasis. There isn't an air condition. There isn't air conditioning. So, as in like a cause, because there isn't air conditioning. During the summer, natsu wa, it was very hot, right? Atsukatta desu. And then the other teacher, right? Sakai's like, hi, like in agreement. I want an air conditioner, but right, the formal but they're expensive. Or it is expensive. The air conditioning. Not too bad. Let's see. So we're talking about past tense here. So they flip. It's kind of nice that they're flipping. So they're looking at a place, describing what the place has and what it was like, or a was place. So there is an elevator. There were stairs, right? And because those stairs were inconvenient or rough. And then there were white, right? There were white. So, shirokatta desho ne. There were white doors, but the blue ones are nice, right? Tense shifting, because the current ones are blue. And then, while the white ones were lovely, right? Or just white, while white was lovely, they specifically just say the white, despite kind of inferring they're still referring to the doors. You could probably add a no if you wanted. That might be a little redundant. Blue is also vibrant. So blue in the... Oh, this one's kind of interesting. There is a interesting rule about... Actually, maybe that's what's applied here. Oh, there's this thing. One of the guys talk friendlier and then not friendlier sometimes. There is this rule about like the tense of the entire, like the speech, the polite speech, since we're constantly keeping attention to polite speech. It is the end of the sentence that determines whether the speech is polite or not, or something like that. So, despite this being like, kirei datta kero, you don't use tenego in the middle of a sentence. It's generally at the end. So, there is that rule. I'm not sure or that, I guess that rule. I'm not sure if they're going to go over that topic. But this would be like considered a polite sentence here. And you don't use des in the middle of in the other clause. Only at the end. I think that's one of the earlier things. Anyways, so white was lovely, and blue is also lovely, right? Tense shift. So they kind of go back and forth. This one was a little weird. Like, it just says like, so how are the classes? That's but desho as in like one, like trailing off desho, like wondering desho. The more softer, like softer as in like more polite way of saying I wonder. And they flip it around and say the classroom's windows are big, and then the small ones of prior were inconvenient. They shift this way with the and desho. Right, and then we have the hara nakatta. Right. Haira nakatta. This is the negative past tense verb semi-polite. Talking about the small windows. I think this is a cute phrase. It's fairly self-explanatory about why they use hairu, right? It's the wind is entering the window, the classroom. The wind entering classroom regarding the small window. So it's phrased like with small windows, no air came through, or air can't get in, right? Get into the classroom with small windows. This with small windows is a bit of interpretation in English compared to like, it's more like concerning the topic, like still concerning the idea of it. However, with small windows could make someone want to use de, as in like, right, chisai mado de, as in the act of the wind going through into the class was by means of a wind, or something like that, which when you say with small windows, sorry, not the wind entering the class by means or path of the small window, that could be a little, if you were going from this sentence to Japanese. But that the natural tendency is to, or at least the natural tendency is to highlight it as a topic. And so they're saying there currently, right? There currently isn't any air conditioning. So aircon ga nai, and then node is a reasoning highlighting the like the cause of the stuff. So because there is, or since there is no air conditioning, the summer were really hot, right? And shifting again, currently not, so nai was hot. Atsukatta desu. And then they want air conditioning, so currently, and they ended with the same tense this time. So it's really neat to see constant tense shifting. However, I'm not entirely sure how natural this is to in Japanese. I obviously I can't comment about Japanese. However, in English, tense shifting within a sentence is very laborious, so it's incredibly exhausting. Generally speaking, in an entire statement, it tends to be in the same tense. So you complete an idea in the present tense, in the past tense. Tense shifting, consistently tense shifting within a sentence when it comes to like conversation can be incredibly laborious. So I don't know how natural it is to do this for Japanese speaking. However, in English, at least in my opinion, if you consistently go back and forth, like past tense and present tense, it's actually quite laborious to keep track of. So I don't know. I think as an exercise, it's very helpful that you can juxtapose a past tense and present tense. Generally speaking, though, when you're writing and speaking, if you keep shifting tense mid-sentence, it can be very brutal for the person who's listening or the person who's reading. So this might be a little bit of an overcompensation, I would say. I think humans, or like Japanese aside, I think humans in general would find constantly changing tense a bit more exhausting than staying in the same tense per idea. So you could write a whole thought in a tense and then switch over to another tense. I'm specifically talking about switching tense in the middle of a sentence. So in the middle of idea. I suppose they're comparing things. So. It was not the best of times. That's a reference. Use nouns and adjectives in their negative and past negative forms. Wait. Okay, we did have some of this actually already in that last prompt. In this topic, we're going to learn how to talk about noun and adjectives in the negative is not, and how to turn them and adjectives into the negative past was not. As usual, there is a difference between polite and standard form. This means we will be able to say something that is not and something that was not. So that was in the previous examples, because it's kind of hard to do things that compare things without saying is not and was not with is and is not.
ここは本屋じゃない。
Oh, I see. So now they're adding adjective. This is particularly for the janai. I see.
あのおじさんは親切じゃなかった。
Yeah. So it's the is not of the, I don't know what you call this. Copula? Hang on, how does this contract? Actually, hold up. Wait. How does this... Oh, because we're talking about exist... Wait. Actually, I'm a little... Hold up. I'm actually a little bit confused. Oh, that's why, the noun past tense from the previous topic... Wait. That's why the noun past tense from the previous topic was a bit... I was a little bit confused by it. Hold up. Where is it? Whoa. What's that? Oh, okay. Wait, where were we? Okay. Oh no. It's not loading. Okay. Well, hang on. What? Oh no, hang on. Okay. Oh, okay. Just kidding. No. I'm fine. Right. This is not, as in like is not. It's not the thing. Different thing. Yeah, it's the negative. This is the negative of the noun and non-adjective. Not the confirmation. In the past tense. Yeah. Okay. It's fine.
ここは本屋じゃない。あのおじさんは親切じゃなかった。僕は寂しくなかった。
Oh, that one's a little. Right, because that's an adjective. Okay. I got lost in thought just now. Janai is used very frequently to ask questions. This is similar to janai ka, right? A grammar point covered in a lesson. However, the nuance difference is that janai is a question a little bit more blunt, like it isn't it in English. On the other hand, janai ka is more like, don't you think? That's fine. When janai is used as a question, it will usually be obvious due to a rising tone, yeah. Although, I don't know if I have this contrast with desho and daro. I guess you're not asking for confirmation. And then janakata, which is the past tense. And I imagine you can still use this in the form of a question. And e-adjectives require the ku, the conjunctive ku. And then ku then can be connected to nai, which is the negative. So ku conjunctive to nai, and then nai in the past tense is nakatta. You add the katta from the nai. And then there's also the arimasen deshita. The negative polite negative past. Hey, we've been introduced to quite a few constructions in this topic, so let's go over the construction charts and do a full comparison. Interesting. Oh, different chart. It was not conjugated. First, we have the standard forms. Note that des can be optionally added to the end to make a semi-polite sure. So we got shizuka, right? Shizuka non-adjective and sensei noun. So shizuka plus sensei janai desu. Because it's a noun and then they're using the negation. Right, so not a quiet teacher, and then you can make a semi-polite. Then we have Shizuka sensei janakatta, right? Janakatta desu, which is past tense was not. Does that help with organization? Yeah. So they're doing the thing that I was saying you could technically, yeah, so this is it. Where you put them next to each other. However, you can put, the other ones did not have these things. So cumulatively, right? So yesterday or maybe the day before I was talking about how the chart could include cumulatively all the things to put into perspective as opposed to leaving so many of it. I mean, in this, let me see, in this particular chart, yeah, you could still put in the other things here. So hiru, right? Hiru, hiro, no, hiru, hiro, hiroi, no, hiroi, hiro. Yeah, hiro. So we have, they only showed the hiroku, right? Hirokunai, hirokunai desu, and hirokunakatta desu. And for an E adjective, right? This would be the E adjective. And then we have hirokatta, right? Hirokatta from the past parts. So the confirmation could have been placed in contrast from the last topic to compare it. So this is not versus is and was not, or is and was versus is not and was not. Next we have the polite form. These use the stiffer arimasen. Yeah, I don't use arimasen. I can forget this quite a bit. The stiffer arimasen. So Shizuka and Sensei, and we have Shizuka Sensei, Shizuka Sensei janari ja arimasen, which is was not. Did they go over? So then Shizuka Sensei da would be the contrast, and then Shizuka Sensei Sensei datta would be the contrast, the positive. So instead of using arimasen deshita. Okay. And then we have, how do they do this? Okay. So they still show the hiroku. You still need the ku, the conjunctive form of E adjectives. And then you add arimasen deshita. Per usual. Was not. There are quite a few possible patterns here, although they all share the same core parts. Let's look at just the negative past options, right? Because the negative past options kind of cover the negative options. And pay attention to how they feel different in tone. Okay. First, we have E adjective.
昨日の夜は寒くなかった。
Right. So, samukunai, right, would be the affirmative, or like the present, the present. So, samukunai would be is not, and then samukunakatta.
昨日の夜は寒くなかった。
Samukunakatta. Samukunakatta. I'm dropping itch a bit.
あのクッキーは美味しくなかったです。
Right, semi-polite with a des.
温泉は温かくありませんでした。
Tatakaku arimasen deshita. Okay, next we have noun and non-adjectives. Note that besides just sounding more formal, dewa can also sound more emphasized. Oh, that's right. We have dewa in place of ja, basically.
彼は真面目じゃなかった。
Right? Majime, serious, non-adjective.
今日は暇ではなかった。
I'm not as great with the dewa. Although there are some stock phrases like must that uses dewa.
先週のパーティーは賑やかじゃなかったです。
Right? Nikyaka, or bustling or lively. And janakatta desu. Nanakatta desu, semi-polite.
ホテルの部屋は綺麗ではなかったです。
So this would be the polite, ire no adjective, past tense. So you can convert to the polite and I wonder if oh yeah. Okay.
あそこの図書館は静かじゃありませんでした。
Now we have polite, just straight up polite.
私の仕事は簡単ではありませんでした。
And then super polite or business-like. Dewa has an emphasis. Okay, although this seems like a lot of options, we can see that they are made of the same parts, a connecting dewa, ja, and then a ku, right? Ku for e adjectives. We have ja for more casual, and then dewa for even stronger emphasis. And then the negative part, we have nai and arimasen. And then we have nai. Nai is nakatta, or just katta, right? Or na, and then the katta part. And then deshita on the arimasen. Off to lunch. Well, this is going to be interesting. We have a worker, like an employee, which will help us with the polite speech part. So let's see. Cafe. Where's the cafe? It is closed. Okay. Second floor, restaurant. Alright, and then you're finishing. Alright, cool. We have younger brother and older sister. Alright.
弟、ここで右に曲がる。左側に銀行があるよ。その道に行くよ。姉、左側じゃなかった。右側に銀行があったよね。弟、左側に銀行があって、右側にビルがあったよ。ビルの中に大きい木がある。じゃあここを東に行くね。姉、お願い。弟、ここを左に曲がって北に走るね。あの八百屋で西に曲がって大きい公園の先にカフェがあるよね。
Oh my gosh, it's directions.
弟、着いた。ホテルの人、こんにちは。ホテルへようこそ。姉、すみません。ここはカフェじゃなかったですか？ホテルの人、ここはカフェでしたが、今はホテルなんです。残念ですが、カフェが人気ではなかったのでお店を閉めました。ホテルの上にレストランはありますよ。姉、そうなんですね。じゃあレストランでお願いします。ホテルの人、ありがとうございます。こちらへどうぞ。姉、サトル、ここがホテルだったの知らなかったの？弟、知らなかったよ。僕はバカじゃない。先週末はホテルじゃなかったよ。姉、まあステーキ美味しかったね。あのカフェのステーキは熱くなかった。弟、そうだね。あのステーキは牛肉じゃない、豚肉だった。姉、デザートもリンゴじゃなかったよね。小さい砂糖のお菓子だった。弟、あのレストランいいね。姉、
Oh goodness, I got so lost in the beginning. They were arguing about directions, and I'm like, wait. I mean, gonna be real. Hearing directions in English isn't gonna be an improvement, honestly. All right, so Ototo, the younger brother, right? So we should make a left here. So we should make a right here, and then there should be a bank, right? A bank on the left side. We basically were going there or down that street. Basically, we go down that street, right? So we turn right here. Then there should be a bank. There is a bank on the left side. We go down the street, and I'm adding should because I would be not as certain, so I would probably say something as should or potential using are, maybe something like that. Like a areru or something like that, where there should be a bank on the left side, and then we should maybe like ikimashou, or not. I guess if you're talking to your sibling, just like iko or something like that, I guess. This is interesting though. I guess that would be fine. There's a normal speech. I'm assuming these are normal things. Then the ane, the older sister, said it's not on the left. It wasn't on the left side, right? So she's arguing it wasn't on the left side. The bank wasn't the bank on the right side, right? I'm kind of, this does say was the bank was on the right, wasn't it? So I was gonna use double negative, so, or I was gonna use a negative form of atta, which would be, well, you could nakatta probably, right? I would use nakatta. So the bank wasn't on the right. Following what she's saying, that wasn't the left. The bank was on the right, but instead she was being polite where she says, the bank was on the right, wasn't it? So it's a little more of a preference thing, but yes. So the bank was on the right, wasn't it? And he said, no. The bank was on the left side, right? On the left side. There was a building on the right side. It didn't say what type of person did. The building, in the middle of the building, like there is giant trees, or there is a giant tree or a big tree in the middle of the building, right? And then well then, let's go. I don't know what so let's go east here, or go east here, right? Basically go east here. It's, this part kind of threw me with using koko hitashi, higashi ni iku. But okay, we go east here, sure. It's interesting that they used the direct object here. So this might be like some sort of phrasing thing. So that I got a bit lost here. So no, the bank is on the left. There was a building on the right. There's a big tree in the building, right? So ja, right? Koko higashi ni iku ne. Right. And then what's the older sister's like, please, like, thanks, onegai, right? Just thanks. I'm not sure if this thanks is like, oh, that's right, or it honestly, it just feels to me it was setting up for the idea that they were arguing about what was being recalled, but it sounds like it was a lot more amicable. All right, so then the younger brother, yeah, so I think it is a phrasing. So then we because it's not using de, right? It's using wo. So I don't know how that works. So you see like kokode, right? Kokode migi, migi ni magaru, right? But then this is koko wo hidari ni magatte, right? So I'm not too sure about the nuance difference between these two. They're still read similarly, as in like the meaning of it is still similar in my head. That's what I was assuming. So, earn. So turn in the imperative, or this is a conjunctive from our previous topic. So it's like a series, So turn left here, right? Turn left here, and then we walk north, right? Run north, sorry. Walk and run gets flipped a bit because in Chinese it's reversed. Run north. I don't know why they started running, but it's fine. So then we oh, this one was rough. Like, so there should be a cafe at the like a beginning of the park, the large park, which is where we turn west, right? Turn west at that grocery store. So lots of directions. So we turn left here, and then drive north. Oh, interesting. Huh. Why is that? I thought they were walking. Oh no, they were driving. Ashiru, really? And then yeah, turning west at the grocery store, right? So at the time they're turning at that grocery store, there's a cafe after the big park. So this part was rough. Like, I was like, wait a minute. How's it been since our last chat? It's been pretty good. We played a lot of Persona 3, right? And then I don't think our last chat changed very much. Still going through our topics. Talked a lot about Japanese and English associations. How have you been? You came back from... You went on a trip, didn't you? Or was that someone else? I feel like there was supposed to be a trip involved here. I remember you said you're going to crochet, yeah, and then didn't apply after that. Yeah. So, are you back from the trip? Or wait, yeah. So this one was tough. Let me see if the organization was correct. So there is a cafe, right? There is a cafe. Oh, after the park. Saki. Oh, interesting. Using Saki. Yeah, no Saki. I was thinking more like the park, like in front, like it's at near the park's front. There's a giant park after you're turning west, after turning west at the grocery store. So they're saying it's after the park. Interesting. This is like in the front of the park. So that's a little weird. I'm not sure if I'm getting the after here. You got back early Sunday morning. It was a very nice holiday. Your grandmother spoiled you by paying for all your meals and a lot of drinks. Give me some highlights. Kinda, were there any particular things that are memorable in your little meal treats? And the older sister simply say yeah. And then Tsuita, I'm not sure what this was supposed to mean. Tsuita, see? Maybe the difference? Oh. Arrived. My bad. Yeah, tsuku. Tsuku. Dang. Tsuku. Do not remember that. Not enough context. Here. They could have screamed anything. Okay, so we've arrived in the past tense. And then the hotel staff. So it ends up being a hotel staff. Hoteru no hito. Good evening. Welcome to the hotel, right? Yokoso. Eyo yokoso. And then the sister said, "Excuse me, sumimasen. Is there not a cafe here?" So asking the negative, wasn't this a cafe? Yeah. Is this not a cafe here? Like, wasn't in a past tense, right? So then the hotel said that it used to be a cafe here, but now it's a hotel. And I forgot what zannen, though. It's bad. Zannen, like worse, but, or like unfortunate, but it is unfortunate, but there is, while there isn't a, in place of, right, in terms of the popular cafe, there is a, it's unfortunate that the popular cafe closed, right? The place was closed. However, in upstairs in the hotel, there is a restaurant. So this was a cafe, but now it is a hotel. It is shame, but since the cafe wasn't popular, oh, that is negative. Wasn't popular. The shop closed. Then there is a restaurant above the hotel, right? The sister said, "Oh, okay. Well, can you then the restaurant, please?" Right. We will go to the restaurant, please. It is implied that they are gonna go to the restaurant, despite it does not say the restaurant. Right, literally going to the restaurant. It's just saying restaurant, please. Memorable from the meals. A lot of funny jokes. You say the most memorable things from your dinners out was when we went to a fancy restaurant because you guys both like red wine. You bought a bottle for 50 euros, which was very nice. Huh. You know, what is the story about you're reading? It's a example story about a pair of siblings literally doing this. That's the only reason. They're off to lunch. So the hotel staff then says, "Thank you. This way, right? Kochira dozo. Way. Please, this way." Dozo can be implied doing this, what me and your grandmother did. What? Yeah, having lunch. Doing this, the thing on the screen. This here. They are driving, going to lunch. This, the thing on the screen. And then this is the dialogue. This is the dialogue that they're having. The going lunch thing. So then the older sister, Satoru. I'm guessing Satoru is the younger brother's name. There's no other reason for Satoru. So then, well, you didn't know. Oh man. So it's like you didn't know the hotel was here, right? Or didn't you know that it was a hotel here? That's fine. Yeah. And Satoru must be the name of the younger brother. The younger brother is like, I didn't know. I'm not an idiot. I didn't know. I'm not an idiot. Last week. Oh, so last weekend, the hotel wasn't here, right? Or it wasn't a hotel last weekend. And then the sister said, well, all right, sure, ma. All right. That was a delicious steak. So they're leaving now. So now you have to imagine the time has passed. That was an amazing steak. What'd you call it? It wasn't thick. The steak wasn't thick at that cafe. So that cafe steak wasn't fat, thick. Sorry. It also means fat. Okay. Fat as in like, I think it's more of a girthy thing than more of a gristle thing, but I'm not sure if atsui also means like fatty as in like juicy. I think it's meaning it wasn't really like chonky fat. That's a good point. Let's see. Thick, deep, heavy. Yeah, there really doesn't say anything about fatty. Fatty is a different word. Like, yeah, like fatty as in oily. That's abuda poi or something. Abuda, yeah, it would be something with like poi, boy, pai, something like that, and not necessarily atsui. Atsui is just thick. Have there been any double negatives in this story? No. Largely because this topic is talking about how to negate. So like this topic, this lesson is about the negative tense. So it's not about double negatives. There are going to be topics about using double negatives because Japanese does use double negatives, like functionally. Not necessarily a net speak thing. Like English double negatives would be a net speak thing. I think when it comes to like writing and stuff, you kind of want to avoid double negatives in English. I'm not sure. Japanese, when spoken, double negatives are fairly common too. I'm not sure about written Japanese. I mean, I know I'm reading Japanese. However, this is supposed to be dialogue Japanese. That's why if you look at the all of these, it's in quotations. So these little brackets here are quotations. So you're imagining them speaking. So what they're writing is people speaking, not writing like you're reading a novel. Yeah, you tend to call out when you use a double. Interesting that it can have utility in Japanese. Yeah, and it's functionally in Japanese. However, I think I don't know. Again, I haven't read literary Japanese. How often they use double negatives, because literary Japanese also use many things that you don't use in spoken Japanese. And in English, it's very similar. People speak in double negatives. If they're writing in double negatives, that's a little different. And obviously, this is akin to texting. So we're not talking about texting either. So you will probably encounter written Japanese spoken like texting that has double negatives for now, because I haven't read literary Japanese and how common double negatives are in literary Japanese. It might end up being a similar relationship with spoken English in the form of written text. So dialogue English versus written English. Like, it is hard for me to conceive, right? It's difficult for me to conceive that when you're reading like Harry Potter, for example, and the normal functionality is to put double negatives to emphasize things in like a novel sense. Like, reading that can be exhausting. And another thing, like the last topic, they were trying to demonstrate past tense and present tense. So what they did was they wrote people speaking in past tense and present tense within each statement. So they did a tense shift over and over again. And that's also something that I was talking about just a little bit ago. I wonder how common that is, where Japanese people make comparisons and they do tense shifts in the middle of their sentence. Generally speaking, in English, when you speak English, it can be incredibly exhausting when you consistently tense shift in the middle of conversation. And then when you're texting, even when you're texting to reflect what you're speaking, if you constantly tense shift, it can be difficult to keep track of. So why am I bringing that up from our last topic is because when you use double negatives, you're also doing an extra step, right? Like, you have to negate the current negation. So like, that's not a very, like, that's not bad of an idea, right? Oh, that idea is not bad, which is it's in spoken English, that sounds fine. In spoken Japanese, that also functions in that utility. One of the utilities that I'm aware of in Japanese is to use double negatives to emphasize the positive. So like, it's not bad, so it's accenting something, it's making it contrast. Or I'm very terrible at double negatives. What's another good one? I mean, other than I do not disagree. I do not disagree is probably the very common one. In Japanese, one of the functional uses of double negatives is to say what one must do. So that is the most common one that I have right now that I'm working on. So when you must, in order to get must is not have, or not. You have to use not to get must. And I don't know how to phrase that in English. Like, for example, you must not forget. Or you must not forget, for example. So not forget would be the English. So, like, not forget means that you must do. You do not disagree is a nice functional double negative in English. Yeah, functional spoken English. If you write do not disagree, like, if I don't disagree in like formal writing and whatnot, that is very jarring, in my opinion. It's dubious, ambiguous, and ambivalent. It may be a little unnecessary. Right. You think this is a bad comparison, but it is like a negative multiplier by negative must equal positive? Yes. This is their not forget being must is a multiplier. Yes, it is a multiplier plus it's a multiplier plus negation. So like, to make it sound like you must do something, you are not to not do something. So kind of like when someone says, oh, that's not so bad. So as it gets worse in bad, it's actually pretty good. So if you say it's not bad, it's less extreme than not so bad. So then this is more positive than this one. So something that's not bad is not as good as not so bad. Not so bad is the multiplier, which makes it a greater positive. So there's an amplifier and a negation at the same time. So when you must do something, it is to elevate, not simply forgetting. It's to not forget. Like it's not to like. The thing is, you don't just simply forget, right? If you're not forgetting something, is to not remember something. So it kind of elevates it. I don't know. That's kind of how it feels most of the time. You guess a good base rule is if a double negative doesn't necessitate a positive, usually due to a neutral outcome being an option. You guess a good base rule is if a double negative doesn't necessitate a positive, usually due to a neutral outcome. I am unsure what that is trying to say. I guess a good rule is if for a guess a good base rule for a double negative being functional, or for a I'm not quite sure what it's saying. Still. Hang on, let's finish this topic here. So no double negatives in this story though. And the brother said, "Yep, that's right." So he said that the steak was not beef; it was pork. Or the steak is not beef. Or that steak over there is not beef. It was pork. Okay. So if a double negative doesn't necessarily mean it must be positive, then it's functional. If a double negative doesn't mean it's positive, then it's functional. I'm not sure either about that. The thing I was emphasizing is that it is functional because it is positive. I don't know if we're having opposite thoughts. I was suggesting that it is used as a double negative because it's functionally positive. So like when you not forget, you must remember, or you must do it. So it is functional because the double negative, one of the functions of a double negative is to make a positive statement. That's one of the elements of using double negative. So it's not so bad since it's both not and bad. When you functionally use that, it's increasing the impact of a positive statement. So like, I don't disagree is to make it sound positive, as opposed to making it sound negative. Wait, so if a double negative doesn't necessarily see what you're, man. Okay, so if a double negative, right, doesn't necessarily mean it must be positive, then it's functional. This is where the problem with using double negative is. So we're talking about something that is negative inherently, and if it doesn't necessarily mean that it must be positive, then it's functional. The part that I'm having trouble understanding is the double negative doesn't do something that mean it's positive. A double negative is positive. So when it doesn't mean it's positive, then it's functional. I think that's how I'm interpreting it. So I'm saying the other way around. The double negative means that it is positive. That's what makes it functional. Or like that's one of the functions that they do. You deliberately negate a negative thing to make it positive. Sorry, you misused functional. You were trying to say that if in English you say a double negative and it could be said just as a positive instead of using two negatives, then it is not useful. Yes. But if the two negatives don't mean it's necessarily positive, then it is useful. No. But yes, you could use that. So that's fair. So here's the thing. So if someone used a double negative and they strictly mean it to be the positive, why no to the second part? Because a double negative, one of the functions of a double negative is to elevate its positive. And if it doesn't necessarily mean it's positive, so like that's not the same. So let me read that again. So first, let's go through what you said. So when someone says a double negative, and you could just say the positive, then it is not useful. Yes, I would agree. That is redundant. If they meant to say, I agree, like for example, if they meant to say, I agree, and they say, don't disagree, if the function, like their intent, is to say, I agree, and they say, I don't disagree, then yes, it's not useful because they are indeed redundant. Now, if they say don't disagree, right? If they say double negative, but their intent is to say, is to blunt, so basically to neutralize it. They neutralize a negative statement, then it is functional. Now, but if the two negatives don't mean it's necessarily positive, right? Then it is useful. You can also have a don't disagree. So you can also have a don't disagree that elevates its positive. So that means that it's even more positive. So that's what the double negatives are for. So like, it's kind of a no to the second part. There's another possibility where you're using a double negative to elevate a positive thing. And so it's not even just saying positive. Like, it would be redundant if you are saying it this way, where I don't disagree, meaning I agree. Then that's redundant. You could argue that's not useful because it's saying the same thing. Most of the time when it comes to the Japanese, or at least the feeling I get from Japanese and English spoken or typographically written, it is to elevate the positive thing, and that elevation of the positive thing can be also used to neutralize the negative. So in these two things are related. You're trying to elevate the positive nature. So not necessarily yes to the second part. It is going to be used in the sense of making something positive. It simply is being used as a relative to the negative. So when you say you don't disagree, you're not trying to say I disagree, but you're also not saying I agree. You're saying in between, because it's meant to be something positive or more positively driven, which makes it useful as opposed to not useful. And so if two negatives don't mean it's necessarily positive, well, they both mean they do both mean positive. When you use a double negative, typically the function is to make it positive, make it more positive, and therefore it is useful. So if it doesn't mean it's necessarily positive, then it is useful. No, not necessarily. Like, it can mean positive and it is useful. So of course, as they could just say the neutral statement instead of using the two negatives. Yes, exactly. They simply could say, I agree, but I don't disagree, so it's a little bit better than... Yeah, so it's like if you have positive and you have negative, right? How do you make it slightly more positive, but without doing this? So it's like positive and negative put together. So it's in between, which you could argue a neutral statement is somewhere in there. It's like a neutral statement somewhere here. And then there's a even more positive bent. So it's creating that, which is interesting. The function in Japanese that I was thinking of is how they use must as a functional way of saying not forget. Or you could argue you could have said keep in mind, or keep memory. So this would be a positive versus a negative. So what they ended up doing in Japanese for must is to not something. So not remember, or not forget, like not, and forgetting is a negative word. Or so to not something, as opposed to do something, which is redundant. So it would just simply be do. So they don't say something like you must. Well, actually, there is one. They do have another construction. Again, my grammar is limited. So the other grammar is they use potential, and exist. So in order to must do something, keep potential existing. So like it's kind of like keep in mind, right? Like one must keep in mind, to do something, mind the thing. So the potential must exist. So you have to, in order to illustrate must, potential exist. So you have to constantly have the potential to do this. The other structure was something like there is non-existence of not doing something. So like not exist in not doing. So must. So like, for example, we'll use an English one. You should not avoid. So you should not avoid your duties. Or you could say you don't. Or I guess do not works. You do not avoid your duties. Basically, you must your duties. You must do your duties, as opposed to you do not avoid, right? Do not avoid is double negative. That's the construction that involves must. You're using a negative verb or a negative thing or negative action with do not or like not. So you not the negative action to get must. And I don't think English works that way really well. Let me think. The most common ones are usually why I wrote forget is don't forget. Don't forget is the most natural spoken. So don't forget your homework. Right? Don't forget to do your homework. Don't forget. It's elevated instead of saying you must do your homework. Right? So you must do your homework versus you don't forget to do your homework. So don't forgetting versus must. Must is a positive or a confirmation. And don't forget is a negation of a negative word. This is a weird correlation, but in English, there is no single word for the day after tomorrow. Yeah, there isn't. Well, there was. Not anymore. This is a funny thing because the etymology guide, the Human 101, did actually talk about this. There was words for day after tomorrow. The reason why it was interesting is in Japanese there is words for, like, if this is day 0, right? If this is today, there's a word for this, like -1, -2, and then there's a word for +1 and +2. Although their construction are compound characters anyway. So you could make an argument that they're not exactly one word, but multiple characters because the units are different. And in older, like as the English goes back, they do have suffix and prefix combinations of 2 days or 1 day before, and then one day after and the next day and the day after that. Would you agree that double negatives, like you do not avoid your duties, is a very nebulous statement with many different interpretations? Yes, because double negatives are not confirmation. We talked about this before, where when you make a null statement, right? When you make a null statement, it tends to be nebulous because it does not confirm. So, in NetSpeak, the current state of NetSpeak, right? The current state of NetSpeak, most people speak in null statements, which makes there's various levels of feelings. It means unsure. You can create unsureness, right? Passivity. And I don't know if it's intentional or not. So for me, that's what it sounds like. When someone says, I don't man, it is hard for me. Hang on, let me. Something like, oh man, I need like examples. What I can really say is it deals with being passive. So when you avoid confirming anything, it should come off as softer, unsure, and passive. Even agreeable can happen. Now, the thing is, agreeableness tends to do the potential. So they use potential instead. Like for myself, you could say for example, it isn't unlikely. I would say it may be likely. So this is more common. And I'm using more common. You see how I'm using more common. Someone would say like less rare. So in NetSpeak, at least in the younger audience, there is a heavy emphasis on using double negatives or double like lower intensity words to emphasize larger intensity words in the opposite direction. Now, does this sound more passive or less sure or something like that? To me, it does. It's not clear whether, right? I'm saying it's not clear versus not unlikely. It's still not unlikely. Anyways, I can't do this. It takes me like a lot of exhaustion. Like I have to do extra steps. I don't think people speak online take extra steps. They know what they mean. Like I think it is not uncommon is a good example. It's not uncommon. And I often have to think, okay, so if it's not uncommon, what does that mean? Is that implying it is more likely? A somewhat similar thing to that in NetSpeak is people making generalized statements such as parents are abusive. Yeah. So they make nebulous nebulous statements where there's no degree. So there's no degree of resolution. And because there are no degree of resolution, it is also very common. Notice how I keep saying very common, right? Positive confirmation is very common to use every and never, right? And what happens, hear me out, Procall, you're probably going to say something like this. What happens is someone like me, I would tear their argument apart if I wanted to, because you can change it up. Like, if you say it's not uncommon, then I can go anywhere from anything, like, as long as it's not common. You see, right? When someone says not common, or no, sorry, not uncommon, is usually the phrase that I hear a lot. It's not uncommon to screw up. Well, that means that it can be anything other than uncommon. So I could make an argument for even anything beyond the threshold of uncommon. That means that you can make any claim and bend it to your rule. So you're not confirming or restricting the limits of your conditionals when you're making a statement. This also happens when you do the opposite. So this is when you go all the way straight to one. When you say everybody knows this, then all you need is one example of not being part of everybody, which is one example. One example will refute your statements. So whenever people talk online, they use zeros and ones in a way that if they want to say a zero, they would use every and never, and when they use a one, they would use every and never. Whenever a thing comes up where they don't know what's here, they would use a double negative. Typically use a double negative. And because of the nature of double negatives, it's hard for me to process what the heck they're saying. Like, and that would mean that I have a lot of questions. A somewhat similar, and then let me read the rest. Parents are abusive, and then someone would reply saying, my parents aren't abusive. Exactly. Because you only need one example. To which the original maker would say, my statement was obviously not aimed at you, and only to the people which can agree with my statement. Exactly. It's irrefutable. They will then retort and say, well, I didn't say that. It's like, well, you didn't say anything. Like, for example, everyone is human. And then someone will reply, well, I identify as a cat. And then they're like, well, I'm not talking to you. Right? I'm not talking to you. And I'm like, wait, hold on. If everyone is human and this person identifies as a cat, then this person is not everyone, because they're only talking about humans. So technically this is still true. This person is saying everyone is human. So the humans that think everyone is human is fine as long as this person identifies as a cat, which this person is not human. So all of that stuff, like, the reason, in my opinion, one of the biggest reasons why YouTube comment sections and like Twitch comment sections always feel like everyone is correct, like, logically speaking, it feels like everyone, for example, grain of salt, right? Everyone seems to believe that they have a cogent argument, is maybe potentially driven by the idea that the statements they make are filled with holes. Does it often take extra steps to process when others use it? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that on Mika is saying this, Brokaw. In NetSpeak, if you are in an echo chamber and you surround yourself with a we're gonna call it a socialect, then it would not take extra steps. It would take extra steps every time you step out of your socialect, though. So depending on how many socialects you've acquired, it would probably still take extra steps. Now, this is still an extra step. If you have both the socialects, you would still take extra steps. The step just happens to be not as big because of haptic formation. So I still have to do this. Like, if this is me, and I've decided to acquire a bunch of socialects, right? I would still have to take extra steps, even though it's within my sphere. I would still have to exhaustively take steps. So how would you get better at that? You work harder, I guess. You spend more effort doing it. And this is why me and Procar are having this conversation about double negatives right now. You take the extra effort to make sure that you can do this. That it's not that it's bad or good, it's more so the more you acquire, the more steps and nuances you'll have to be accounting for. Now, whether they become natural or not, or what I mean is it too hard? Well, when you work hard, it becomes less hard. So that's kind of the idea. Let's see. They leave the door wide open, so to speak. Yeah, and I've used that at least one example to refute their statement. It was it was hyperbolic, right? Hyperbole is a common response in your experience. Everyone who is X mind blown. Oh, and hello, Mika. Yeah, Mika is on the other side here. So double negatives are far more natural to me now in Japanese. But the thing is, the Japanese, we have to keep in mind that it also starts to sound natural. There is a separation between English and Japanese for me because I rely on sound. So the phrasing of Japanese is not relied on the translation. So like when someone says like not go, in Japanese it's going to sound a certain way, and then when I go to explain it in English, it simply is a must. So what happens over time is there is an extra step here. However, it may not feel like an extra step. So to integrate what Mika's question was, does it feel like an extra step to process? Well, kind of yes and no. If you're not having to actively trigger that extra step, maybe not. So for example, when I have to articulate must in Japanese, I don't see it as a not. When I have to describe it in English, I would see it as a not. So that's probably how it goes for, I would say this is probably the more natural description. So if you like stay in Japanese and you learn to express something, it'll be seen as one thing. And however, if you go to translate that into English, it would take me an extra step because I see that as a double negative in English. So one could argue that if you are a Japanese person and then you have to understand what must means in English, they would have to do an extra step, right? It goes the other way around too. When Japanese goes to say not this to be must, they would have to say, oh wait, if I'm gonna go say this phrase, which is one thing, then I have to remember the English word must, and then that would be the positive version, and then must not is the not of the positive version. So then in both ways, it would take an extra step. The Japanese native speaker would have to understand how must works. And then when you're saying must not, it's not a not, right? Because that would be from the perspective of an English speaker who has Japanese understanding. So like must is not a not plus a not. Must not is simply a must not, and a must is the positive. So it's must being the confirmation, must not being the negation. Meanwhile, in Japanese, it's not is the negation, and not is the confirmation. So they both have to do two steps, regardless if you're going. Now, if you have both of them, what do? Well, oftentimes, in my opinion, habits are really great. So if you get into habit in Japanese and you're not explaining it in English, then it ceased to be a double negative. It ceased to have an extra step. And if you stay in English, then it's not an extra step. When Procol think of must, in English, it's one step. However convoluted it is, compared to me explaining that must is actually a not in English, in Japanese. And then because he understands the concept of not and not, it would equal must, then it takes an extra step, right? Which is really interesting because I do have to take an extra step when someone tells me it is not uncommon. I shouldn't forget to do this. I'm thinking of other examples. I think the most common example of double negatives that are in colloquial speak on net is not uncommon. Either do not, should not, would not, could not forget, instead of I must remember, right? I must remember instead of I shouldn't forget. I must remember. One is confirmation, one is positive, the other one is negative, but it's a softened negative. I didn't fail. That's another one. I didn't fail. This is the forming core. Now, do I think NetSpeak people, like younger people who do this, does this affect their positivity? I have no idea. What I can tell you is that when they talk to me over time, they stop saying these things. Inherently, they say these things less frequently, not the other way around. I don't even know what the other way around is. So instead of saying I didn't fail, I passed. So when I ask a question, I typically say things like, did you pass the exam? And then a person in NetSpeak, when they're younger, who spend a lot of time in the Gen Z area of the internet and stuff, they would say, I didn't fail the exam. This is a really common one that I hear. I didn't fail the exam. To my answer, when I ask them, did you pass the exam? They respond by saying they didn't fail the exam. That does not necessarily answer the question, right? It's kind of one of the original ones. The negative, like turning around negative, is do you mind right? The do you mind ... Like, do you mind if I sit here? No, I don't mind. Right? That's one of the ones that came before the internet that throws me for a loop every once in a while when I think, like, if you think too hard about it, it's going to, you know, like, if you start thinking about it too long, it's gonna be a little confusing. Like, do you mind? No, I don't mind. That's the actual response. However, what happened was the person would use a positive statement and say, go right ahead. Or they would answer, sure. It would be, yeah, you can. Exactly. Do you mind I do X? Yeah, you can. So that is the opposite. That is the opposite example. That made you double take so many times? Yeah, exactly. So here's the thing. Now imagine going backwards. That's what's happening right now to me. Like, when I hear someone speak to me who spends a lot of time online, it's the opposite effect. Where when I ask someone to confirm something, they negate it. And I'm like, so are you alright? I'm not bad. I'm like, wait, so are you not bad or is that good? Right? I asked you, are you okay? And their response is, I'm not bad. It doesn't quite answer the question. Are you okay? Not bad. So is that a yes or no? Like, it's not, I'm okay. Right? As in, they're confirming the status of I'm okay. And you can replace this word with any degree. Any type of degree of word. Like, are you good? Are you happy? Are you sad? And the answer that they will give me is a negation of the word, whether it's positive or negative. It's most confusing to me when it is negative, because the double negative means that it can infer that it is a positive thing, but they might not mean positive, because not bad to most people is not the same as not good or good. It's not bad. It's somewhere in between not good and good. So rarely there's clarity. And what happens in the discussion is then the person who got the answer would try to assume something. They would say, okay, so that's good to hear. And they would say, no, I'm not good. I'm just not bad. I'm like, well, that's everything. You have a counter argument for everything. You did not specify anything. So even talking to people who are genuinely trying to express something, it's poorly expressed. Difficult to know what they mean. So every single time if you respond to someone and they say something that's not bad, right? No matter what you're going to do, if you are trying to like help them, for example, if you try to help them, they're going to say, well, I didn't say that. Right? Because the point that I'm trying to make here is when I see not bad, I want to be sensitive. You have to be prepared, because what this happens is it ends up being nebulous. So that means the person may not want to talk about it. So oftentimes not bad is if bad, right? If bad is here, not bad is slightly above bad. Not so bad. So here's the argument, right? So not bad is above bad. Not so bad is above not bad. And then you get all right.
/fine. Then you get okay. Right? So this is what happens. A common English response to how are you is not too bad, yes. So is also too, right? Because it's a degree, right? So that's kind of, or then there's more. There's like very good which, sorry, the positive N doesn't get used. It's like 10% of the time. The positive N doesn't get used most of the time. So like great, maybe, awesome, and so on. But these things don't get used. We're generally 90% of the time we're in this category. And most of the time, I would say even this accounts for like 50%. And I don't think it means what it means anymore. It means I don't want to talk about it. That's kind of how I'm interpreting it. Japanese does have some of these nuances. Daijoubu da, right? Daijoubu da is incredibly contextually heavy, right? And English, or I'm speaking specifically NetSpeak, right? NetSpeak is heavily contextualized. In writing, what I'm doing here, this hierarchy, that's how I would write. I would keep these consistent if I'm writing something. Or if I'm speaking to someone, I would keep these consistent, as opposed to making them nebulous. So then when I say I'm okay, you would know what okay is consistently. And then I would not correct you or counter argue you by saying, well, you assumed I'm good when I said okay, but I didn't say good. And I'm like, no, that's fine, right? So it'd be a consistent behavior. Usually though, when I'm speaking to someone else who use like not bad and good, it would be contextually based. So basically, anytime I say something, I am expecting a conditional to come up. So when like someone tells me something, let's say they use a detail A, I would form a question that asks, A in what nature? Because then I can get some sort of confirmation. Instead of something like, well, I didn't dislike it. This is what I would get typically when I ask, so how was your trip? Well, I didn't dislike it. I'm like, okay. So what are the things that you disliked and what are the things that you liked? I change dislike into the confirmation and like into the confirmation. So I'm asking the person to confirm something that they dislike and something that they like, which is what we did earlier when you asked, when we were talking about your Croatia. Like the first question I asked you, Prokal, during the Croatia trip, like you're coming back from Croatia, you described a bunch of things and you described like how your family member covered for your meals. I asked, so did you find any particular thing interesting, right? Use confirmation to get like a more solid example. This is how most people respond in my personal opinion when I'm talking to a very particular group. I didn't dislike it. And my first thought is, okay, give me an idea of something you dislike about it and give me an idea of something you like about it. So then I can be clear what you mean by didn't dislike it. Here's one. Not as bad as I thought. I'm not sure if you were here when me and Drama were using this. Me and Drama talk about this or on a different day. So between the last time we spoke and now, me and Drama spoke about like grammar and stuff in English because we also talk about Japanese when we can. Not as bad as I thought. So can you phrase that differently? Well, you technically can. It was better than I thought. Now, you might be thinking, going back to your functional thing, right? If these are equivalent, then yes, it's not useful. However, when someone says online that it's not as bad as I thought, it does not mean it was better than they thought. It would be something less than better than they thought. It's in between this and that. So it wasn't bad, but it's also not good, or it wasn't even better. It was simply like, so what would this mean instead? Well, functionally it could mean they were not disappointed. You see how crazy this is? Like, so they were saying they were not disappointed, or you could argue they said they were not disappointed, or they were now it's going to get even worse. If you're going down the line of not disappointed, that's not what they said. They could say they were disappointed, but it's not as bad. Not as bad as they thought. That's what happens. That's how English and double negatives start getting confusing. So when you're saying it's not as bad as you thought, okay, and I ask the person, my first question would be, were you disappointed? Can you name something that was disappointing? And name something that was pleasantly surprising. So what happens is I changed not as bad as you expect, so it's bad and expectations, right? So then I would change them into two confirmation questions. Something disappointing and something surprising. Usually I would add the word pleasantly surprising and unexpectedly disappointing. And in English, typically this would be kind of redundant. It's no longer redundant anymore. I'm going to put it in quotes. Maybe like if I weren't talking to someone online, this would be this would be considered useful, because when you're disappointed, in order to be disappointed, it comes with an expectation, right? And in order to be surprised, it also comes with an expectation. However, oftentimes surprises have a more positive spin for some time. No longer the case. Surprises can have a negative spin because people don't like surprises anymore online. And then disappointment can come as a neutral or a norm. Now, so being unexpectedly disappointing would be required now. Despite this being disappointed would require an unexpectation, like a inaccurate assessment, right? If you were disappointed, something fell below your expectations, as in it disappointed you. So you weren't expecting it to be as bad, right? The problem is this is not as bad. So are they pleasantly surprised or unexpectedly disappointed? That's a problem. It's a very expressive problem, at least to me. To each other, I'm sure they can read each other very well. So like, I'm not sure. It's tough to know if you have like a Gen Z or like a Gen Z gamer and they talk to like a Gen Z, I don't know, VTuber. When they talk to each other and they say, not so bad, do they understand each other? Honestly, most of the time, what they would agree on is that they suck at expressing. That's usually the comment that is common between them. So now you could argue, well, if they accept this as a social norm, then they just simply accept the idea that whatever they say, it doesn't matter. They suck at expressing anyway, so we might as well not work on it. So nowadays, there's no explicit instructions, no explicit, like, there's the nuance is gone. So then you go back to what you said, Prokal, about generalizations. They speak in generalizations. And then integrate what Mika was asking. Does it take extra steps? Yes. In order to become more specialized and nuanced, right? When you get better at expression, it requires extra steps. These are extra steps. Now, the problem with extra steps is most people think extra steps is a bad thing. It requires effort online. So from the online community, typically extra steps mean bad things. Whenever I hear extra steps, I hear more flexibility and nuance. So the more extra steps you place in your expression with your friends and whatnot, the more reward and malleability and fine-tuning that you can have with someone else. So for myself, you and I, Prokal, whenever we enter these very long digressions about clarification and nuance of these things, it normalizes the effort that is required. So the irony here is, in my opinion, and this is a human condition that I accept as true, effort, or the perception of effort, right? And its relationship with work and exhaustion is in flux. It's always in flux. So what you and I are doing, Prokal, could seem excessively exhaustive at first to anyone who doesn't do it regularly. It's always in flux. So the idea of the universal idea, which this is the universe, I would say, at the moment, right? It's in flux, but the universal idea of the NetSpeak situation is when someone say extra steps, it implies that it will always be harder. So any form of extra step means extra work, always harder, less rewarding, exhausting. It will never change from that. That is the concept of the current NetSpeak. Now, I'm putting this in quotes because it might feel like it's in universal, and yet most of my, what am I doing now? Like this very moment, I could be working on my lessons, but appreciating these kind of things are necessary to appreciate why you're learning another language. And now we're going to bring it back to Japanese, right? Let's start with Prokal's Croatian vacation, and then talking about the wine, which we kind of skipped over. The wine, we went right into a conversation like about language again. Like when you're learning another language, this stuff They're extra steps. Like, and if you can't appreciate, if it's difficult for you to appreciate why extra steps become knowledge and experience, then yeah, your skills don't ever improve. Like, usually they get streamlined more and more, and they become less and less flexible. So the less and less you do, the harder and harder most extra steps will seem. And the more general and general you become, because in order to reduce effort, you want to increase generalization. It's easier to perceive that most people behave the same in order to reduce the extra effort or the extra steps to do that. So I do this consciously. I generalize my diet, for example, because it is maintained as the same. So whenever someone explains to me or asks me, what's my diet like on the day-to-day, right? Like 90% of the time, I can describe it very quickly, very generalizedly, and also it requires low effort and low steps, because it's not the extra steps I would take. And usually this is where the dissonance comes from. Usually this is where the dissonance comes. When people see extra steps, they see work. Or, sorry, the other way. They see more work. As opposed to when they see extra steps, they see greater opportunity. Right? In fact, it's both. And guess what? That's extra steps. So, if you only look at extra steps as work, do you see extra steps as opportunity? Because all of these things require extra steps, right? That's one of the human conditions, in my opinion. When you do more, are you seeing it as more things, or are you seeing them as less things? And in my opinion, if I had to summarize one of the tough parts about the net speak and net space, is that there's a acceptance that steps often are considered redundant. So if it takes you 10 steps to get from A to B, no matter what, if you got from A to B in 5 steps, right, in 5 steps, this is always going to be favored. Because 10 is greater than 5, and you want to reduce the number of steps. Why does this sound like it's incredibly illogical? There's a leap of logic, and well, guess what? Because it lacks nuance. It lacks details. And, you know, as the Gen Z kids say, if you want something, number goes up is good. If you hate something, number goes down is good. Or, hear me out, we'll add a little touch of sauce here. It's not going to be considered as good, it's going to be as not bad. So, Gen Z speak, or Gen Z perception, when the number goes up and it's something you want, always good. When it's something you hate, if the number goes down, it's not as bad. Not good, it's not as bad. So it can never be good. So, for example, when homework gets faster, like you finish homework faster, it's going to be not as bad. Not good, as in you made progress and you improved. It's going to be not as bad because it's a negative thing. Homework is a negative thing. So it's generally never perceived as a good thing. And that's my point. That's my point in the linguistics and the behavioral side of NetSpeak. And I feel like my current narrative is it does impact people's feelings about stuff. Like, homework can never be good if you never say it's good. It is always not as bad as before. Or it could be more bad or even worse than before. So whenever there are positive words or maybe confirmation words for most people, they express it as a intensity of bad. So like, the movie was even worse than I expected. Or it was not as bad as I expected. Not the movie, the movie was not as good as I expected, and it was good. So that's how I come to understand it. Whether that helps them or not, I have no idea. I genuinely have no idea, because all their linguistic tendencies are different from mine. So that's where most of my misunderstanding comes from. I don't know how strong of a narrative it is for behavioral psychologists or something like that to say that if your language is specifically negative, does that impact the health? Like, the jury's out. Obviously, there's been quite a lot of longitudinal studies and corollary studies that suggest that if you use positive language, you can perhaps positively affect someone. So there's this like theory, right? Positive language, and if you're surrounded by positive language, does it lead to positive behavior? That's kind of one of those psychological, like non-invasive psychological tricks that you can perhaps try to do. And then does negative language, right? These are separate postulates. Negative language lead to negative behavior, and vice versa, right? Because you don't know which one pre-existed the other. Is there a relationship between positive language and positive behavior, negative language and negative behavior? There's a axiom here. We have an axiom, or something that's presumed. You're presuming that the perception is consistent. So what do I mean by this? You're presuming that the person knows what is positive in order to create positive behavior, and what is negative behavior. Like, for example, I have to presume that when someone says not bad, they understand that bad is a negative word and not is a negative word. Unfortunately, I can't confirm that, because when someone says not bad, they could mean good. So not bad is a positive phrase. So whenever we go to quantify this stuff, right? Whenever I read a systematic meta-analyses of people with particular corollary behavior, like negative people who tend to use negative words, are they perceiving that it is negative or positive? This is the nebulous, right? This is typically the nebulous nature of trying to evaluate psychological correlations, like psychological behavioral correlations. There is the noise of perception. And for myself, when it comes to, like, when you're reading about Japanese, like Japanese culture. Japanese culture is quite homogenized in the sense of thinking about the English language versus the Japanese language. Now, in the English language, we have a lot of long-winded conversations, comparing and contrasting and misunderstanding and maybe being on the same wavelength. English is very nebulous. The subtextual culture, there are far more subtextual cultures and echo chambers in English than in Japanese. So when I was giving an example about passive active voice and double negatives and different constructions in Japanese, I think it is more likely reliable. It's far more consistent compared to our analogous choices in English. So I try to normalize this as much as I can by developing, and for me personally, how would you circumvent this then? Like, what are you going to do? So my suggestion for myself, like to give you an example of how I would go about it, if I'm publicly speaking, I would use statistics for my audience, right? Statistics and experience for my audience in a more generalized state. The larger the audience, the more generalized way I would approach using words like not bad and whatnot. When it comes to personal stuff or like more intimate, like on the individual level or maybe even smaller groups, then we would start to form social X. So I would understand how those social X work and then normalize my behavior and expression to that social X. And if and when I decide to be a leader, which is not that often, I can try to affect the social X, consciously affect the social X by bringing in anything that is outside. So for example, if someone asks me, how do I become a better public speaker? Or something like that. And this is inferring that they don't have public speaking ability. I would ask them, so what type of audience do you plan on speaking to? Can you explain to me some of the misunderstandings or the difficulties that you have speaking to a particular audience? And then I can bring something from outside if I have the stats and experience to do so. So when it comes to getting to the individual level and the smaller group and the personal level, I rely on social X. So you establish the ground rules. You simply, like, you put in the time, the extra steps. You go through the extra steps to establish ground rules. Then you have to constantly do the extra steps to talk to other people, right? When you get into public space, statistics, right? Statistics can help with scaling. Scale is the problem. And I think for most part, if I had to place myself in the foot of Gen Z, right? Especially chronic online Gen Z, they apply stats and generalization across the board, generally speaking, right? I'm doing statistics now, right? Because I don't know enough Gen Z representatives. I probably will never understand all of the subtextual Gen Z cultures online. So I used a generalization, Gen Z online, that narrows it down only to, like, modestly. And then I mention a generalization, which is that they rely on stats and generalizations to reduce effort in communication. And because reduce effort, it also means reduce reward, right? Reduced nuance and reduced resolution. So this would be negative. instead of thinking about it this way, I would rephrase it as an affirmative from the outside, from outside of the Gen Z. So this would be a great way, would be very appropriate, something that Gen Z and a person who is online, Gen Z, can appropriate. They can relate to this. Reduce effort equals reduce reward, reduce nuance, and reduce resolution, because it's all negative. However, if I was speaking to myself, who is outside of this Gen Z, it would be increase effort, more rewarding, because things are more nuanced. That means you can do more, as in more opportunity. So, despite using the same exact words, reward, nuance, resolution, etc., you can have the nearly opposite meaning, because guess what? You're generalizing. So when you're generalizing, it does not create enough nuance or resolution to explain how, when someone says, oh yeah, speaking to people take a lot of effort and it's not rewarding, versus someone says, oh, speaking to people is incredibly rewarding. Despite the English using the same terms, like quote unquote the same terms, they can literally mean the opposite, or I guess figuratively mean the opposite. And this is what I tend to introduce as someone. If someone tells me learning how to talk to other people is a chore, I would say talking to other people can be easy, habit forming. And then they would say, well, I don't like talking to people. How would you start talking to people? By starting. So using the same words, opposite direction. Like, I don't want to start, I have to start talking, learning how to give seminars. How do I do that? Start giving seminars. Notice how, that's the problem with the nature of English communication at the moment. Someone would ask me, how do I stay consistent? Right? For example, consistency is the great one that I have most often because I'm visually very consistent. Like, how do you stay consistent? Keep doing things, right? Keep doing things. And it's like, well, my problem is I can't keep doing things. All right. Then how do you continue not keep doing things? Because that's the framework for in my opinion, that's the framework for NetSpeak. If, for example, a good one would be, I hate this homework. Or they would say, I always hate this homework, or hate some sort of homework, hate assignments, right? I always hate maybe assignments. And they would ask, well, how do I start liking? Or how do you start liking assignments? Right? By being consistent, right? One of the questions is by being consistent. And then they would ask, well, how can you be consistent? Right? By being consistent. And then they're like, well, I'm never consistent. Right? Someone says, they would say, I'm never consistent. But you always hate assignments. You are consistent. How do you always hate assignments? and the loop continues. Like, not in these exact words. Obviously, you can imagine paragraphs, intimate anecdotes, counter arguments. It depends all over the place. But generally speaking, it's incredibly impressive sometimes when someone says they're not consistent and yet they consistently dislike something, consistently avoid something, consistently doing the same thing. And the tough part is it negative or is it positive? That's so one of the larger narrative is that, well, when you always hate something, always hate, it's not good. So if it's not good, it can't be useful. Hear me out. If you can understand something you always do, it can help. It's likely a possibility to tell you what you can keep doing. It will reveal certain things. The problem I typically encounter at the moment, and again, the word problem is being used negatively because the problem was presented to me as a problem. When I hear someone say, I always hate homework, since always hate is not good, then it is presented to me as a problem. If I always hate homework, then how do I always get homework done? Well, I see it as a problem too, an opportunity to learn. How do I still hate homework? Like that would be a question, right? Someone would ask me. So if you're saying that you always hate homework and always hating homework helped you to understand that, helped you get better at learning, then do you still always hate homework? Doing work continues to suck. Like, it's an accepted tenet. I accept it as a tenet of human condition. Doing work sucks. Like, expending energy for something you inherently have not decided to do yourself is inherently undesirable. So what I did for myself is I saw it as an opportunity to learn, right? So then I want to do it. And I made the decision to do it. So now it's a positive thing. It's a confirmation for me. So when I have to do homework, I see it as an opportunity that I decide to seize. And now it's no longer a negative statement. It is a positive statement. So is there a rhyme or reason to all of this discussion that relates to what I'm learning in Bunpro and then what me and Procall talked about and then what Mika asked? Yes, it does. When you think of positive and negative things and express positive and negative things, does it affect your behavior? There is a long-standing attempt to talk about the relationship between positive and negative perception in the language and the things around you that are negative. I want to believe it's the converging evidence be darned, right? There's obviously nebulous nature. Psychology and subjectivity is incredibly difficult to objectively quantify. The subjectivity is the antithesis of objectivity. So with that aside, I usually use incredibly forward, positive, active confirmation voice when I'm speaking to someone who is clearly overtly negative avoidant in their language. So when someone says it's not bad, I have to ascertain whether they mean there is something good in what they did. So when You say your vacation was not bad. I am probably going to ask you, did you find anything interesting or good in your vacation? Because to me, I want to believe that the person I'm talking to have good things and bad things in their life. In order to say things are not bad, they also have to be able to see things that are good. And hence the whole human condition thing. So if someone is constantly saying bad and not good and hate and dislike all the time, have they lost the appreciation for what is not good, good, okay, fine, like the other side of things? In my opinion, that is why language is wonderful and also multidimensional and dependent. Now, does this suggest that Japanese people are overtly negative when you have to do something? What would be a wonderful social experiment? Now, hear me out. So we're going to bring it all the way back to this lesson, or these lessons about negation, because this is the topic, right? The topic is negation. How to say what is not. So let's say a language likes to use double negatives in order to suggest must. Does that mean that Japanese people tend to think that the things they must do are negative things? That would be a fun question to interview people in Japan. Like if it was like Takashi, right? Takashi, who does interviews, he's bilingual, and he would interview people in Japan and then interview foreigners that are in Japan, or like multicultural Japanese and other, right, people and transplants and expats, right? It would be interesting in that format to ask, do you think because of how the language, or the other way around, the people think that things that you must do are like kind of undesirable a lot of times? Like they're obligations, right? There's a tax on them or an effort on them. Had kind of filtered into the idea that when they say you must do something, they prefer to say a double negative. Because in English, when I ask someone online that they must do something, it rarely is positive. And my perception is that I'm an English speaker and I come from a Western society, right? Like I've been cultured in a hybrid society, but generally it's westernized that I'm most vividly attached to. When someone says I must do something, this is actually often a negative comment. I must do homework. I must go to work. I must do the groceries. I must do the dishes. It's never, I must play this game. That still exists. I'm not saying it's exclusive. It is really refreshing when I hear someone say, oh yeah, this game is so awesome. I must play this game. Right? That happens sometimes. Personally, like when we're talking about first person. Third person is used opportunistically. You must buy this product. You must do this before you FOMO. You know, you must do this or FOMO. You must get this awesome hack. You must learn this lesson. But must is generally coupled 90% of the time, I would say, with something negative, as in feelings. So you must learn your kanji or else you're going to fail. You must pass your JOPT to feel rewarded for learning Japanese. You must use the software to be successful in, in Japanese language learning. You must do these following things or you'll regret it. So must is online over, like, it's saturated with associating with negativity. And yet my first thing I tell people, what do I do each day? I must keep in mind that meeting people is a privilege. Yeah, negatives in the service of a positive. Yeah, it's really tough. Like, I think right now there are 5 people. There are 5 people that I've spoken to for over a couple years now. And it is so hard to constantly hear them say, I must do something, and it's going to be some negative experience, or in order to keep a negative experience away from them. So to maintain their current state, they must prevent something negative from happening. And that is what I call the internet hustle culture. Like, that's the business model right now. That's the danger of FOMO, right? Selling products based on fear. What happens now is, legitimately, there are people who do things that they kind of might want to do, but then they phrase it in a must, and it becomes negative. And it sucks. And I genuinely do believe, despite, obviously, again, no psychological converging evidence would strongly suggest this, in order for me to try to make an impact, when I hear someone, they say they must do something, like they must do their homework, I think of it as, you must do your homework because you also must succeed. You want to succeed. You must succeed. So therefore you must do your homework. It's not you must do your homework or else you'll fail. That's the tough part. Like, it is incredibly, it's like grinding teeth. Like, you must go to this event. You must try to eat different types of food, because then your world must expand from eating and doing more experiences. Not you must try food because your diet sucks. You must try food or find other types of food because your palate sucks, or you can't make friends because you can't eat something. Like, it's ever so constantly negative. Like, must is universally, at the moment, I don't know if it's going to change in the future, in flux, but right now it feels like nearly everything that is a must is negative. And that was the big point. What would you estimate is the minutes of study you must leave out for today's stream due to digressions? Everything's optional today. So basically, now I'm just going to read this topic and we're going to end Bunpro. I've been doing this for each of the Bunpro topics, because topics they talk about, like yesterday, I'll give you an example. So, after this. So basically, what this person ends up saying is that the dessert, right? The sister, he said that there isn't beef and it was pork. The sister said the dessert wasn't apple either, right? Because apparently they want apple. So it was a small sugar sweet, right? And then it was nice. The restaurant was good. And yeah, so I marked this as complete. Now we go back to the topic. Each of these topics have been really interesting, Procol. So, there was talk about just because, yeah, but. So, oftentimes, the days between the last time we spoke, I've been doing this on a daily basis. So there really isn't an estimated time of completing the study. It's usually a incentive to have a digression. So not really. There's no must leave out for these topics. In fact, I kind of enjoy talking about them. I'm very much indulging in the cultural aspect of these things. Yesterday was about, no, 2 days ago was about active voice and passive voice. The lesson was on it was something like it is, like for example, I am studying versus I study. And the use case of passive voice and active voice. Voice specifically. And the grammar section was about the analogous grammar section was about the idea of doing an action. Like someone doing an action versus someone is characterized, an adjective. Oh, I know what the topic is now. It's on participles, or sorry, not participles, predicates. And the Japanese thing was about adjectives being predicates. And the analogous term, the analogous grammar thing is the idea of using a helping verb creating a predicate, which is an adjective. So the functional analogous nature of trying to think about e-adjectives, like he is nice, right? 彼は優しい. And you don't need to say, they have a convention where you need to say it is for certain types of adjectives. A noun-like adjective, which typically are referred to as non-adjectives. They would require a it is, like a da at the end. So like 彼は綺麗だ or something, or 彼女は綺麗だ. So it would say it is, the person is a nice, like that, she is a pretty person or something like that. Not the greatest example. However, when they're using e-adjectives, you don't have to say it is inferred. And there's a thing in English where oftentimes people would get very used to using a helping verb. And this is very much analogous to like the idea of adding something at the end. It's a helping verb. It helps you identify that the noun-like thing is characterizing the subject. So what I am is studying. Like the studying is describing the person. That's what makes this a predicate, which they were talking about predicates in Japanese. While I study is the action. So then you would have a different like particle, basically. You would use a different type of particle. And it then digressed. It digressed into the idea of the passive and active voice. Passive voice is far more common online than the active voice. I am failing math. I failed math. Or I fail at math, I suppose. So that's kind of weird. Generally speaking, when they say I'm failing math, it has happened and it is currently happening, right? This is the present, past perfect or present progressive situation. So this is the present progressive versus I failed math. Now the thing is, these two things can elicit different properties. One, this is a passive statement, as in it's okay, or I'll tolerate it. It's passive. It's happening. It's not my fault sometimes. So when you read into behavioral uses of the passive voice and the active voice, generally when someone says I'm failing math, they're unlikely to take accountability. Not always. They are more likely to see it as a distance. So often, this is what I talked about 2 days ago, where if someone, say a Gen Z person, use the passive voice, then that means whatever they're saying is distant, probably chronic, and has already been tolerated. If they occasionally, which is very occasional, use the active voice, then they are currently attached to it and emotional about it, which you can leverage to encourage action. And I tend to switch between active and passive voice depending on those situations. So for example, when someone says, I am failing math, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it is some of the things that Japanese people distinguish between, like the state of being something. So I am failing math. One of the grammar points would be the idea of expressing a state, a change in the state, and it's persistent to be in that state. So analogously, when a Gen Z person, right, like again, I'm generalizing, says I am failing math, it means that it is not only distant, as in they're over it. They know that they've been failing math. It's been a while, kind of a moot point. That means it was chronic. It already happened before and it continues to happen. No big deal. I'm just telling you what is true. And they are tolerant of it. It's like, well, I'm just going to accept that I am failing math, right? And then also that it can't be changed. Right? It's not going to change anytime soon. So this type of feeling is a grammatical understanding in Japanese language, like why they use certain phrases in order to establish the difference between an ongoing state and whatnot. And I was drawing analogous parallels to how English is done to the Gen Z, because I usually consume Gen Z comments. Like when you get older, all of that stuff goes out the window, in my opinion. Like when you get to your 40s and your 50s, I'm thinking this will still be true for the current Gen Z one. As you get older, it's harder to like make these type of generalizations. Maybe the internet will change that. Who knows? When they selectively like encourage a behavior. Right now, though, Gen Z is very defined in this. And when someone says, I failed math, oh, and this also means lack of accountability, right? Lack of accountability. Generally, when you come to accept that something is going to happen, no matter what you do, it's passive, right? It's passive. So, and this is where the passive voice comes in. When I hear someone keep saying, I want to get better at math, I want to get better at math, or I need to get better at math, I must get better at math, oftentimes it's associated with I am failing math, or I am doing poorly at math. So it's very passive. It sounds incredibly passive. Whether they intended it or not, that's the behavior that associates with it. When someone says, I failed math, then it becomes an active thing. So that would imply that it has happened recently. Despite it being the past tense, it probably is very recent, as in it's emotionally attached, and you can work with that, because then this is in the active voice. So then I would ask, what are you going to do about it? And you do something about it, right? Because the idea now is they're not talking about something that's chronic, right? then that's kind of an example of what I've been digressing in that case. Sorry for the off-topic question. You may already know the answer, but what is my favorite fun fact? It's my most current fun fact. So what was our most current fun fact? Must in Japanese is not. Because it's a fun fact. If you're talking about what type of fun fact, like if we have to clarify, so maybe like fun fact favorite, we had this discussion before. Favorite meaning, like, let's say we do highest frequency. That was the answer you predicted? Yeah. So let's go with highest frequency. So it couldn't be that one, right? So when it comes to favorite, highest frequency would be can I think of something that has like really high frequency? Maybe not highest because I can't remember that far back. Let's just say high frequency. A couple fun facts that have high frequency as a thing. My fun fact is I'm not monolingual. To make it like serious about like language related. The other fun fact with high frequency that I talk about is I'm Asian. I'm stereotypically Asian. This would then lead into a long discussion, a long challenge by the other person, and they'll ask like, wait, I don't want to be racist, but what do you mean by stereotypically Asian? How can one be stereotypical? Like, they're trying to be like polite, typically because of the sensitization, right? Trying to be sensitive in terms of American culture and whatnot. And I'm like, no, go for it. And then they would ask me like, well, do you play a string instrument? Yeah, I play the violin. And yes, I do dabble on the keyboard. But I do prefer string instruments, right? And they were like, well, do you know martial arts? Yeah, TKD. Like, it's Korean, but it's martial arts. It's like, did you end up becoming a scientist? It's like, well, yeah, I work in science. It's like, well, what about med school? It's like, well, I did decide not to go to med school. That is the thing, but it was on the chopping block. Does your parents want you to be a doctor? Yes, right? So those would be the highest frequency favorite fun facts. The favorite fun facts in terms of highest frequency would be something that is subverting and walking into that subversion. So this would be the highest frequency. The things that I would typically, people would enjoy that I share is something like someone would ask, oh, so I don't want to be too like I don't want to offend, but are you Chinese? And I'm like, yeah, I am. Fun fact. Fun fact. You know, like, my parents are Chinese. And go ahead. My family do run Chinese American restaurants. Yes, they did run Chinese American restaurants. And then, you know, they would ask something like, do you eat rice every day? Yeah, I do eat rice every day. Right? And so on, right? Do you like fish sauce? Absolutely. Fish sauce is my goat. It's like, what are your thoughts on tofu? Mapo tofu, number one. That kind of thing. Recent fun facts. We could do like maybe one extra. MSG. Yeah, MSG is fantastic. Right? And I will spin it even further. So one of the fun facts, someone will ask, do you use MSG, or do your parents use MSG? It's like, yes. And then what would be the other fun fact? Well, are you a scientist? It's like, well, yes, I know a lot about science and biology and whatnot, and that would be tied to MSG. It's like there's no conclusive evidence in any way that MSG is linked to the stigma that it had. It's almost like saying fats are bad. And then someone will say, well, fats are bad. And then we're going to go back to our conversation about generalization. Fun fact, this is untrue. It was a confounding variable. It was a confounding variable in incomplete science, like, because the confounding variable was also sugar. And no, sugar is not specific enough to generalize it. We're talking about refined sugar. Right. Now we're going back to the fun facts. Why are facts fun? So now let's go back to fun facts. What characterizes the element of a fact being fun? Subversion, expectations, right? Triviality, right? And individualism. So this line of thought would produce a bunch of fun facts from MSG. There's personable levels of integration, so being like me being Chinese, right? Like my parents being Chinese. They run American Chinese restaurants, and the subversion would be that no MSG, right? Because of the narrative, the non-conclusive narrative of the harmful effects of MSG, which it's unsubstantiated over many decades. And to the point where, let me throw in another fun fact. People still think like other countries, the authentic thing to do is not include MSG. And even more fun fact, they think that MSG is only that white powder. I already mentioned a fantastic MSG source, fish sauce. This is MSG as well, obviously. Or you can go with a meme and talk about garlic the whole time if you want. Or kombu, right? Kombu would be another great example for the Japanese people out there, right? Kombu. What do you think is the likelihood that your favorite is always your most recent favorite thing, given that you have likely gotten into the habit of always responding like that? Is always my most recent thing? What is the likelihood? The likelihood is 100%. Now, I have a response to why I say 100%, because it's both or all of the above. That's why it's always 100%. So I will start with the most recent favorite thing, and then I can talk about everything else or anything else I remember. The likelihood is 100% because it would be the thing I remember. So the underlying answer doesn't really revolve around maybe perhaps the nature of favorite. I skipped one thing about being favorite, right? I used frequency as the category. But what is the thing about frequency? Is it if it's memorable? So all the favorite things that I consider as favorite are the things that are memorable to me. So the most memorable things align with the frequency that it occurs. And what is the frequency of it occurs? How often it is tied to everything that makes you. So the most favorite things that I like about video games are the things that occur most frequently. And if they occur most frequently, they are more likely to be the most recent thing that I liked or have thought about. So generally speaking, it's nearly 100% of the time, the most recent thing is my favorite thing, because it's all of the above, not one or the other. So when I talk about Persona, right, for example, Persona 3, that doesn't mean I'm not going to talk about Persona 4 or Persona 5. So my favorite thing includes the thing. So your favorite fun fact is all the fun facts you know. Basically, yeah. And I'll always start with the most recent, and then I'll branch from it. Because in order for me to remember all the other ones, I must remember the most recent one. Or, like, what's tied to the most recent one. I want to keep all of my favorite things with me. So if I'm thinking you disagree that the most recent thing is most likely to be the most frequent, I didn't say, oh, you're disagreeing is most likely to be the most frequent. Okay. Notice, give me. I hope. I know how to counter argue this, but I'll let you. Like, why? Explain to me that you disagree that the most recent thing is most likely to be the most frequent. You used a lot of most recents, and you did capture my wording properly. So I'll let you feel free, because we're talking about a probability, not an absolute. So let's go with that. So make an argument that something that is not most recent is going to be most. So offer a counter example. Because now we're comparing probabilities. So give me a probability that is going to counter that. The most frequent thing is likely going to be the most recent thing. Okay. I said that the most frequent occurring thing is likely to be the most recent thing. But there was a little bit more. I'm just going to use what you said in the order that I would have used it, or intended to use it. The most frequent occurring is likely to be the most recent thing. When it comes to favorite things. So you omitted that part. When it comes to, when we're talking about the topic of favorite things. So if you want to really capture a counter argument without any filters, I actually said I usually pick the most recent thing as my favorite thing. I start there because the most frequently occurring is likely to also be the most recent thing. When it comes to favorite things, we're talking about the context of fun facts, favorite fun facts, right? So when you said favorite, it was in the context of favorite. Usually I go to frequency. That's what most people would infer. They're like, oh, what's your favorite fun fact? The thing that's most frequent. And I said, it's likely to also be the most recent. Can you give an example? Sure. Yeah. So your example has to cover favorite, frequency, and recency. Those are the 3 criteria that we have. And you say you disagree with it. So your example will have to provide these 3 things in which I guess they aren't in the same direction. They would not be in the same direction. So any 3 of them would be like your less favorite thing. Like they can be in any order. So your goal is probably to like just have any one of these not align with each other in the same direction. That would be that would be sufficient to provide a decent argument that I'm very curious about. Can I think of a counterexample to my own example? I can think of a pretty decent one. My example, your first example, not including favorite. So just an argument for this comment. I disagree that okay. Then you'll argue including favorite. That's all right. Yeah, sure. I can think of an example here. So I can give a counterexample, a compelling counterexample to what I said. When someone thinks their favorite is predicated on rarity. So on novelty. But this would be an opinion, which I can qualify and counter argue. When someone thinks that their favorite thing is something that is rare and unique and is a novelty. So like a special joke, for example, a joke that is unique to the person, that would also imply that it may not be frequent or it is rarely used. And when they try to share their favorite fact, it has a strong impact. A strong impact because it's not overused. So oftentimes there are individuals who don't like facts. Like facts are become not fun when they are overused. And that would be in antithesis to the idea that it has higher frequency and higher recency. The most recent example of me discussing a scientific topic with someone in real life is likely after university. But the most recent discussion of a scientific topic with someone in real life was likely at university. It may not be the case, so let me know if it isn't. So in order for me to, if the university, the fact is, like say there's a scientific topic, right? Discussing a scientific topic with someone in real life is likely after university, right? And then the most recent discussion with someone in real life was likely at the most recent. Yes. So if I had a discussion, right? Discussion with someone like in real life, right? IRL. In order for that argument to be correct, or like for me to agree, is that the people, university versus not in university, and also IRL and not IRL, these things are considered different things. Right. And then therefore there is a distinction between recency and frequency. The most recent game that you play, your favorite, I would bet it's not your most frequently played game unless you restrict frequency to a specific time. Okay? So here, let me counter argue this one. You are talking about university, not university, IRL and not IRL. I'm talking about the fact. So the fact is both present here and here. So the fun fact is always recent. When I come to talk about it, it is cumulative. It is both. Anytime I bring up the scientific fact, it is irrelevant, independent of where and when and who I talk to. So the most recent time I bring it up includes the time that I haven't. So it's cumulative. So if I were to add this up, it will lead to a number that is most frequent and recent. It is more likely to be a recent thing because it's higher in frequency. So we're talking about the addition of these things. They are not separate things. It doesn't take me, I don't have to be at a university and or not, at a university or not at a university to bring up my favorite topic. It's not a qualification of whether it is a separate thing, as well as the people I talk to. So if I brought up the topic now, it is likely going to be a topic that I have brought up multiple times, regardless of its frequency. Regardless of its conditions. So the university doesn't make me bring it up less frequently. Like the MSG conversation. I still talk about the MSG conversation whether I'm in the university or not, or IRL or not. It is the most frequent thing I would likely say as well, and more likely when you ask me what my favorite fun fact is. And it is not uncommon that we are talking about MSG now, because I was going to talk about MSG when I brought up my Chinese heritage. Could you define frequency? How often something occurs? Per unit time. Frequency. So, is how often something has occurred over time. No matter what, it will likely be something that's more recent, because its frequency is high. So like I picked something with high frequency, it is most likely to be the more recent thing that I will be talking about. Largely because in every occurrence of that, it will increase the likelihood of me mentioning it in the future. It doesn't decrease my likelihood, which is the counter argument that I made to myself. Someone could like fun facts because it's rare, so they don't bring it up very often, as in like they wouldn't use it very often, and therefore it's their favorite fun fact because it's rare. That would be a strong argument against my predilection. For myself, my favorite facts are the ones that I bring up most frequently. And because I bring them up more frequently, they are more likely to be the most recent ones that I have. So now we can go to your other argument. The most recent game that I played. That I have a much solid recent retort to that, because I get that a lot as well. Now when it comes to you're making an argument that my favorite game that I recently played, so I can even give you the example, P3P, which I'm doing this evening. You would bet that it is not my most frequently played. right? It's not my most frequently played. That's true. True. It's not my most frequently played. Unless I restrict it, I don't need to restrict it. I agree with you. But you asked me what was my favorite concept, like game. It is based on how frequently I mention it. You are qualifying that I have to literally play a game to think about it. That is absolutely absurdly a leap of logic. I talk about Persona 3 and Persona games far more frequently than anything else. Despite your saying the recency thing, the likelihood of me bringing up the Persona game again is not predicated on literally playing the game frequently. It's how often I didn't say you said think of Procol. You are trying to provide a counter argument against me. That's not based on what you said. It's based on what I said. You asked me what my favorite thing is. And guess what? You never said think of or played. You just qualified play now. So you are the one that's failing to follow your conditions. You asked me what my favorite things are. Did I say frequency and play? Again, a null argument doesn't prove anything. I never said you said think of. You never said played. Until now. I never said played. Then. I said frequency. In fact, I even implied thinking. So, I am disqualifying your argument by saying played. So, how are you restricting my argument? For one of the arguments, you're saying that it's at university or not. Right? IRL or not IRL. I could use the same logic that you use, and I never said university. I never said IRL. You qualified it, right? And then now for their second example, you said played. Well, I didn't accuse you of saying you think of. I said I think of. And then now I could use the same argument against you and say I never said played. But I'm not going to. I wasn't even going to talk about how I never said played. I said you said played. And now I am arguing I think of things with high frequency. I never said anything about you saying that. That's internalization, in my opinion. So if I want to be pedantic, now you're asking me. So, like, unless you restrict, right? Unless you restrict frequency to a specific time, I don't even have to do that. I agree with you. Like, a game that you play frequently is not a game that you would think more frequently. In this context, the amount of time, right? The amount of time has happened with versus the amount of time per minute, sure. So, number of minutes you've been alive, sure. So, the number of occurrence, we're talking about occurrence, not duration. So, not duration. You can try to use duration. I'm not entirely sure if it holds up as much. But we're talking about occurrence, not duration. Per frequency, right? So you could say, all right, across my lifetime. And then X is either duration or occurrence, sure. So the number of occurrence is a certain number. The number is like, what do you write? Minutes? Sure. Is it going to be likely to be the most recent thing? Right? I am arguing that it has a higher chance to be the most recent thing that I mention because of my behavior, which I've discussed pretty often. And it's going to be, the higher this is, the likely it's going to be the most recent. Sorry, just for clarifying, what is your argument that links your favorite something, the frequency of something, and the recency of something? I think of things, right? It's a fun fact. Now, if you're going to tell me I have to play a fun fact, and I have to literally be with someone for the fun fact to show up, right? The favorite thing. Because we're talking about fun facts here. The fun fact, I have to literally fulfill some conditions. What are those conditions? The thought has to occur. So, the thought has to occur is the count. So this is the magnitude, right? Because we're talking about favorite, or you could even say favorite thing, right? Whatever that favorite thing is, unless you want to bound this. So this is where you are, in my opinion, this is where your argument is, right? And now I'm going to add what I said. Well, when this favorite thing has a high frequency, it is probably going to be likely my most recent thing. So there you go. So I did not say anything about qualifying what the favorite thing is or the nature of the favorite thing. What you did ask, and I acknowledge that those are correct. Like, I agree with you. So I agree with you if you add the word played, because I'm not going to be literally playing the thing, right? I could play 100 hours of Persona 3, and then later down the road, I could play 200 hours of Persona 4, and then later down the road, I could play 50 hours of Persona 5. So, due to the qualifications of played, and then you even added restricted to a time frame, then yes, I agree with you. There's no problems there. And then when you put the restriction of a location, so the thing's qualities, uni or not uni, I also agree with you, because I'm no longer at university. So if the proportion of my life is smaller at a uni and it's greater outside of uni, no matter what, it will be objectively arguable that my favorite thing can't possibly line up with frequency and recency, because I might never go back to the university. And actually, I spent more time outside of my life. More of my life is outside of the university than inside the university. So regardless, it can never be most frequent aligned with most recent. So I agree with you there too. So all your counter arguments, I agree with them. Like, they're good examples with the conditions you have made. And then now, to counter argue your example, I have placed conditions that you have not considered, which is the thought. Because a favorite thing is a concept, and the concept can recur regardless if you're playing the game, where you live, and who you interact with, IRL or not IRL. Because if I don't encounter like a certain type of people, then I probably won't bring it up, right? That's the axiom. Like, I wouldn't bring up MSG. Would you quantify to any extent your frequent thing is probably going to be likely your most recent thing? Could I quantify it? The way I would say, I can't quantify it, like use like a word, but here's the core of my argument. Here's the core of my argument when it comes to like the pedanticness. I believe that my favorite things are the most memorable things. And in order for them to be the most memorable things, I must mention them with a high frequency. I can't possibly know something I don't remember. So oftentimes for me, my like, it might not be objectively true. Just for the record, it might not be objectively true. My favorite things are memorable because they are the most frequent things. And the most frequent things are the things that are likely to recur recently. In thought. Like, for example, the reason why I can bring it up is because I have thought about it recently. My least favorite things are the things that I have forgotten. Like, I can't even tell you what I have forgotten. You can infer. So, how would I know I can prove that there are less favorite things if I have forgotten them? Because of human logic, right? When we can use human logic, we can know that certain things had a high probability of occurring already. For example, one of my favorite things is not walking. Or is it walking? The start of this conversation be, what do you think is the likelihood that your favorite is always your most recent favorite thing, given that you have likely gotten into the habit of always responding like that? You said 100%. Yes, I did. Because, oh, do you want me to repeat what I meant by 100%? It's always 100% because I always start with the most recent thing and connect it to my most frequent memories. My most frequent memories mention memories which they're likely to be the most recent. So the way I phrased it is that it's 100% because I always start with the most recent thing, which then links to the most frequent memories that I have with that thing. So if I bring up persona favorite, preferred, or like above others unless qualified, would you agree with that definition? Favorite? Yes, I would. Yep. I already qualified that. My preferred and liked above all else is the most recent thing that I connect with my most recent memories. I would agree with that definition. You're like, if I have to read your mind right now, you have a different, concrete, objective, non-flexible version of that definition of what is preferred, what it's liked, unless qualified. So I prefer that my favorite thing is 100% the most recent thing that connects to my most frequent memories. So yes, I would say my favorite things are the things that I 100% always do. So the concept of favorite is the thing I do most frequently and most recently because it reminds me of my most frequent memories. Like, the reason they're memorable is because they are the most frequent things that come up. And I usually repeat them. They are more likely to occur as the most recent thing because I spend a lot of time trying to keep them with me. And we're talking about probability, right? So if you're trying to understand me, for example, the likelihood is if we talked about a topic over and over again for like the 30th time or 40th time, and it's constantly linking to the same topic over and over again, that's probably because it's either going to be recent or I've thought about it recently with high frequency. So like the conversation we're having now might be our favorite topic that we'll have together. I can tell you a topic that might not be if I stretch it. Let me see. If you give me something, I could possibly tell you something that's less frequent. So like tell me something that I wouldn't know, or like tell me something that we haven't talked about recently. Yeah, tell me something we haven't talked about recently, or like something only you would find interesting, like, or something like that. And I will probably relate it back to my favorite topics. The health of your toenail? Huh. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing. I haven't thought about toenails in a while. So now let's make it our favorite thing, shall we? So toenails. What do I know about toenails? Well, here's a thing. When it comes to toenails, it's interesting that toenails, we always thought, have you ever considered how your shoes affect your toenails? Right? And then I'm not gonna talk about the whole thing. Here's my line of thought where we're gonna get back. So toenails, shoes. Toenails, shoes. Then what have I been doing recently? Running. Right? Running. And then because of running, I have to think about cutting my toenails, right? So, cutting my toenails. And yes, I have done this recently. So, now, if we are thinking about a fun fact, what have I done recently? Running. So that would be the favorite fact. Now, this is now tied with running. So when I think about running, I will try to remember our conversation about your toenail. The health of your toenail. So now the concept is in line with my favorite topic. So the hear me out. I think the problem that you and I might have here is that we have to define what a thing is. So if the thing is like a game, then you would have to qualify it, right? Unless qualified, it has to be a specific title, not a franchise, and it has to be literally playing the game. Also, when you said you used your most recent point as a start point to link to other things in your memory, is the process of linking to other memories the approach you determine your favorite? Sorry if I'm being... the process... Yes, it is. That is it. That is exactly it. So, when... you know, you've made this comment before where you say that, like, if we start with a topic A, right? At some point, it's gonna line up with a topic 0. And that topic 0 occurs really frequently. Now, here's the thing. There's also, if we start with whatever topic, it's going to lead to something that is also frequent, more frequent, and then something less frequent, something even less frequent, something even less frequent, and so on, right? So that's what I mean by, if it's going to be a favorite thing, the trigger is going to be associated with my most frequently used memory. And the most frequently used memory tend to also be triggered by the most recent action or the most recent thing. So one could argue, the greatest counterexample I could say to my theory, or like my description myself, is that you could try to find an example where, like the health of your toenail, for example, when you provide a trigger and that trigger has no associated recent frequent memory, then I'm lost. So then what do I do? How do I circumnavigate this? Like, if you told me something like, hey, I just concluded my dissertation on dark matter in the event horizon of the black hole. What are your thoughts about this concept? What is your favorite fact about this? And my first thought is like, whoa, I have no existing favorites, like thoughts and stuff. It's so out of my field that I have no established link to it. So what I would do is I would then preferably 100% go to something that I practice very frequently, which is asking questions. And those questions then will link back to the most frequent, least frequent. So I constantly iterate on, that's how I figure out what my favorite things are. So in order to illustrate when I'm trying to tell someone what my favorite things are, I usually say my most recent thing is my favorite thing. And then the 10 minute example, so this would be like the 1 second response, right? The most frequent thing is my favorite thing. Then 10 minutes, the 10-minute example is all the other linked thoughts. So it's both of these things all together. So the most recent thing is not actually my favorite, it is my favorite. They're one and the same. But rather the foundation to build upon to discover your favorite, or is it the fact that the recent thing always being the foundation, the reason you consider it? The second part. Exactly. It's the process, right? The process, not the start or the goal. It's this whole thing. The way I know to confirm to me what is my favorite thing is our discussions that we have together. The whole process of our discussions that we have together. That itself is my favorite thing to do. What we learn about each other in the process of doing the thing is my favorite thing. How we started, like what the facts that we used to start, or the facts that we ended, like if we agreed or not, like the characteristic of agreeing or disagreeing at the end, or who won or who lost, right? Who's the underdog at the beginning or the end? That's usually not enough to sum up why I think it's my favorite. My favorite moment in my life is the current moment I'm having, because the current moment I'm having is going to elicit as much of the favorite things that I've had in my life. I like to be present in the moment. You can counter argue, well, then don't you have times where you don't care? Like, let's say I said 100%, right? And just vanilla 100%. it like all the time. I'm all the time. Then you can argue against me. Like, what about the times when you're sleeping? What about the times when you're sleeping? He's like, you got me. I agree. Like, if you qualify that, then for sure. Usually I'm saying 100% of the time because I use the most recent thing because that's the way I qualify what is a favorite thing. Eventually, everything that is most recent becomes my favorite thing. I enjoy it because I can't actually recall. Like, hear me out. If I forget something, how do I know? So that's my worst case scenario. So now you could argue, okay, what about the things you have trouble remembering? As in, like, you can definitely have things that you don't really remember, right? Well, yeah, then they're just not my favorite. Because we're talking about the occurrence of the most recent favorite thing. You really like the inception of that viewpoint? The recent thing being the foundation means it is the favorite. So by virtue of the recent thing being the most recent thing in search of your favorite, it must be your favorite. Exactly. I like that. And hear me out. I'll end on like a really positive note because I really enjoy ending on positive notes. It keeps me focused in the moment. I am always going to try. Again, always going to try to make the very most of the moment I have, because when we are in that moment, all the other moments will come on by. So if it does feel like I always end up talking about learning Japanese and learning Chinese and playing Persona and Like a Dragon games or something about my multicultural background, is because they are the ones that will frequently occur every single time. Now, you might be saying, well, MSG, for example, MSG is not the same as Chinese, right? We're talking about someone's thoughts here, right? You as a person could see MSG and Chinese as not the same thing. I'm perfectly all right with that. Like, at all times, when you said something like playing a game, right? Playing a game is how you qualify your time for a game. I understand that. I can appreciate that in any way possible. Like, if you played 100 hours of Pal World Protocol, and then maybe like 50 hours of Subnautica 2, maybe. The reason why I'm bringing up these titles is because the concept of playing, knowing that you are interested in Power and Subnautica, is tied to my interest in Persona. So my favorite thing to talk about when I talk about video games will still come up. It will still be Like a Dragon and stuff. However, your things that you shared with me are parts of the process. So that's how I remember things. So my favorite details about someone is tied to my favorite things. That's how I remember things. How I learn language, I tie it to things that are strong. Like, they form the, here's the thing. The word that you used, foundation, right? You could more think about it as the iceberg situation. So the trigger is at the top, So it doesn't quite form the foundation. It's more like the opposite. It triggers me to go through my foundations. So my foundations are here because they are my favorite things. Or you could make an argument, like, right? So my favorite things are the things that occur most and probably more frequently and probably very recently. The triggers are often linked to this. So whenever if I need to remember something, it is attached to my favorite things. So if you're going to talk about a video game like Power World, our discussion about Power World, right? Then I brought up Subnautica, because Subnautica is a memory that I have, and it was a product of frequency and recency. Then we talked about Forest, Satisfactory, I'm pretty sure I mentioned something else. So we're going back. So Forest was probably more recent in my recent memory, and then Satisfactory was a different conversation I had with another person about base building. So when you brought up Power World, I brought up Subnautica because that was the most recent memory we had when we talked about survival, right? So survival. So the category of survival then came from Subnautica, and then so on and so forth. So now it's easier for me to remember about your interest in Power World because it's tied with the rest of my memories now, or my favorite things, so to speak. And that's my way of my euphemism of saying, how do I remember things or learn things? I tie it with my most useful things, my most foundational things, and it's usually my favorite thing, the things that are so well practiced because they are practiced. And that's how I remember things. I don't usually memorize things in its isolation. So like if I try to remember your details without relating it to my existing details, it would be very difficult for me to remember. Like if I tell myself, okay, Procol likes Power World. Procol likes Power World. Procol likes Power World. If you ask me in a week's time, I would have forgotten that you like Power World. Obviously that didn't happen because I talked about Subnautica, which is something that we both have in common. And I remember Subnautica because we talked about Subnautica 1. You even more like the fact that even though by definition the start point of discovering your favorite thing must be your favorite, you still explore where the exploration, what could be your favorite things go. Yes. This is to help me remind myself, like, how what I do, in my opinion. Here's some bullet points. So here's the bullet points. I like to remind myself, okay, I'll give you an insecurity. Here's a fun fact. Procol. And these might not be fun facts to you. And you're gonna say, is this the most consistent? Here's some fun facts about me. And we're gonna use insecurities, which might be related to this topic. So I am going backwards now on most frequent. Memory. I'm very insecure about my memory. So recall is an insecurity of mine. So that is, without a doubt, something that I think about all the time. Like, when I get up, I review my memories because I'm not sure sometimes. And I often talk about the lucid dreaming. It's difficult sometimes when I get up to know if I was dreaming the thing or my facts are straight. So I do this on a daily basis. So the fun fact about my insecurity is it's related to this. Now, how do I help remediate this? Since this is one of my fun facts, my favorite facts about myself. Again, not positive or negative. I didn't say my favorite thing is the most positive thing, right? Or the most negative thing. We only talked about recency and frequency. So I sleep every day. Then this stuff occurs every day of my life. So that's a further back. It's even further in foundation, right? Even further in foundation. And because of that, I created a habit routine in which it ties my favorite things to a rehearsal of my identity. So whenever someone asks me what's my favorite thing, I can get there. And getting there means that my most favorite things are the things I probably iterated with the highest frequency. And because it is iterated based on recency, it is likely going to be the most recent. So whenever I talk, I can talk all the way back to various topics. So when I have a topic, the trigger will provide the identity in which I rehearse going backwards in the habit. And it does deal with my most frequent and most recent occurrence of my problems. I genuinely fear when I lose track of myself. So usually I do a lot of things that underlie trying to keep my favorite things with me at all times. So how does that help me? There are some bullet points. One, it reminds me of what's important. And then you said the definition was preferred or like above all else. This can answer your question. My memories are what I prefer and like of most of all else. And in order to preserve those memories, I have a habit of constantly reminding myself of what's important. And to make other things important to me is that now I can gather new details, like you and I. When we talk, it will be tied to constantly reminding myself of what's important. If I forget those things, then they are no longer important and valued above all else. Because what more can you do than remember and tie it into the most valuable things you have? So my favorite things then become... Then I always build on my favorite things. So I lose the chance of forgetting, or I reduce the chance of forgetting. Obviously, I could get hit in the head and forget all this stuff. That would be a very insane nightmare situation. And the other thing, the other extra stuff is I always seize the moment. It encourages me to make sure that the moment that occurs is important. It is an opportunity, right? Opportunity. So now you can probably start guessing as to why I always say I always gamble on people. So this is where I start talking about how valuing people's interactions, because people also have memories. And then you can then link that to my discussion about proper communication skills. Because proper communication skills allow you to leave an impression. And that impression goes back to their memories. And when I do proper communication skills, it's an iteration of a rehearsal that allows me to retain the memories. And I truly do believe that my favorite thing to do is to establish and create memories with other people, which goes back to my typical like long discussion about how much I value the human experience. So the discussions we have should inevitably, I like to say or claim inevitably, feel incredibly weighted, important. I do not like the idea of giving someone the impression that when they are using their time with me, it can't be incredibly weighted, regardless of the duration of the time. So you did make a very astute observation. So the idea of duration, right? How the duration of the time. This is where we're gonna have to consider some subjectivity here. Because there is duration and occurrence. So an instance of something versus the duration of something. So can one argue that 100 hours, this is the argument about playtime, is more valuable than the hours, like say, like I use P4 and P3, right? Is the duration of 50 hours more valuable, like versus a quality versus quantity argument? Because you asked me to quantify. And I agree with you. When it comes to the quantification, I did respond and say, that's tough. It's going to be very difficult to quantify it. My rational argument was I meet you in the middle and use occurrence. So frequency of occurrence because of the valuation. Now, I did say though, if we were to take duration, I might still be generally still correct. Largely because anytime I speak about P3, I'm probably going to talk about P4 in some way. If I talk about P4, I'm probably going to relate it to P3 in some way. So whichever one is basically the times go up proportionally. Right? So that's probably pretty okay. And I just missed my mouth. Sorry. You're curious as to whether consistency could be swapped with frequency in this topic. Probably. Honestly? Consistency? I think it still falls apart with your same arguments. So like, for example, right now, the last month, right? The last month I played P3P. So when you qualify playing, next month I won't play P. I will like, it will be no more P3P playing after I finish my project. I might not ever go back to it. Right? So, however, we can swap it for frequency because the thought process. Now, because of this, every time I play P3P, next month I'm playing P4G. So anytime I talk about P4G, I'm going to be referring to P3P at some way. And then when I go on the following month, actually it's the month after because of Inktober. So Inktober is coming up. Every time Inktober comes up, so this is going to be Inktober 2026, I'm going to be referring to 2025's Inktober, which is referring to 2024 and 2023, right? So then it was still, right, again, this is the most recent, and this most recent deals with my favorite instance of this, which is drawing. When someone asks me what's my favorite thing that I've done drawing, I would probably say Inktober, because that's the time I did it. And then I'm going to say, well, it's what I'm currently doing, 2026. And they're like, you mean you've never drawn anything that you liked more than the current thing you're doing? It's like, well, it's tied to them. Right? Like, this stuff is tied. So then we then go to P5R. But P5R is going to be tied again to P46 and P3P. And then the way I start projects, so the way I start projects and end projects, which I'm going to do soon, I tie it with what I know going into the project, and I exit the project tying it with the next project. So the previous experience into the next project. So I constantly remind myself that way. And then the way we talk, when we have different topics, it's looped that way too. So I try not to forget at least some of the details. In no way does this fix, like, the reason, no way this doesn't make me, like, not worry. Get it? Not worry. Our first topic today, the double negative, not worry. Not worry about losing my memories. Like, I still worry about it. So, for me, it's redundant. It's not useful. I could have said, in no way, instead of saying no way to not worry, which is an exaggeration, right? It's a double negative to exaggerate the positive. Like the extent of the positive. To no way not worry is like to really worry. So the opposite would be I still worry about forgetting things, which is the fundamental principle behind most of the stuff. Now with that said, most people can understand my motivations for education. Learning strategies, right? Learning strategies. Critical thinking, right? Critical thinking, those are my foundations because humans, I believe, in my opinion, the most frequently occurring, most recent thing that I constantly encounter that's my favorite thing is my memory. Or more nebulously, my skills. It is who I am. Who else can be more? Now, someone can be really crazy and say, but you said you care about other people. And you also said back in the day you were a nice person. So you would likely put people ahead of you. Always put others ahead of you. That's what I thought when I was a teenager. Like, and now I know, like, I'm not saying I wasn't naive back then and kids, right? I'm telling you in retrospect what I was like. Now, how does this reconcile with who I am? As an adult, I have learned that helping people feels nice. And I also said that one can view it as a selfish act. This is what I believe. I care about other people. I like being nice to other people because it makes me feel good too. Oh, and, this is where we go the WW, right? So at any time, if I have extra resources, I give it to other people. And when I give it to other people, it makes me feel good. And those people end up defining me in some way, right? Which links back to the idea of tackling their memories and their skills. If I keep investing in other people, they themselves may come to understand what I value most about other people. AKA, my favorite thing about me and other people. What is my favorite thing about other people? What they are currently doing and what they consistently, we'll use the word consistently, remind me that is important to them. So in every single day, when you like spend some time, you choose to do something, I am hoping that the thing you choose to do will bring great joy and value to your existing favorite things. So I'm not here to try to convince you and just keep telling you like, oh, hey, you should love this moment. So like, I'm giving you this moment or something like that. Instead, I basically try to, or maybe generalizingly, focus on making the moment the best. It's a good reminder. So when someone says, what is my favorite moment or my favorite thing right now, it's the thing that I'm going to share with you. So when you ask me what's my favorite fun fact, it's the fact that I'm going to share with you. And then when anyone says like, hey, who's your favorite person? The current person I'm speaking to. And you're like, wait, so you're telling me that you think I'm more important than your parents? Like, you remind me of my parents telling me that people are important. My parents are people too. The concept of making someone feel valuable is what my parents taught me. So when you're thinking about it that way, yes, because the spirit of what my parents, why I like my parents and what I think my parents have imparted on me is involved in the aspect of the favorite thing. So it sounds very hyperbolic and constitutive, in my opinion, is largely due to the nature that I really don't pick favorites in the same way. Like, how could I ever choose to value one of my memories over others? As in, like, consciously value it. Basically, like, oh yeah, that I'm gonna choose to forget that, right? Some people can, lots of people actually do that. Like, oh man, this game was bad, bad game. I'm gonna choose to forget it. Usually I think of, I did it, so I'm going to try to remember it. So I'm greedy. I'm a greedy person. I'm greedy. I'm greedy about my memory. I'm gonna try my darndest to remember. So when someone asks me, okay, so what's your least favorite thing? I wouldn't know what it is because I've already forgotten about it. So someone has to go back in my history. Like, maybe it's someone I've forgotten, and they came back and they said, hey, do you remember me? And I'm like, I have no idea who you are. You have confirmation that you're not my favorite person, right? So just because I try all the time, like I'm 100% all in on making sure the moment is my favorite moment and everything tied to it, I'm human, so I'm not ignorant that that is not a perfect solution. When I mean 100, I really do mean the logic of doing it. So 100% of the time, my most favorite thing is the most recent thing because I'm trying to collectively keep all of it. Will I fail? Well, yes. Obviously, I'll fail because every time I get up, I feel like something slipped away. And that is my most chronic recurring theme. When I get up, I feel like I lost something. I don't know what it is because how can you remember something you lost? And how would you? So the question is, how would you, right? And some people would say, well, you can always record yourself. I got you. You can journal. I got you. You can share the memory. I got you. You can have other people remember you. I got you. You can write something for the public. Yeah, I got you. Like, each and every day, I want to make memories with other people, or other things, or like with other things, or something like that. It's the most precious thing. It's my favorite thing, you could say. So maybe the problem here, I feel, so going back to the original question, maybe the problem here is that when someone's asking me what's my favorite, like, fun fact, I would have to ask them how they qualify it. And that's usually what I do. Although this time around I didn't do it because I know Procall, you would know exactly what you would probably know, anticipate that I would choose the most recent thing habitually. And then you would probably anticipate that this is going to lead into a 3-hour discussion going way back across many favorite things, which inevitably is together. They're the same. So in the future, when we have this conversation again, or we have something that's tied to this conversation, you'll probably hear me say it in a different way. So if a stranger pops in now and they say, what's my favorite game? What's my favorite game? Right? In the series. And you're here to witness it. You'll probably, I feel like the people who know me enough will probably smirk and say, I know what they're gonna try to say. Or like what I'm going to say. And then the good news, the awesome thing is you're probably going to remember what we talked about. Because I hope that when I do this around other people, they get to remember all the things too. So like my favorite things become your favorite things. Your favorite things become my favorite thing. There's meaning to it. I think wanting to play a game, for example, for Power World, for example, if I don't understand how you like Power World, and I don't bother understanding how our conversation relates to us, how could you ever be invested in something? And I say that to myself now. So when I ask myself, someone wants me to learn Japanese. Okay. How do I motivate myself to learn Japanese? Or how do I get myself to do anything that is not my favorite? That's pretty much the trick of the mind for me. Maybe someone will come by and say, dude, you're self-delusional. Like, you're basically convincing yourself to want to do things. And my rebuttal is that so bad? Like, do you want to live a life full of things you don't want to do? Or do you want to live a life where you simply don't care about people? I mean, when I think I can remember a time when I was younger, I really strictly just didn't want to interact with someone. Like, for example, my bullies, right? I had high school bullies. Or actually, I had bullies pretty much the first 18 years of my life. And I would say now, how do I contextualize my bullies? I wouldn't be the person I am today without my bullies. So no, I would want to know if I ever meet my bullies, which I did actually cross paths with a couple of them. I saw their working environment, and the first thing I wanted to do was try to help them. Obviously, help them in a way that to not make their life worse or something, or like there's no motivation to frame it in a way that doesn't value them as people. So if I were to go on a reunion, I wouldn't end up like this character in Persona 3, by the way. His name is Tanaka-san, and he's a businessman, and he made a lot of money, and his whole social link is that he doesn't care about people who can't make money, but he kind of still cares about helping people so that he boasts his image, but he's righteously indignant, as in he made a lot of money, so he's gonna flaunt it and boast it in front of all the people that made his life miserable in the beginning, right? So that type of thing, those things are also tied to the idea that, I mean, like, you could be my enemy one day, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna help you. That kind of thing. It kind of sounds like your generic, pedantic generalization of what a doctor should be, but I already talked about, if there's anything even worse, like in my opinion, that's comparably worse for my health, is being responsible for not being able to save someone and losing that person's life and memory. So if I'm already concerned about losing my own memory and trying to make other people feel important, entering a profession where you're responsible for that or preserving that, that's absurd to me. Like, so, and I talked about that too, where like someone's like, oh, like, why didn't you become a medical doctor? I'm like, people is why I didn't become a medical doctor. And then someone would say, well, why do you want to be an educator? People is the reason why I want to be an educator. It's like, but why were you interested in medicine? People were the reason why I was interested in medicine. So it's all of the above. Like, it's hard for me to distinguish. It's everything, both the bad and the good. So the times I play are not my favorite video games are not quantified simply by the time I played. It's also by how often I use it and how often I think about it. So my favorite things are typically the things that are most habitual about me. Now, I still think that there is a reasonable argument. So going back to the first one, there is still a reasonable argument that at any given time point, there is a chance that the most recent thing may not trigger a favorite topic as part of the most recent duration, right? So that could be I could definitely concede there. Like, when someone talks to me about physics, would I talk about language learning? It's not a foolproof thing. However, I still am fairly comfortable about my statement. Over the lifespan of my lifetime, the likelihood is still probably higher that my favorite things are the things that I mention all the time. And they are more likely to be most recent. I would echo, I forgot the guy's name, that nuclear power plant guy, the nuclear physicist or the nuclear engineer, where whenever he reacts to a video, all he ever think about is framing it all as a nuclear engineer, right? That's kind of how I feel about the people that I resonate with. If you're gonna say you're garbage and you are worthless as a human being, the topic that is most favorite to me is people, the value of people. So in no way will I ever tell you immediately when you say you're a garbage human being, I would say the opposite, because my favorite thing is that. Now, to remember that you don't value yourself as a human being would be tied to my favorite topic, which is to make sure the other person understands they are very valuable. At least to me, because you're part of my memories. and memories are the most valuable thing. Personally, I'm a poetic person, right? Yeah, I enjoyed that guy's video. So a dog walks on 4 legs. This is kind of like the 4 chambers in a nuclear power plant. Exactly. So hear me out, Proko. It might not be a coincidence, but generally speaking, if you look at like all the physics stuff, like Vsauce and dang it, what's her name? Amy? No. You mentioned her a couple times, and I'm still having problems remembering her name, because Vsauce and her has a podcast, right? And I don't remember the podcast name yet. This is what I mean by we're traveling back in memory. So, Fry? No. What's her name? Well, they both have a podcast together. That was the last time we talked about them. Hannah Fry. Oh man, I thought it was Amy. Hannah Fry. So Fry and right Vsauce guy, which I unfortunately don't know his name, and that podcast. Now we're talking about most recent. So now when I brought up the nuclear power plant guy, Michael, yeah. So now when we talk about, I brought up the nuclear power plant guy, who I don't know his name either. He is attached before you mention Hannah Fry. And Hannah Fry is attached to Michael, which is Vsauce. So now we're echoing back to our conversation before. So there's so a dog walks on 4 legs and that type of thing. It's attached to my favorite topic, like my favorite stuff. So that's how I remember things. And to me, that's it's hard for me to imagine how other people remember things. Like, I legitimately ask people to demonstrate how they remember things, and it's completely compartmentalized for the most part. Like when you have a high school student and I ask, how do you remember what this word means? And they're like, I just memorize it. And my first thought is like it doesn't remind you of anything, like at all. Like there's just nothing you can say, or like there's just nothing there. And they would say, yeah, because if it's not written and shown, nothing is there. And my first thought is like, it's so hard for me to conceptualize that. Like, how do you have no thoughts about something that was given to you? And that's where I draw the line. So if someone says, hey, Maku, can you spend a whole day just taking in the world without thinking about it? Like, just go outside, close your eyes, and space out your mind. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, when I meditate, I'm thinking about something. Like, when I meditate, I think about the beach, or I think about my breath, or there's something I'm thinking about. What's the most recent joke I've heard? The most recent joke I've heard. Since I'm talking to you, all I can think about is a Binhead guy. Count Binhead, whatever his name was. I guess you're talking about like a joke, like with a punchline or something, but honestly, your punchline was pretty good. It was like a not joke. Like, what is the best politician, UK politician? And there's a right answer. And then I answered Winston Churchill, and then you told me about the bin face or something like that. And I was like, oh, you were trying to make a joke. But yeah, I remember asking someone earlier in academia, how do you solve 7 plus 98? I just do it. Well, yeah, but like I do 7 plus 100, then minus 2. So what do you do? I just do it. Man, you ask someone in academia and they just really just said, I just do it? Hear me out. Here's a joke for you. Protocol. Here's a joke for you. The way I'm going to remember this joke, this moment, is that 7, 8, 9. But not quite, because 9 got in the way of 8, so 7 couldn't eat 9. Couldn't eat 8, sorry. Alright, so, oh no, no, that 9 got in front of 8. That's what happened, you know. It doesn't make any sense, but we're gonna make it a joke somehow. But the 7 plus 100 minus 2. How does that work? What did he say? He just said I did, or what did they say? They just say I just do it? What would I say? Hang on. Let me try. So, how do you solve 7 plus 98? I would probably take 98 plus 2. Oh, I would probably do this, right? You do like 7, right? But then you separate it to 2 plus 5. Right? Then you get 105. That's probably what I would do. No joke. That's probably what I would do for this instance. The reason why is because the closest to a large number, I can separate this so it's visualized much more easy. This is 100. So then you have 105. So do you do 98 plus 2? Then one? No, I do 98 plus 7. And I notice that 7 is 2 plus 5. And because of that, it's 105. Yeah, so that way. However, it would be visualized as 2 plus 5. And if you're wondering why I would do it this way versus that way, it's because I'm seeing you type. So I'm arranging it from left to right. However, if we were doing a math problem and people were typing vertically, I would probably still arrange it this way. Right? And it would be the same operation. It would be 2, right? 2 to 10, carry the 1, right? With the 5 left over. Which is kind of very similar, or actually not minus 2, but it's like you technically minus 2 to get to 10 and then have 5 left over. So that would be how this is working. So it's 2 to, so in the horizontal sense, it's 2 to 100 with 5 left over. So then 105. Or quick math. Now, obviously, it's not going to work for, like, if you picked, like, 157 plus, I don't know, 32. And these are, like, the quick math, you know, like, when you do, like, MCATs and all that, you have to do quick math stuff. Like, or playing a video game, for example, playing a video game where you have to calculate the factors. So what will you do for this, right? That's, I mean, I would still probably rearrange it this way and see it from the difference of 10. So just 1, right? Whoops. So 9 because of a 1 difference. And then 8 because of a 2 difference. And then a 1. It's kind of weird. The other way to look at it would be like if it's written horizontally and if it's not long enough, it would simply be the addition of these two. So it would be like 1, 8, 9. And then you would carry the difference into the next one. So like if... Man, age really messes with you, huh? So like, say if this is over 100, so like you have like 6 and 4, right? It would still be adding these and then adding one digit or adding the digit over. So this would be 1, then this is 1. This would be 1, and then this is 1. So 211. I don't know if you followed that. I think of it as like factorials. So like, for example, 2x plus, right, for example, 2x squared plus 2x equals 0, right? Oftentimes it's a lot more convenient if you thought of it as x, right? Whoops. Or you take out the 2, right? Like this. So when I have to add or subtract across, I do factors. So I do this. I do a distribution. I actually literally did that yesterday. In P3, I know I'm bringing up Persona 3 again. The final boss, like one of the secret bosses, they had a requirement that you keep track of their health. And they had one of the bosses had 20,000 HP. And they had a mechanic where the moment they reach below 50%, so if they have less than 10,000 HP, they would begin to do something that will cause you to auto lose. So you have to wait right before 10,000. So like maybe 9,600 damage. It has a range of 500. Then you cause the boss to do damage to itself across the threshold, and then you execute the boss with 9,999 damage. And my pad, right? My pad looks like this. And it's filled with numbers in no particular order, in the sense of like, it's not just, I didn't just randomly list the numbers, like list the first shortest of damage, 2, 3, 4, 5. What I did was I did 1, 2, group, 1, 2, group, 1, 2, and then occasionally, if this ended up as a round number, like something like this is roughly 20k, or not, sorry, like is roughly 2,000, right? 2,000 damage. Then I would start a new count, 1, 2, and I would group 1, 2, and I'll group 1, 2, and if it just happens to reach a pretty round number, like 3,000, right? Then I would start a new stack. So that's how I did it. And then and I did it in my head, and then I tried to do it while writing, because apparently the first time I did it, I kind of failed. I was off by like 76. So this is how I would do it. Then when these round numbers can then quickly be rounded to 10,000. And then it would be deficient of 10,000. So it's 10,000 plus or minus 500. And that's how I did it freehand, like attempted to do it in my head. So this, in my opinion, is probably a great example of how you would learn a language, right? If we're going to tie it back to language learning, how many different ways can you foreseeably come up with a method? And when you're younger, in my opinion, when you're in high school, you might have like 1 to 3 methods. When you go to college, that might balloon up to like maybe 5 to 6. I don't know why there's a gap here. Don't at me. Methods. And then if you go on to grad school, right? Like when you're in doctoral, you probably banged your head against the wall at least a couple of times for like 15 different methods. Don't mind the gap. I don't know why there's a gap in between. But the idea is, if you're, I think this is great. So I don't know if you can ever communicate that, like for a human being, right? If one human tries to communicate with another human, and this gap exists, then to me, I know this might sound a little egotistical. I'm not saying people are more happy. So we're not talking about happiness here. There's no causality. We're not talking about the causality of one's happiness. Generally speaking, though, it is up to the people who have more methods to be accommodating to the people who have less methods. It's not to say that a high school student can't be better at these 3 methods than someone who is, in fact, it's usually statistically likely that someone who concentrates on a few methods are more likely to be good at those methods or more proficient at those methods than someone else. The idea is, though, the ability to empathize and emphasize the person who casts a wider net has more opportunities. And this, how does this relate to our over 4-hour digression about stuff? Learning, memory, and the definition of favorite. And that's what saves me. So when someone asks me, what's my favorite? I can agree with everything you probably have said. If I haven't thought about it, I'm going to make that into one of my favorites. So the way you define what's a favorite, I will try my best to be able to define it within my definitions. And if I can't, then I will learn to tie it with my existing definition, because that is what makes someone very memorable to me. So if you have a wild thing about your toenails, we can talk discreetly about it, Prokal. Hopefully your toenails is fine. That's a little, it's oddly specific, so hopefully you didn't like stub your toe or something, and that's why you brought up the overall, like, the health of your toenail. Hopefully you're alright with that. That's it. That toenail comment is gonna come back. You know it now. We're gonna have to make that toenail comment a thing. Here's a fun little fact. Okay, so here's another fun fact. And I'll tell you how I get to this fun fact. And I even know the person. So, here it is. So, how far does it go back? I won't travel backwards. I'll travel to the earliest, like the longest point back, and then I will show you how it's connected. So, back when I was playing OS, which I quit OS 3 years ago. Or like I don't play, like I haven't played. Right? So that means I'm not in the university. I'm not interacting with people who play OS. Now, back then, I met someone named Razent. That's his handle, Razent. He was, at the moment, a high school student, Asian American. That's besides the point. We have a lot more details, but let's just say that. And then he was getting ready to go to college. I know. There's all of these themes. It's like, wait a minute. These themes all occurred before. Yeah, it has. So, and then this person asked me one day when we were watching an anime. And I believe the anime was... Dang it, I only know the character's name. We're gonna call it like... Re-something. It was a Re-series. So a Re-series is a reincarnation series. It's an anime trope or like an isekai situation. So reincarnation. And at the time, he asked me, how do I cut my nails? And do you cut straight across? Or do you curve it, you know, along your flesh, right? Like, do you do an angle around your nails? I know he wasn't specifically talking about his toenails, but we'll get to the toenail thing in a bit. So, I think he was referring to the fingers, and I was like, oh, I cut it curve, and his response was just interesting, right? Interesting. While we're watching this anime. Now, how does this link up with toenails? After this conversation and this question, I got curious. I wonder what the internet says about cutting nails. And it created a remarkable, interesting observation. There is grounds for cutting straight, like a box, or toenails, versus the curve preference for fingernails. And this curve thing had something to do with the idea of ingrown nails. So this is when like you cut too short or around the edges, and then the nail starts piercing your skin, right, on the side, especially your big toe. So there is an argument for that. Now, if you're wondering, is this my favorite fun fact or my favorite fun memory or something, and is it most recent in terms of like occurrence? Well, I only talked to this person like 10 times at most or something like that throughout my last 7 years. And this was like the 2 times we hung together for that. And and this is probably the only time someone has ever asked me how I cut my nails. And yet, how do I remember this as one of my favorite fun facts? It's largely because I cut my nails very often. Or cut often enough. And sure enough, when I was talking about running, which is what I talked about, the line of thinking from the toenails, because I usually have to cut my nails when it gets to, like, especially my toenails, I pay attention to my toenails because of running shoes and like my running parts. And because I know that, I remember that memory where I looked up the importance or the preference of cutting like a proper way or different ways or pros and cons of cutting my toenails, which links to the internet. This guy named Raisent, and he's still around, by the way. I just haven't talked to him for like 4 years. He's probably, honestly, I think he might be about to graduate. Like, I think he's like going to graduate college soon. He actually did go to college. So, among other things. So this would be what I mean. So in order for me to come up with these stories, I genuinely have a line of thinking. Now, what I would typically do to do this is I would take your toenail. I would think about running. Then it goes backwards all the way to the relevant story. So I would be traveling backwards as I'm telling the story, not the forwards. So, however, I think most people, when they think about favorites, they would try to find the start of the favorite, right? They would try to the start of their memory, and then they would go forward. So the problem I have is it's very difficult for me. Like if I try to think of the beginning of something, you can definitely spend most of your time doing that, right? You could say you played P3, so the only thing you remember that was most memorable was the beginning of the game. Right? I usually start at the end because it's the most recent, and I would travel backwards. The reason I do this is because I truly do believe that the most memorable things are predicated on frequency. So, frequency of occurrence and recency. Both. Combining them. Now, they're not like separate things. So, that's what I mean by they're associated. When I tell stories, they are most vivid when they are both frequent and most recent. And for myself, the things that I treasure most are the things that I remember best, the things that are closest to me. And it's because that it's also emotionally as well. It's most emotionally vivid. Others, I believe, operate differently. So when I try to appreciate other people, like people who operate on nostalgia, for example, their favorite memories, oftentimes their favorite things, are predicated on nostalgia. Basically, they find the quote, most favorite moments. So maybe like my friend that I talked to yesterday, we were planning our Otakon trip. So anime trip is this week. They often talk about like, oh yeah, RE games haven't really been good since 2012. Like, so all the new RE games, they're not as good as their 2012. And my first thought is, man, the recent RE game, that's so good. Like, RE Requiem is fantastic. I love watching people, like, I'm not even playing the game, right? Like, I'm not even playing Resident Evil. Like, man, they came so along. And here's the thing. What made RE Requiem memorable and important is because this exists. 2012, that era of Resident Evil games existed so that this can exist. So in a way, when he says 2012, it means that he can't appreciate anything that came after as much as 2012. I want to appreciate the current thing that's happening because 2012 existed. The legacy of Capcom games. The legacy of Capcom games is that they understood and worked and built upon everything that led them to this moment. So for myself, I see as traveling backwards. So whenever I play my most recent game, I will inevitably travel backwards to appreciate where they have came. So eyes on the present, look to the past, and try to peer into the future, right? It's usually eyes on the present, look to the past to bolster your present, and move into the future. Sometimes you can combine something from the past with the present to try to anticipate the future. That's certainly true. Usually I don't peer that far into the future, and this is where the subjectivity comes in. When I think of not far into the future, I'm thinking 5 years. But remember that as the younger you get, right, the younger you literally get biologically, the 5 years might seem like a big portion of your life. So in the future, I might be thinking 10 years when I turn 60 or something, right? Why did I choose 5 years now? And why did school and like business firms and careers and degrees ended up settling on 5 years? Usually I would say it has something to do with maintaining a proportion of your entire lifespan. I like to think that there's some sort of connection. So what in high school, I thought 1 year would be peering not so distant into the future. After I left graduate school, it's 5 years because it got normalized by the amount of degrees. And then now that I'm after graduate school, I'm thinking more like 10 years soon because I'm a unk who's turning middle age soon, right? The perception is that you're kind of maintaining what I would consider a 2-generational consideration. So like, I think of 5 years right now, but I'm transitioning into 10 years. The gap is that in 5 years' time, there's a generational change. So in my lifetime, I can perceive 2 generational changes, which is like Gen Z and Gen Alpha. Along with me, obviously, the millennial. So maybe there's something to that. I have no idea if like someone can causally link that. But yeah, there's the story about the toenails. By the way, I didn't want to share that toenail thing at the moment because I needed to collect all my thoughts. So, Procall, in full disclosure, when we were talking about everything else, like the math example, and we were having the arguments and like the things, I was buying time. I was fetching the memory of the toenail situation while having a conversation somewhere else. So when you were talking about the joke, like what's the most recent joke, while we were doing that, I was trying to track back the short story I was going to talk about when it came to your toenail. Yeah. One day we got to sit down. I gotta sit down with a bunch of people, like maybe, I don't know. I would love to hear like how Hannah Fry or like Michael and the nuclear engineer guy, like how they go about consolidating and recalling their memories. I imagine that during certain podcasts and stuff, they might have covered this topic at some point. I like to believe that when people seek knowledge and they like are very intellectually inclined because it's part of their value system, right? Not everyone needs to value knowledge to be happy. Those who I come to understand, I have a parasocial assumption that me and them, we have that in common. The idea that you find a way to associate all of your knowledge and wisdom so that they can try to retain it. I'm not saying that I know the secret to memory. I want to believe if what I'm doing can be helpful, I would encourage other people to try it. Because I'm terrible at memorizing things. Like, legitimately, I feel like a crippled duck. Is it a crippled duck? I feel like a sitting duck, like a lame duck. Whenever someone tells me, oh yeah, just memorize it. Like, just do it. Like, you look at that picture, and like, I just memorize it. And my thought is like, how do you just memorize a picture? Like, how do you do that? I kind of remember when I was a little kid, I did that, sort of, to some extent. When I need to remember a picture, I make a story out of it. So like, you know, you have this overwhelming image here, and then like here, and then there's something here, and here, you know, and here, right? I would like do something with it. I would do something with the information to remember it. When I speak to younger kids, or especially people who like to watch videos like doom scrolling and stuff, they legitimately take a snapshot of it. And then they would tell me what's in it. And my first thought is like, man, I do not remember that detail. I can tell you a story of what that thing reminds me of, though. And when I go through that story, I can probably replicate something that would capture the essence of it. No eidetic memory here. Like, or eidetic memory. Here's one other tied thing to memory. Whenever someone says I'm drawing, and they ask me, how do you feel satisfied with what you capture in your mind? Like when you like draw something, right? And the person often tells me they're always dissatisfied because it doesn't come out what they are trying to do. And I asked them, what do you mean it doesn't come out the way you're trying to do? And they're like, well, you know, I know what it looks like, I know what it wants to look like, and I know what it should look like. So when I draw it, why doesn't it look like the thing that it should look like? And my first thought is, do you know if you can, or you could, or you're thinking about it? And they're like, yeah, it's right in my mind. It's like, well, I can't really, I don't understand how you could be drawing something and not be what's in your mind. So the thing is, what they're trying to say is they either lack the practice, so the mechanical practice of reproducing their thing. That's fair enough. When someone asks me, how do I draw and be satisfied with what I draw? I'm like, well, it's definitely not this. It's not focusing on trying to replicate something that I'm seeing. It's drawing something that I care about. The moment. So what I want to draw in the moment is a culmination of a lot of things. So if someone gives me a reference, like they give me a photograph, I'm not going to end up drawing that photograph. It's going to be like that photograph, or like maybe it'll have some sort of essence of that. Mechanical aside, even if my mechanics are really good, like maybe I have some sort of crazy photorealistic like precision with my hands, it's the picture is not going to end up being the picture. Not for me personally. It's already hard enough to remember what I decided to, exactly the words that I said one day, let alone remember what I saw exactly the way it is. What I do want to remember is what's important to me. And the people I talk to is what's important to me. People are important. Now the thing is, someone could argue about it and say, well, I hate that you don't remember every single detail about me in exact detail. And my first thought is like, you should, because I can't do that. I'll try, but I can't do that. So if that makes you if that makes you hate me, then unfortunately, that's very human of you. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, if you're angry that a human being can forget details, it's going to be really tough for me to even empathize with you, because you're asking someone to be not human. And that was my thought. Anyways, what's my favorite thing? Right? What's my favorite thing? The things I can remember, and the things I iterate on, and the things that will constantly be reminded. So I do wear my heart on my sleeve most of the time in this case. So if you hear me constantly mention Persona again, it's probably because I'm still playing Persona and thinking about Persona. So the things you can just assume, like, if one day I'm just randomly talking about maid cafes, probably because I was thinking about maid cafes. I'll let you use your imagination why maid cafes came up. Or burlesque shows. Burlesque, maid cafe, video games, artwork, and food. What do they all have in common? That's usually how I go about it. So, I gotta remember everything. Anyways, thanks for chatting again, Prokov. It's genuinely a pleasure to scratch that itch of deep conversation. I think one day I would love to, you know what? I should challenge you with some questions. One day. I think I'm gonna come up with a few stock questions of my own in the future. So when you give me a question, I'll give you a question back. And it'll be interesting. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. Maybe I can iterate on someone else's question for you. Like to challenge you with. Alright folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, talk about things, be it language learning, thinking. I genuinely think, the underlying theme about that relates everything is how memory is tied to learning, how learning is motivated by one's perspective. So, oftentimes you don't have to be analytically or consciously like intelligent or pedantic or analytical. The idea is there are, in my opinion, there are human foundations that promote adequate learning, or at least the motivation to do those things, and then develop intuition on its own. And that is the framework of being positively active, right? So you want to somehow encourage yourself to make a decision with possible opportunities that could deal with the linguistic nature that we mentioned today about being negative versus positive. Japanese aside, I'm not entirely integrated in Japanese culture. So, and then that paves way for the motivation necessary to iterate on learning. Now, learning was the digression to my memories, which memories for me are done by association. Association is that feeling you get when you truly comprehend something, in my opinion. That's how I conceptualize comprehension. The moment that it becomes your favorite thing, or AKA, it becomes internalized to you. I use the word favorite loosely here because oftentimes in the internet generation, it's often your favorite things that you come to internalize. So, chicken or the egg situation. If you are learning something and you're struggling with the consistency or the frequency or the value system of trying to learn something intuitively, to develop more methods and stuff and motivate yourself without needing conscious analytical skills to wrap this all together, the idea is to be able to create associations with your memories. Association with your memories create that foundation of intuitive learning, right? The more you remember, the more you associate and internalize, you can intuitively layer those things. Like what forms the foundation of language learning? Most of the time in the beginning is memory, and memory would lead to comprehension. Comprehension requires, at least in my opinion, it is a requirement. It's a slightly strong statement. It is a requirement. The feeling of comprehension deals with the association with memories. And that is a side plug for what's your favorite thing. Usually online, when people talk about their favorite things, is usually the things they're motivated to do voluntarily and see opportunity for. So we'll wrap all of the stuff that I talked to Procol about, the arguments we had, the definitions and scalar and quantification, and maybe subjective qualities of favoritism, preference, frequency, recency, with the idea of learning and comprehending language. Yeah, all that wrapped up. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a really much needed bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第561天。Sorry. Voice is a little on the rocky side. Let's see. Let's get into our edition of our 2 words.
博星
博星 Bo is the weak one. Xing is kind of on the weak side. It is the only character that there are a few characters that look like the exotic hat. However, the middle is pretty distinctive. Now, Bo is probably on the weak side for vigorous. Vigorous is the tough one. But to rise suddenly, this has a lot to do with being excitable, like aroused too. So, rise suddenly is fine. Or to grow vigorously. To arouse. Bossing. So vigor and excitement put together.
博星
You can
注
use your
册
imagination. 注册 注册 注 is the weak one. Annotate. It looks like 注. The word itself, the characterization, this radical was not ingrained enough for me to think of annotate. So we put it next to book or booklet. Perhaps we can think of register, which is to annotate in the book, right? That could be seen that way.
注册
注册
注册博星
Not that great. I went through my. It takes a bit. Takes a bit at the. Oh, okay. All right, our wheel of hydration. Wait, did this? Oh, they swapped up the way it's sized. Interesting. They fixed the x-axis. I think. Pretty sure. They changed the gap in this. Huh. Anyways. Hydrate time. Oh yeah, that cold temp. All right. What? Oh, do I only type 4? Oh no! Why do I think it's ye? Heck. It's probably ya. Dang it. Like Yato. Oh man, Yato. That's okay. Hang on. Let's see if we have something. That's a weak one. Send help. Whoops. It's actually the title of my stream here. Oh, yeah, Juan. I don't even know that character. Juan, we don't have, but it has hair and Juan in it. Yazi doesn't help either. Yaji. I don't have Ji. Apparently, it has something to do with hair. Ya cha. I don't have that cha either. Fork of a tree? Ya Huan? Or like loop? Ring? What? Okay, most of them do mean girl though. It does have something to do with girl. We'll just keep. Oh no. 50-50.
桥
We got the 50-50?
呀
Sorry. Oh no. I'm feeling like 33%. Heck! It's T, it's for rest. No, I lost the. I narrowed it down to a 50-50. Jing is off of. It's probably hand. No. It does have mouth. Oh. Jing is to tight. Whoops. Jing. Tight. No, it's not even. It's not what I'm thinking of. What is the thing to bound? Oh, it is. Darn it. It's farther than I thought. Okay. This one's tough. RS is tough. No, we can't leave that here. It's wow. Mouth and ear. Really? Wait. Yeah. Wait, why is it not listed here? Oh, no, wait. Oh, it's G. Am I crazy or I don't see the character? Where is it? What is this listed under? It's gonna be it's gonna be really difficult to find it this way. Hang on. Okay. You're heading off, but it was a nice conversation as usual. Yeah. Take care, Procol. Take care. Good luck, good luck. I'll probably see you in another 2 or 3 weeks. I hope everything's going well. Why is this not here? Wait, what's going on? How's this not defined as any of the pieces? What? There's no way I have to look through mouth for this. Oh my goodness. There's like 100 mouths. It's definitely gonna be off ear, but it's not here. Yeah, it's not listed. Weird. Oh no, wait. Just kidding, it's right here. Oh goodness. Alright, well that's embarrassing. Feels like my P3 moment yesterday, where I kept complaining about not hitting a skill being inherited, and it was right in front of me. Oh goodness, this is what it means to be human. Yeah, I don't see a mouse other than D. Yes. That's rough. Let's go look for another word, I suppose. Does this have draw in it? No. Tong ji, okay. And Tong ji ling. Tong ji ling. Tong ji ling. What happens when you have 2 4s? No, that just stays the same. Okay. Let's go search. Plenty of inquire. Yifang might not be Chibu. Chibu was pretty good. Apprehend or arrest. Chi Si to suppress smugglers. Oh, like private trade. Chi Cha. Chi Na? Oh my, I haven't seen Na in a while. Let's do that one. I don't think I functionally use Na that often. Huh. Oops. Heck.
系网屋
What is this, like accuse falsely or something? Falsely accuse? Accuse. Oh, it's the other way around.
姑
Oh goodness. What type of mutter is this? It's either a bang, a clack, a creak, a clang. We're just gonna go with bang. Dang it. It's a mutter. I lost it. It was more like a 33% chance. That's good enough. It's not moist? Oh no, wait, it is. It's just no, it's broad. Moist is, what is moist? Or like wet? It's definitely tongue, right? So we do have the broad mixed with the, well, include, right? Include, but there is also wall for the live. That's not it. What am I looking for? What? No, I'm looking for twa. Oh wait, twa isn't. Wait, I'm looking for twa. What the? Okay, that's to develop. So, and then also, what is it? What am I thinking of? Ray is for moist. Or, like, no, sorry. Raw. No. What is wet? Oh, am I thinking of weak? Hang on. No, I'm thinking of weak. No, that's not it either. What? How could I be so far off? Okay, well, there is life there. And this is broad, right? It's like broad and expansive. Let's go find another. Go find another. How about like maybe develop separate for a long time? Ooh. Wealthy. Oh, that's interesting. Like vast. This deals with like a form of wealth. Foreign, rich person. Oh, yeah, okay. To strive forward. Oh, gee. Doesn't help with. I'm trying to think of. Oh, do. That helps me with the degree. Does that help? This only tells me it's a characteristic. Oh yeah, that doesn't quite. Alright, I guess it would help me with a degree. Oh wait! Oh, how cool. Oh, how cool will work. That does work. That is good. Heck, I lost it. It's on or saddle. I'm gonna have to come back to that.
Su.
One of two. None of a bee sting. Alright. I have two choices here.
香
Okay. Think about like aiding. Okay. I'm gonna say more like treating, but that's fine. What?
阔
What? Oh, I spelled the wrong word. Ah! What? But that's like echo. That's not echo. I'm stuck between two. Ah, man. It's hun and gun. I lost the 50-50.
很
Okay. Two. $50-50. Dang it. Ooh. Ooh, for neglect. Or absent-minded. That's fair. Do I have an absent-minded? I feel like I do. Oh yeah. On who? Right? Yeah. It's off of who as well, which is neglect. Yeah, to neglect. The one that I'm thinking of is something like grant or watchful. Okay. All I can think of, oh no wait, this is a pivot.
当
What? Oh, swing. Dang it. Why do I immediately want to type fool? Heck. Alright, well that didn't work. Heck. That's chatter. I really thought this was... either bridle or saddle. But then the net makes me think of something else. Something like ba or something. It's probably... okay, it's bridle.
Who?
What did I say? Hmm.
了
Or like loud and clear. That's good.
Xi
Is there... oh no, that's my for berry.
踏
This is slovenly. YOLO. Okay. So what am I messing up here? The top is definitely a bazooka. Oh. What? Oh, it's probably seeing wrong location. Wrong location. Fragrance.
心
What? Alright, I'll come back.
借
Scabies?
Ji
Some part of me want to type hui, but then some part of me want to type pu. Why? Or chu? Or who? Definitely something to do with husk. Or favor. Oh. Probably sway. Or husk, yeah. Hero. Or here, I was thinking of the parts of the... parts of the plant. I'm not entirely sure if I had it. We need to identify the part. Sun Sui does not help. Rice? Oh, I think we did use Dao Sui. No, we didn't. Okay. sure. Elsewhere is good for me. What? Is that not offer? Oh, it's not not the. I really thought this was organ related. How's this not? It's a squire, I guess. What? It's a pivot. I think I'm fine with that. For now. Lost to 50-50 on the pivot. How does sway work? I don't understand how I would get sway.
岁
The right character, or the right combination, something. What is it? Favor? Favor. That's why I typed way. Okay.
流 死 法
It's Fang, the lane. The dirt is the the dirt is the keyword.
买
Nope. Chair, I think. Oh goodness. Some part of me want to type con. Heck. Measuring cup, so done. Okay. Wait, added something. I think Chun.
真
I don't think it's this. Darn.
学
How is that not limp? Fair enough.
Fang 藏
So this is a mix-up without the flower. Oh no. Really thought it was 4. It's 2. Oh, no, we have another annotate. The other annotate. Oh. Oh no. Well, we have this. Sure. Got the two together.
放
Okay. Okay. Long tone.
全
Man. Really leaned in on the on the fool. Wrong tone. Couldn't figure out which tone it is. Vowels. Okay.
Fu
There are some really rough ones there. The roughest one is probably T for arrest. I'll just pick it for today. Good enough. Get to go on a break. I'll be away for 6 days. Recuperate. I forgot to mention that as I was concluding the Bunpro thing. So 一年 next year. 爱猪 Hear the boar. 头长 Award. 诅咒 Curse. 陨落 Fall down. 危起 Magnificent. 掠起 Under. 跟腱 Achilles tendon. 炎火 Apes and monkeys. 欢喜 Wash. 飞侠 Intelligence. 学者 Ick. Historic site. 网志 Blog. 聊骚 Flirts. 五倍 We. 贤明 Wise. 夜宵 Owl. 叮咛 Warn. 跆拳道 Taekwondo. 武艺 As soon as. Heck. 日曜 Bite. 爱窝 Exclamation. 玷污 Stain. 困意 Sleepiness. 分支 arm 歪扭 snail 椰煮油干烩面 braised noodle 恫吓 intimidate 清澈 clear 打饿 pick up 忌惮 straining fear 高香高像 likeness 呻吟 groan 厌烦 overturn 白皙 fair skin 治愈 us 梦寐 sleeping dream 远兮兮 what gas or puff and blow 入食 corrupt 刺猬 hedgehog 预警 implore 论器 on instrument 小丑鱼 clownfish 鬼叫 sly 瞥见 glimpse 注册 register 火星 grow vigorously. Ugh, my eyes. All right. That's right for HanziHero today. You can watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss. This will be the last HanziHero session until next month. Right? I forgot to say this during Bunpro. But gonna be a week. This is my annual break. I'm basically going off to volunteer at a convention and probably snap some pictures, get people watch, get to see all the bright smiling faces and the apparently it's gonna rain at this convention this year. Usually it's really hot because it's during the summer. We'll see how that goes. More on that a little bit later. I'll probably be talking about it first 2 weeks of next month. That's my annual getaway, and I go there to volunteer and spend hours helping people out, right? Seeing them enjoy things. A wonderful time. Until next time, from a weekend now, about a week from now. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm going to take a quick stretch, walk around, and I'll be back to conclude our first playthrough of P3P as well. I'll be right back. Thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back to our 20th session. We are going to watch the conclusion of the first playthrough with a female MC in English. Now, yesterday had a bit of a backtrack, right? Kinda had to make up for another 2.5 hours of backtracking because I totally dropped the ball on getting mainly Armageddon for that whole sub boss, optional boss. Theo and Margaret. I really enjoyed Margaret's deal, like as a boss. Theo and slash like Elizabeth, not particularly my cup of tea. I think in general, it is an interesting, a bit of an extra augmented thing, and Elizabeth and Theo comes up quite a lot in conversations when it comes to like JRPG bosses, like the idea of the different type of difficulty. I think one of the divisiveness about the nature of Elizabeth and Theo is that it feels a lot like trial and error because it kind of dispenses with contextual clues or like some sort of pattern. Margaret was a little bit different from that. Like she used physical attacks and then it's like, oh hey, physical attack. And then her approach to vulnerability dealt with a change up in physical. Then it went into like dark and light theme, and then it went into element. Obviously, having Elizabeth slash Theo have a different theme and whatnot, it's great for the variety. The way it was executed, that's interesting without the contextual. Although they were a bit more flexible, knowing that you simply needed a adequate way of dealing damage, and there wasn't like a rate limiting step or a per se like a timer. Like Elizabeth had Margaret had a timer, so like a DPS check. Meanwhile, Theo, when we were fighting Theo, it was more so keeping in track of not getting obliterated by mandatory action check. So it felt more like a puzzle, right? Which the Vision Quest we did over again, very much like that too. I think the idea is that second playthrough looking real right now. Listen, Coffers, you need to calm down. Okay, so today we have to do the last type of RNG stuff, and I'm kind of curious how long this will take. So we got to do the last quick RNG stuff to see how long it takes. So we're going to do that first. We have 2 RNG things to do. First, we have to test out how long it takes to find this like Pep of a Lass. There are no achievements tied to this and no requirements tied to this. I just want to see how long it takes. It says difficulty is 4 stars. They actually give difficulty ratings for these things, so that's kind of interesting. You got a few more achievements, and then the second PT is gonna be solely for max social links because it's ain't happening right now. For sure, the second playthrough. I mean, I'm doing it again too, and this is for Makoto Yuki, so we're gonna do all the social links as well. I think the first playthrough is often nice, like willy-nilly, because then you get stats, right? Because your stats will be behind walls, right? So when you play the next second playthrough, you're not stuck behind stats, you know, your charm, charisma, and academics most of the time. And even when you have all the stats, the schedule is tight still. Like you can still, like if you hyper focus on one of the social links, you can miss out on certain social links. So it's not a run in the park to get like a max social link run in general. Made to make playthroughs. Later games though, Persona 4 does it differently, and I'm guessing Persona 5 does it differently too. You'll play it in English since you're in Japanese right now. Yeah, that's. I think Persona games are underappreciated for how good their casts are. Even back then, I think it was very reasonable. There are some unevenness with like, in terms of the English. If I have to think about it right now, I think Fuka is a little bit uneven on the English side. I think everyone else is pretty spot on. Like Junpei is... It's hard for me. Like, I'm trying to think of the Japanese Junpei. Junpei has a lot of attitude. Then you can actually use the auto button to listen to dialogue. Oh yeah, true. So you don't have to read. I think Junpei's he's like embodiment of an American dude, like an English speaking dude. So I think that's pretty on point. Akihiko as well, because he's a bit of a derp. Like the potatoes, whenever there's a potato character, like what I mean is like innocently potato, you know, like endearingly potato. I think the English cast knows what they're doing. Yeah, he's also chill. Yeah, Junpei. I think oftentimes any character that is the one thing I like about Persona is it takes place in high school, and oftentimes the younger you get, like the younger the character gets, oftentimes there's a very iconic, like tropey sound to it. So when you have like a game like Persona, which takes largely in high school, the problems and things that children encounter are kind of, they converge in language. So you typically have those type of voices. Uka was a little weird in English, at least this version. I don't know, I'm pretty sure P3R they recast everyone. P4R they recast most of the people as well, and people really like it, so they're advertising like it's, I don't know if you heard this meme recently, but ATLUS has a new meme attached to them. The ATLUS channel, the ATLUS tube, and like what they're doing is they keep releasing like reels of every character and every voice and stuff. And the new meme is why is ATLUS treating it like the game is releasing tomorrow? So like every week they post a new like edit for like a new character, the voice actors. So what they're doing is they're doing the they're over hamming on the Like a Dragon, like RGG's way of doing things too. And I'm not sure if this was recent because ATLUS and SEGA are like kind of together when it comes to the publication side. But when a game is like 6 months out, they would like every so often constantly like reveal more about the game. So right now, the running joke is like every time I get on YouTube, there would be a new like sizzle reel for their actors, and there will be one for the Japanese and one for the English, and I think they're both really fantastic. I think all the potatoes and the derp characters are funny in English. Junpei is such a bro. Akihiko is a potato. he's a meathead. The females a little still somewhat less impersonable, but I imagine the Japanese ones are very similar too. Anyways, so now I have to find this like freaking rare thing, and then I have to use 8 billion times until I fail. Imagine reverse gachaing. This is the reverse. We're gonna be doing reverse gacha. I have to get to 3rd floor. Yeah, so there's an achievement. I don't think it's in. It might. I'm not sure if it's an achievement for P3R because I looked at the achievements for P3R. They're different. Like you don't have to. I didn't see anywhere where you have to like take out Elizabeth or something like that. One of the achievements for P3P is to have an accident, fail fusion, and that's not a good thing. So you have a 3%, a less than 3% chance if you fuse 3 personas to have an accident, and you have a 1.5% chance if you only fuse 2 persona. And even though I fused at least 100 times in the span of this game, I have yet to trigger a accident, as in an undesired result. Basically, you fuse something and it produced something you didn't want. That is the thing that we're trying to proc for the achievement. Although technically, when the accident happens, it could be something like, it could be any.
Strike first.
It could be any persona. So like you could accidentally fuse the final persona if an accident happens. That's kind of funny in its own right.
The enemy's off balance.
I did see someone. There was a YouTube short of someone who they had an accident on P5R, and and they said like, wait, who is this? Like, who is this persona? Like, is this persona good? And it turns out to be the final penultimate persona from P3P, the only game. So it's P3P's Orpheus. So the final Orpheus for the female MC, that's what they got in Persona 5 by accident, which is pretty funny. Now that I know what it looks like.
Enemy defeated.
I don't know where in the game they were, but that's pretty funny. It's never happened to me. Have you had a fusion accident? It's in the games. All the games you can have. I'm pretty sure all the games you can have a fusion accident. So you try to fuse something and it just comes up with a random persona. Listen, Coffers, how's your tycoon stash? I saw that Blackwing Studio or Perfect World, whichever one, who did the posting for the upcoming update. Advertising that swimsuit, you know?
Aren't you feeling a little tired?
No! Stop! We just got here. Cease and desist. I'm looking for the chest right now. Man, rare chests. I don't know how you have to do the rare chests. Then help! Oh, that startled the heck out of me. Holy heck.
There are 3 of them.
I should wear the omnipotent orb. Heck you.
Good choice. The enemy is down. Persona.
Just want the golden chest. There's no other reason other than doing it. Alright, we're going up to the 8th floor. feel like this is fake news, man. Wait. It is Monet, right? Oh, I swear if I've been looking in the wrong place, that would be kind of embarrassing. I wouldn't put it past myself to be looking the wrong place though.
There are 2 of them! Attack! Persona! I summon you!
Nuke 'em! Na, 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 na. Hey. Come on, anytime now. Please. Give me the stairs. Put the next couple stairs right next to the entrance. Do it. The heck? Alright. If I was a speedrunner, I would know most of these permutations, right? Darn it.
Three dazed enemies! This is our chance! The enemy is down! Now's your chance!
You're in September now,
shadow.
so making some part nice. What happens in September? So you're over summer vacation, right? You just recently exit out of summer vacation. Yeah, back to school. Oh, so you visited Mitsuru's father's place, right? That's probably the thing, the beach stuff. The goober stuff. The failure of a potato, the gang is. As Junpei.
You're starting to look exhausted.
Heck you, Luca. Watching Junpei and Akihiko strike out
They all seem agitated.
on Aegis. And somehow Makoto gets roped into all of it. That's by the way, in the Tartarus stuff in P5X, they make a reference to
Good
that.
job.
The inside joke. There's quite a lot of referencing. Fan service. Dang it. Why don't all of them just cower?
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance.
What? Who said you can go again?
Good.
Man, we're gonna have a lot to talk about at some point. I wanted to do something. Okay. Let's equip this thing here. We're basically invulnerable now. Not invulnerable to bad luck though. Or luck, you know, skill. I did not put enough points into luck.
There are 3 of them! Strike first! I summon you! I summon you!
Now, if only if there was a 2x speed. Or even a 3x speed.
Great bat!
The heck of wand? That's a lot of wands. Oh, come on. I just want to find the staircase. Heck?
There are 3 of them! Strike first! Persona!
Alright, coffers. Good luck.
I summon you!
Alright, good luck, good luck.
1 enemy left!
Oh, that's awkward.
Only 1 enemy left! I summon you! No.
It's just, please, just let me continue. All right. How am I so terrible at finding the stairs? I'm feeling it though. It's gotta be this one, right? This is the run. We'll find the chest and feel only mildly satisfied. Still got one more floor though. Just to say that we did it. We're around the 100-hour mark, and given like include all the yapping in between while the game is running and whatnot, it's a pretty reasonable amount of time for a guided tour. Obviously, this is a setup for our playthrough in November of P3R. As a form of comparison, right? We're basically doing this as a legacy thing. All right. Come on. Okay, now you give me the stairs.
There are 2 of them, and
We're
they're
just gonna
shook up.
run. Where are you? Tower. As I take the gold chest, where is it? Really? No, come on. Alright, well. Is there one more path? Okay. I just don't understand. Give it to me already. What is that? 0 for 10? I think I'm either 0 for 10 or 0 for 12. Compared to the other ones, like, wait. Yeah, I'm heckin' 0 for... I'm 0 for 12. Alright, I have to make sure. I have to make sure, right? Yeah, it's Monet 4. Whoops. What gives, game? RNG.
Four dazed enemies. Now's the time. I summon you. Great battle.
Beat that, Siegfried. Okay. Ugh. No. Is it really near the entrance? No.
Three dazed enemies. This is our chance. I summon you.
It would be kind of neat to have like an item
Two more enemies.
that allows you to avoid all shadows at some point, right?
Another enemy down.
It definitely
One to
that
go.
definitely feels more like a dragon kind of TLC, where
Nope.
at some point you just have something where you can't get into encounters, or a Final Fantasy thing. No encounter things, definitely. There's quite a legacy for them. Where are the stairs? The heck? The cowarding thing is useful. However, even at max stats, presumably max stats, not all of them cower. Holy staircase. Oh man. Nailed it. Alright. This is it. I'm feeling it. If I keep calling it, eventually I'll be correct, right? Oh my goodness, I landed right on the stairs.
Three enemies. They all seem agitated.
What time is it? Alright. Nyx will be like going through the vision quest, so we're pretty good. Still got time. Unless the fusion just doesn't want to happen. Can very well be possible that it doesn't happen. Orga. Chests don't even, like, briefcases don't even spawn in dead ends. Dang. The alternative is to use a team and then have them split up. See, that's not a gold one. I think there are 2 per floor, roughly. I think I'm missing one. Dang it! Did I get lucky and get a 3rd one? Nope. It's off to the 8th floor. Send help. Maybe I can enter like a secret code, you know? Try the Konami code. Hold. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Give me more of those, please. Put the stairs right next to the entrance, please. I'm not here to test how long this takes. Or how long it could take. Alright, that's pretty good. I wonder if there's a generalized idea of I'm largely vibing these floor layouts. I imagine there's some sort of like permutation to facilitate where the stairs may be like likely to spawn based on the generalized seating. I'm only vibing at the moment. Didn't take like a systematic approach to see if there's any common layouts that I can kind of get used to that can speed up the process. Oh no, there is a chance the staircase. Still need to get to the 8th floor before I can roll on the staircases. I mean on the chest. Alright, here we go. I'm feeling it. It's this one. ATLUS, please. We're not playing P5X here. Actually, P5X doesn't even have mechanics like We have to roll on. Oh, for a moment there I thought I false alarm. Darn you. Alright, where's the other one? I feel like on average there are 2 of them per floor. You would think this is going to be an awesome reward for this, but it really isn't. Oh man. Up to this time, of all the like floors, I've seen like 2 gold chests, and they were on not the designated floors. I almost feel like the game is just designed not to. I'm gonna. Whoops. I'm gonna try again. One last time. Again, not really mandatory or anything. I think the last floor, the last place, the percentage is whack. It's disagreeable.
There are 2 of them, and they're shook up.
There are quite a few things in the game that is fairly disagreeable near the end.
There are 2 of them. Attack!
Dang. 50-50 on the split. Now I have to backtrack through the whole place. Yeah, I'm really hoping, like, I doubt it. This type of thing becomes a rarity. It's a divisive way to inflate game time. Personally, very debatable whether this adds value or not. I think it's pretty archaic. Okay. Alright, here we go. I have 2 places. At least 2 places this can spawn. There's one. Rip.
Watch out! There are 4 enemies.
All right. Sure.
A surprise attack! 2 enemies!
All right. I mean, I'm not even bothering to.
Ambush! There are
You just
four
run
of them.
into them. Rip. If we get lucky, there's a third chest spawn. I don't think this has a time limit, does it? No, it doesn't have. Alright. Up to the 8th floor now. I've already been at this for more than 15 minutes.
There are 2 enemies.
Even confining the chest to specific floors is like a... It's kind of a butthead move. Unless what I'm reading is fake news. That's possible. Oh, wait. No. I was thinking maybe you need Junpei with you? That can't be that specific, right? Yeah, I basically...
An attack! There are 3 of them.
My brain has checked out.
I don't think you can get away.
Okay. I don't think they can do anything
There are
about
3
it.
enemies left.
Ugh. I have to groan every time that happens. Please. I think this part is harder than than Theo. Cause you can't succeed. RNG, you can't succeed past RNG. It actually has to happen to you. Alright. Alright, now we got 2 spawns, 2 chances. Where is that shimmering gold in the darkness? Oh. That failed. Alright, where's the second one? Oh, there's the second one. Starting to develop a genuine dislike. Maybe it's fake news. We'll find out. Request 72.
An attack! There are 3 of them!
Alright. Yeah, they don't have anything. Someone complained about not having the request done, but you don't have to do this one. The last time I checked. Presumably this just doesn't exist. We'll just pretend it doesn't exist. Hang on, let me see if anyone... Game is super fun until you get into farming and requests. It's like a black hole keeps sucking out. You get the same thing, you spent tens of hours trying to get that stupid... Not only that was the only request you got to level 99 in the process. But yeah, I think we're just gonna give up on this because genuinely, this is a big suck. Like, I thought maybe I could see like, hey, we did it for posterity, for comparison, but this genuinely sucks. Like, it's sucking the life force out of me. We're 0 for like 12 or 0 for 14, and this is 0 for 16. However, there's also an 0 for 8 in because I had to redo some stuff. So this genuinely is like just not it. Let's see what else be here. Here's a tip. Your equipped personal luck status affects... No, it doesn't. Someone believes there's a seed lock. I honestly, I would believe that far more. Like, there's a hard seed lock where I'm over it. Like, this is a big L. Hopefully we don't encounter this in the future, but yeah, now let's go and try to create the other RNG thing, which is we're gonna I don't know. I'm gonna grab a bunch of I suppose I should have saved it. Alright, let's see. Let's start counting, right? How many fusions it's going to take to fail. We have a 3%, roughly 3% chance. So let's go. 1? This one we actually have to do. One of the things. Luck is a skill, by the way, you know. You can't actually win without luck. This requires all the luck in the world. Alright. Let's go on to our second one. Nope. Oh, I kind of want to avoid that, actually. Nope. That's 3. Or there is merit to starting the new playthrough and then doing it because of the leveling. The social links are making it very long because I have to like fast forward all the levelings. So there is that. It's faster if you don't have any social links up. Hang on. Let's save this. So what, I can squeeze in 4? I don't think you can manipulate this. Pretty sure you're just SOL. We're just grabbing a bunch of random ones. Case. One on the lower end. Alright. Here we go. 4 more. We're gonna try this for like 30 minutes. Let's see if there's any hot takes. Yeah, 1 in 32. One in 32, guys. 1 in 32. This will be the 8th time. Alright. We'll do this 4 more cycles, right? It does take a while to get 32. Okay. All right. Let's go right into it. Then help. We're trapped in an infinite loop of RNG dependent achievements. Please remove. Onegaishimasu. What the? All right. What? Oh. Number 9. Nope. Nope. Oh, Atlas. You made such a... That persona is so cursed. Dang, got up to Anubis. Alright, that's 12 fusions. $24 more to go. Yeah, it's around 3%. 3.1. All right, let's get a new stack. All right. Next 4. This is my life now. Maybe I should read something while we're doing this. What does he actually say? Oh. I just deals with the social link. Sorry. Different posts. There is this thing about not using fools as arcana. Alright. Maybe we'll avoid fools. Because they always produce a full arcana. Alright. We're into our... After this, we're into our 20s. Oh, we don't want that. Gonna look for other things. Obviously, I performed way more than 1 out of 32 times with triple fusion. So one of the other thing is, if I can skip the sequence, the little like fusion sequence, then an accident hasn't happened. So if it flashes to the sequence, then it hasn't happened. Yeah, if it flashed white right there, if you can skip the fusion sequence, then it hasn't happened. We'll try a couple more. Oh, goodness gracious. Alright, here we go again. Igor, please. do this a solid for me, man. I'm feeling it. Next one. Oh. Oh. We're going off script. My endless purgatory. Honestly, it kind of feels like Gacha has better chances than this. Although, there's no pity timer here, so there's that. The reverse gotcha. I'll basically try for 32 times and then we'll do the ending and we'll do the fusion accidents. Maybe in the beginning of the Makoto playthrough or something, where there isn't a social link, so then they don't have to do all that leveling stuff, which is adding significant time, like a significant time having to go through the animation of the leveling. Like this part. It takes so long. It almost it practically doubles the amount of time. Oh wait. Yeah, it's fine. When we start over, our Carpendium is still filled. Dude. We're just adding to the fusion count here. I think probably wrap it up here. Maybe do one more set. I was doing 32 because it's 1 out of 32. Obviously, that's not how probability works. Over the lifetime, probably at least done over 100. At least over 100 fusions. Such a toxic game design. not even the design itself is really toxic. It's the idea of having a completion involve purely RNG things, especially a negative RNG thing. All right. Let's do one more set. If you don't know the Velvet Room theme by now, doing this is definitely gonna get you there. Hmm. Are we done? Do we try again? Let's feel the grief. Final boss, man. Harder than anything else in the game. Actually, finding the gold chest in the Monet place is probably hardest. I think this is the last one. Last batch. You'll fail on both fronts. This one was mandatory. We'll come back to it on like the first Tartarus run. Actually, whenever Fusion's available, right? Oh wait, I think Fusion's available right away. So the number of slots, oh no, wait, will be leveled. So basically, we'll try this again. During Makoto's run, we'll just do it right first thing right away. So we have no social links. It'll save us a substantial amount of time. Instead of having to see this over and over again. The leveling. It takes longer than anything else. The process. So there you go, Atlas. It's not like I didn't try. I'm sure I'm not the only one. At least. There's no way I'm the only one that has problems with it. Alright. And then what do you get for all of that? You just reload and nothing happened. It's as though nothing happened. That's why we're recording this for posterity. Okay, I think we leave and pretty much can do. So we leave and we go on to next. Yeah, I can't do that either. Maybe I'll come back, you know, I'm gonna be taking a week off, more or less. And maybe when I come back, I'll be more inclined to try again. But that stuff is miserable.
Greetings.
It reminds me of everything I dislike about RNG-based things. Let's save it before. Is it sleep? Let's do Yan Be Gone. Start off the day with a low point, right? That's kind of how I play P5X too. Whenever we have to like gacha for a banner, you start with the worst part, which is the gacha part. The RNG part. Either you're lucky or you don't. And usually these games design difficulty based on how unlucky, not lucky. Like, what I mean is the problem is the odds are slim. The thing you're looking for is the rare part. Can't say much more than that. Other than I hope it probably still exists in P3R, but if we don't have to do it, then we're not going to do it. Basically. Skip. Big skip. Alright, last day. Let's go. We go straight into... Alright, let's watch the conclusion to the game.
All right. This will probably be the last time we meet like this. Is everyone ready?
Can I say something? I know that we have to defeat Nyx, but if you think about it, that means we'll be getting rid of the Dark Hour. Ryoji-kun said before that if he dies, our memories will disappear too. So if we defeat Nyx, we might not remember any of this.
That's a fair point.
Our memories.
True. Our memories regarding the Dark Hour and our personas, they may disappear.
But even if that happens, I want you all to know, I won't forget you. Even if it robs us of all of our memories together, I will still remember you all.
We know you will, Yuka-tan.
I won't forget you either. Neither will I. I will not forget you, Yukari-san.
Don't worry. Even if you do forget about us, I'll remind you.
Yeah, so don't worry about it.
Dang. Listen, Mitsuru.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that.
Okay. Then after the battle, no matter what happens, let's promise to meet each other again.
Good idea, but where should we meet? I don't think it should be the dorm. We'll come back here anyways if all goes well. Hey, shouldn't we also decide on when we'll meet?
Yeah, it should be a special day.
What about graduation day? When the dark hour vanishes, our memories might not disappear right away. So we shouldn't plan to meet too soon after the battle. And there's no day that will have more significance to us all.
Wow! You're really smart, Yukari-san.
And please.
Graduation day. Yes, that will be easy to remember.
But Ken, you're in elementary school.
Yeah, that's probably our best bet. Graduation day it is.
Oh, that's actually technically it's only Akihiko and Mitsuru's graduation day. They're all still in high school.
Now, where should we meet?
So, in March.
It should be somewhere where it's easy to recognize that peace has returned to the city.
Someplace with a good view then?
Oh, how about the school's roof?
Huh, good idea. All right, the roof it is.
And when we meet again, we should remember how we're feeling right now. That no matter what may happen, we will never look back.
I agree.
Sorry, but you'll just have to wait. All right then, let's get going.
Yeah!
Together. I will do my best.
Good, because I'm counting on you.
This is going to be easy.
It really is.
Yes, it is.
And nothing compares to that RNG. Okay, telling us to beat the crap out of Nyx, right? Chitori gave me this life and I'm not gonna let it end today. I'm gonna beat the heck out of Nyx, alright? What do you have to say? One, okay. I want everyone to live and I want to live too. That's why I'm going to fight. I must end the dark hour for my mother, right? I'll fight with all my own. It's not for revenge, so we can live. My father delayed the fall until now. He could pass me the baton, and I'm going to run with it until the very end. So if the world ends, our bond and friendship will disappear. I don't want that to happen. I want to strengthen our bond, so I won't let the world end today. I wasn't able to save my father, but his dream lives on inside me. I'll make sure they come true. Let's get going. Yep, let's go. Spent about an hour and a half doing the fusion thing and the chess skit. I think I've experienced enough trauma from RNG to relate to people now.
I'll show you what I'm made of.
Who was stubborn enough to want to do it. Oh yeah, that's... Oh! Wait. Oh! Okay. Yep, let's go to the top. Here we are. We're probably gonna meet SEGA, right? Upcoming floors. Wait, there are 4 more floors? Not, oh, SEGA, okay. I kind of remember this part. Come first, get out of here. Oh, you finally got your session out, right? I failed to reverse gacha, so that's what happened with me. I failed to reverse gacha on both fronts. You're still in your session? Oh. Alright. Nice. Right next to each other. Alright, let's go. Let's go smash their face in. Let's go.
So, you came after all.
Oh, so you're here after all. Gene face.
You? Where's your partner?
Yeah.
Takaya went on ahead of me. He's destined for greater things.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So, it looks like you're serious about fighting Nyx.
How do you know about Nyx?
I pieced together the information Ikutsuki left behind, but not all of it made sense. He was a real nutjob.
Did you know Ikutsuki?
We were surprised to find out he was your boss. We really only knew his name. He was just one of the researchers who created us.
He created you?
Who are you?
There's no use in telling you. The end is near.
Oh, I wonder if they elaborated on that.
We don't have time for this. Get out of our way.
Can't do that, little lady. There's no way you'll be able to stop Nyx. But I can't let you interfere with Takaya's wish.
Do you even understand what you're saying? If Nyx isn't stopped, all life will be destroyed.
Exactly. We won't live much longer, and that is Takaya's wish. So I'm not backing down.
Dang.
But...
If you can't have the world, no one can.
Enough talk. Let's do this.
It's okay. It'll be very short, Mr. Jean. I assure you.
This is it. I ain't holding back.
Alright. And I won't either.
Damn you! You've covered up all your weaknesses.
I haven't heard that
Are you
before.
too afraid to face them?
Interesting.
Persona!
Are you afraid to face them? Oh man.
Here's our chance for
I didn't even get a chance to nuke him. I think that's it. Yukari really took that personally. Alright. Fine.
I failed.
Close. Close match, my friend. Close match. Close.
What are you waiting for? Finish me off!
Nah, you get to wallow.
I would do anything for Takaya.
Why are you so loyal to him?
You wouldn't understand.
Oh, I bet you we would.
Takaya showed me the light when I was in the darkness.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. In order to better understand the dark hour, Kirijo rounded up kids that were living on the streets and gave them special powers so they could investigate Tartarus.
What?
But when that power doesn't emerge naturally, it's difficult to control. So the kids had to take experimental medication so their powers wouldn't kill them. Only 3 kids out of the original 100 survived. And after 6 months, the experiment was cancelled.
Then, those 3 were...
You all suffered at the hands of Kirijo.
Takaya saved me from it all. He said, don't let the past control you, and don't look to the future. Simply live in the moment.
Okay.
To be honest, I don't even care about Kirijo anymore. But Takaya's wish must be fulfilled.
You.
We were here too long.
We're running out of time. We have to go now.
But we can't... You idiots! I don't want your pity!
But...
No hesitation. If we don't defeat Nyx, then this was all for nothing.
All right.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I guess it's time to go.
Look at all of them crawling out with those nasty faces. I won't let you eat me. I believe in you, Takaya. Fulfill your wish. I will hold on to the freedom you gave me to the very end.
Hey, was that... Did he?
Don't look.
Let's go.
Oh, there are more stairs. Okay. What is this, Soma? Wrong direction. Top floor.
Is the top of Tartarus past here?
Indeed.
Then let us through.
I am not standing in your way. I take it you have defeated Jin. You are quite troublesome. What is it that you seek? These are your final moments. The end is nigh.
Sorry, but we're not gonna let that happen.
You are merely wasting your energy. Why not celebrate this wonderful moment? What better way could you spend your final moments together?
Will you shut up already?
My life was stolen from me. And in its place, I was given a power I never asked for. And so, I learned that the future is only a delusion. Only by striving to live every moment to its fullest can the soul truly be satisfied. That is why we welcome this glorious revelation. To shine a light upon this darkened world.
You're so full of shit! I'm not dying so you can have a friggin' nightlight!
This is not merely my desire. There are many who have also gathered to rejoice in her arrival.
That's just because all these weird things have been happening.
That is untrue. Who is responsible for reviving Nyx? Can a single person boast of this great accomplishment? You all worked tirelessly to prevent it, and yet in doing so, you unwittingly aided in her coming. So you see, this is not just my will. It is the will of all people.
My controller. Please.
Man cannot face death without first finding meaning in life. But the world has realized that any meaning in life was lost long ago. Nyx has come because humanity has cried out for her salvation.
That can't be. I don't believe you. Who would ever wish for Nyx to come?
And yet, there is truth in what he says. I guess to live a still life, never searching for one's purpose, going into a still death, to avoid pain above all. I don't know if this can be called right or wrong, but as for myself, I wouldn't want to live that way. I want to live for a reason, and to live for others. That's why I came all this way. That, for me, is what it is to live.
We are not alone. What is impossible for one becomes feasible with the help of one's friends. You lack such things. Thus, the coming demise appears as salvation to you. In choosing solitude over bonds with others, you are limited by your own abilities. We have no such limits.
What utter foolishness. Those who rush into battle where death is certain are denying the demise. Very well then. If you insist on proving the superiority of your way, I shall do the same. But whatever the outcome, your actions are pointless. Nyx's advent is but moments away!
Dang, what a laugh. Alright, buddy.
You needn't hurry. The moment we await is predestined. It's only a matter of time.
Please be careful.
I'm sure. You know what?
I summon you!
Oh, wait. You have a lot of HP.
I
won't miss.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yukari is just really angry.
Here's our chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him.
Yukari was like, nah, we're just gonna eviscerate you. Alright.
Death is but a blessing.
She has no guarantee crit. She just decided to crit both times.
I have failed, haven't I? There is nothing more I can do now. Kill me.
Are you scared?
What a peculiar question. You know nothing of death if you think that it is something to fear.
What do you mean?
You fear it because you do not understand it. I will not explain to you any further.
Condescension until death.
There's no honor in taking the life of someone who can't move. You will live to see if what you wished for comes true or not.
Yeah, lie there and repent for what you've done.
You are all so odd.
We're finally here. Up ahead is the top of Tartarus, the promised place Ryoji spoke of. Let's regroup for the final battle.
Unconscious. Okay. Nah, we're ready. The peak.
We finally reached the top.
Hey, look at the sky. The moon's warped. Something's coming.
Is it Nyx?
I can sense it even without my persona. This is the first time that's ever happened.
Dang.
You. Huh? Ryoji-kun?
That was my name for a time. I didn't mind it.
What's going on? Wait, are you?
I am merely a harbinger of the fall. Though it would be more correct to say, that is what I once was. There is no longer a distinction to be made between Nyx and myself.
Is that so? Well, regardless, I don't regret my decision.
I wonder if the avatar appears differently between the two.
I'll defeat you no matter what you are.
I see. Then you must already know what people fear most. What they try to ignore. That is what I am.
We know that already.
Yeah, everyone does.
It's the one certainty for all living things.
Then you must also understand that it is futile to resist. Will you still face me? There must be trembling in your hearts.
Yeah, of course I'm scared. But who cares about that right now? I got too much to live for.
I'm not gonna live in fear anymore. Being really alive means not turning away from death. So I won't turn and cower. Not even to you!
I will stop you, even if I must sacrifice myself to do so. I do this of my own choice.
I see. Come to me.
Unless you're talking about gotcha, then there's nothing to live for. I'm kidding.
Nyx, she's coming! I'm also sensing multiple shadows approaching from the lower floors.
Okay.
Stand by, team. Intercept those shadows. This is the final battle. Failure is not an option.
Alright. Wow, that character model. I don't remember this character model at all. That blade is... Wow.
Let's win this. I know we could do it. Give me a sec. I'll scan the target.
Let's just go with... I'm sure this is fine, right? Just Thunder Rain. Does Thunder Rain work? Oh, the music. Oh.
The moment man devoured the fruit of knowledge, he sealed his fate.
Oh, forbidden fruit.
Entrusting his future to the cards, man clings to a dim hope.
It's actually not that dim.
Yes, the Arcana is the means by which all is revealed.
And with that, there are more arcanas of life than death.
Attaining one's dream requires a stern will and unfailing determination. Eternity awaits.
Magician. Okay. I think magician's fine. We just pop.
Be careful. Fire.
Yeah.
Take this! I won't go down!
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. The silent voice within one's heart whispers the most profound wisdom. Eternity awaits.
Right. The journeys. Priestess. Oh. That's a...
It changed properties again. If you need me to analyze it, just say the word.
Ah, the music.
I summon you.
I think we're safe for Thunder Rain. Oh, you can't shock Nyx. Okay.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. Celebrate life's grandeur, its brilliance, its magnificence.
Chariot? Oh no. Maybe Emperor and Empress?
Eternity
Emperor?
awaits.
Something about Nyx keeps changing.
I won't miss!
Oh wait, I think that's... Where's that Hierophant? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure that's... That's fine, we're just gonna attack it.
Take this.
The Arcana, only courage in the face of doubt can lead one to the answer. Eternity awaits.
Yeah, that was Empress. This is Emperor. Emperor is... We need spells. Oh!
Take this.
Oh, I thought Emperor was...
Fire.
That's fine.
Persona.
Oh, no, wait! I'm a doofus.
The Arcana is the means by which all is revealed. It is indeed a precious gift to understand the forces that guide oneself. Eternity awaits.
Force that guides oneself. Hierophant?
Fire.
Thanks.
The Arcana, there is both joy and wonder in coming to understand another. Eternity awaits.
Lovers.
I won't miss.
That's an apt description of lover, I suppose. Really? Okay. Oh, that counts as a knockdown.
The Arcana is one of life's greatest blessings, is the freedom to pursue one's goals. Eternity
Chariot and yeah, Chariot.
Akihiko senpai is dizzy. Take this.
Oh.
I won't
All?
miss!
Oh, okay.
I summon you.
The Arcana to find the one true path. one must seek guidance amidst uncertainty. Eternity awaits.
I don't remember if it was strength or justice.
I've
Justice.
regained my honor. Say your prayers.
Take this! I won't go down!
The Arcana, it requires great courage to look at oneself honestly and forge one's own path.
Strength?
Eternity awaits.
Oh no, wait, that's Hermit. This is Hermit. Dude, you managed to be a butt. Oh wait, Hermit is electric.
I won't miss! Fire!
The Arcana, alongside time exists fate, the bearer of cruelty.
Fortune,
Eternity awaits.
which I mean, that's got to be fortune, right? I mean, I'm a bearer of cruelty for sure. Getting that fusion accident is no joke.
I summon you!
It's cruel. Oh no, wait, maybe it's not. I really thought it was fortune. Maybe that's not fortune.
Won't miss!
The Arcana, only with strength can one endure suffering.
That was fortune. This is strength.
Eternity awaits.
Oh, yeah, that's strength. Okay.
Persona!
The Arcana, in the face of disaster, lies opportunity for renewal.
Moon? Moon and sun?
Eternity awaits.
Moon? That's not moon. What is that? Hangman. No, wait. I don't actually know. I think I got two of my things mixed around.
Fire!
It's not Hangman either. Kinda looks like Hangman though. Maybe it is. But I'm missing Moon and Sun.
The moment man devoured the fruit of knowledge, entrusting his future to the cards, man clings to a dim hope.
Sun?
Yet the Arcana is the means by which all is revealed.
Okay, hold up. So we had the Fool, right? Magician, Priestess, Empress, Emperor, Hierophant, and the Lover. Oh, it was Chariot, I think. Then Justice, right? Chariot, Justice, Hermit, Fortune, Strength, and the Hangman. Yeah, so there's no more. There's Death left, right?
Beyond the beaten path lies the absolute end. It matters not who you are. Death awaits you.
So no Moon and Sun. I just realized there's no Moon and Sun.
Eternity awaits.
Yeah, Death. And then Judgment and Aeon are like separate things. Just oh, interesting. Super resist.
Persona!
There's no tower arcana either. So what are we missing? Tower?
I sense death. Nyx's true arcana is death.
We're missing like devil. Right, devil, justice. No, just devil, moon, sun, tower. Devil, moon, sun, tower. And then we have like Aeon, judgment, temperance. Temperance is missing too. I feel like there's one more. Missing quite a few. Can I just bop you with this? Okay.
I won't lose.
Take this. Persona.
Okay.
Take this.
Sorry, buddy. It's not meant to be.
I won't miss.
You cannot avoid death. To live is to die. They are one and the same.
Okay.
It's useless.
I mean... What does that do?
Wait, something strange about Nyx. I have a bad feeling about this. It's definitely up to something. Have everyone hold their attacks. It's too dangerous right now.
Nah, I refuse.
Summon you.
Okay. I figured. Alright. What about physical attacks? Oh, okay. Just kidding.
Hang in there.
Alright, fine. It's a full reflection. That's annoying.
I summon you.
Wait, does that mean I can almighty the dude? Can I still use almighty? Oh. Okay. Answers my question.
Persona.
Roleplay. Oh, that wasn't enough.
I won't miss. Fire.
It's useless.
Persona.
I don't remember. Was it 2 turns or 1 turn? Wait, that negates the... Alright, hang on. I got this.
Persona. Defense weakened. Please be careful. I summon you.
What?
Defense weakened. weakened.
That hit
Please
like
be
a wet
careful.
noodle. Oh, I don't have great status.
It's useless.
Oh goodness. It's useless to delay the inevitable, even for death itself.
Defense weakened. Please be careful.
Stop laughing at me. Oh. Wait, but it just says the next turn. Does it last until I actually use it? That's an interesting,
Let
you know.
us finish this. It is the path of your choosing.
Night Queen. But that's a cool ability. Okay.
I summon you.
Oh, it does. All right.
Did we do it?
The rare occasion where there's a character model.
Such a pity. You understand fate, yet you still fight against it with all of your will. If more people were like you, then perhaps the fall could have been prevented. But it's too late now.
I would have thought the moon was a gigantic something.
The moon! What is that? Ryoji-kun's being swallowed up by the moon. Wait, no, that's not it. Is the moon getting closer?
Oh, that improvise.
Wait just a second here. Is the moon itself Nyx?
Soon, it will soon descend upon us all.
Meanwhile, the port.
Huh?
I thought I was...
Interesting.
Whoa, what the hell is that? What's that awful-looking tower doing there?
I want to be a cameo.
Never mind that. Look at the moon. Am I crazy, or is it getting closer? It's falling out of the sky.
Amazing. Look at the moon. This is incredible. The end of the world's really come. It's here at last.
Okay.
Run! It's a monster! It's the end! The world is ending! No, no! This is all a dream! If I can just wake up!
Okay, gotta stay calm. Just like Fuka was when she saved me. I'm the one who said we'll always be connected. That's how I know you're still hanging in there, Fuka. Scared as hell right now, but I won't give up. Right, Fuka?
Something's coming from the moon! What is this? It's like something's crushing me. This is nothing.
How marvelous. I cannot believe the moment has finally arrived.
You! Shut up! You bastard!
Death will be patient no longer. Can't you see that? Why continue to struggle?
I will never give up. Never.
Everything will disappear, Jin.
Why? What good will it do to rise up? Give in.
Nah! I'm not backing down!
My mind's made up. I'm in this to the end.
Damn it!
We've come this far. I refuse to submit.
It's one-on-one. It's scripted. Hey, hang on. Like an Igor denying me the fusion accident. It's all your fault, Igor.
There's no need to worry. This isn't the afterlife. You're still alive. Do you remember what I once told you? How the strength of your social links will determine your potential. Listen. Can you hear the many voices? Each one's power is limited, yet they all reach out to you. Can you feel them? Close your eyes and listen carefully. Their voices may be faint, but certainly you hear them.
The powerful emotions of your friends are flowing into your heart. I know you're facing a difficult task, but I truly believe that you can overcome any obstacle. Sometimes something frightful is going on, but we won't give up. That's right, dear. Kotone-chan wouldn't want us to lose hope. I know in my heart, Kotone-chan, you're doing all you can right now, aren't you? You always help me out. Now it's my turn to help you. Kotone? Things are going crazy right now, and I'm scared, but I'll be alright. I can feel from here that you're doing your best. You have to believe that you're not alone either. Everyone else is scared, but not me. You showed me how to be tough. I won't give up. Kotone-sama? How are you doing? I hope you are okay. I'm here for you, like you were there for me. What on earth made me think of you at a time like this? Well, I suppose you did teach me a thing or two about loyalty. You must have been fighting the good fight right about now. Well, you taught me that running away never solves anything. So here I am for you, kid. I know I'm not the only one who's suffered. You've endured a lot too. But you can't just give up. You taught me that.
Can you hear them?
Wait, that's everyone? Hold up. Oh, yeah, outside of the cast members.
These are the voices of hope that wish to help you.
Oh, all the other members are with you at the moment.
Separately, they are weak. But together, they will bring about a great change in you. Now is the time to draw on the true strength of the bonds you have forged.
Spirit bomb? Oh, just kidding.
I never dreamed of seeing that card with my own eyes. This is indeed a surprise. Behold, the last power you and I shall unveil. It is the power to bring about a new beginning. It may be possible now, with this newfound power, you may be able to defeat the one who cannot be defeated. What you have in your hands is the power of the universe. Nothing is outside the realm of possibility for you now.
Through the strength of the bonds you form, you obtain the universe.
We will soon reach your destination.
It seems that in addition to death, fate has also dealt you the wild card. You must accept your destiny. Our contract has been fulfilled. I have completed my role as well. You were truly a remarkable guest.
Under the intense waves of power from the falling moon that are crushing your friends, everyone is fighting it with all their might. But
How can you move?
your body feels light.
Wait! Are you gonna go alone?
Don't go! No way. Why?
Damn it! Why the hell can't we stand up?
Wait. Please. We've been through too much together.
Damn it!
I said wait! Come back! You idiot!
You begin to float toward the coruscating pool of power in the sky. Coruscating into Nyx.
There's nothing we can do?
Don't give up! We have to believe in her!
Give her strength! Take my life if you must!
Yeah! I'm willing to risk mine too! She's going to face it all by herself!
No, she's not alone! I won't let her die!
I won't allow this world to be destroyed!
Alright, let's do this.
Nice.
Where are we?
Did Nyx create this place? Or was it her?
Is she alright, Fuka? What happened?
Everything was engulfed by a bright light. I don't sense her. Don't tell me she...
No, that can't be. Try again. She can't be the only one.
You gotta be kidding me. Damn it. Not again.
We all decided to put our lives on the line. In fact, we came here knowing we would most likely die.
How could I be so powerless? This is what I was trying to prevent.
You're there, aren't you? I know you are. I refuse to believe that you're gone. Answer me! I know you can hear me!
We're here. Please let us hear your voice.
Don't worry.
That voice.
I will sleep once again. Normal days will return to this universe for you and for her. She's found the answer to life's greatest question. It just happened a bit sooner than it will for the rest of you.
Life's greatest question.
I guess you'll find the answer one day as well. You too are a precious living thing. You just need to realize how the bonds of friendship have changed you.
The bonds of friendship.
The Dark Hour will soon vanish from this world. All will truly be relinquished from its dominion, and the legacy of life will continue. Congratulations. You have the miracle you sought.
Sorry, I just had a chuckle about the ending to the original Evangelion series when he said congratulations. Everyone's woken up now.
We shall meet again someday.
Wake up from the horrible nightmare, right?
Where is this? Huh? The entrance to Tartarus? Wait, look!
Hey, check out Tartarus.
It's disintegrating, disappearing into the sky.
Oh, this is gonna draw such a large contrast when we play P3R. Wait, did they include a... No, I don't think so. You guys get to keep your memories?
At last. The school's finally gonna be back to normal.
It's over.
Look! She came back!
What?
Thank goodness.
You sure took your time. You were really stringing us along there, honestly.
You scared me. I thought we might not ever see you again.
Guys, come on. This isn't something we should be crying about.
Look who's talking.
Finally, the gang's all here.
Huh?
Tears are running down from Aiga's eyes despite the fact that she's a robot.
They won't stop. This is most unusual.
In the midst of your warm welcome back, the dark hour is quietly coming to an end. This time never to return. The battle has ended. By an unexpected miracle, the world was saved from the fall. Peace was restored and people resumed their busy lives. No one remembered anything about the extraordinary turn events, and so the season changed. Straight out to March. And when the music dropped in the scripted battle, I am really looking forward to how they present that in animation. There's so many things in this game that a remake is going to be such a stark change in experience.
But of course, you never miss a day of school. And can you believe this year's already over? We're practically seniors now. Just one more year. You think anything interesting will happen?
I'm sure it will. Wait, what's going on?
I hope you're right. But seeing the current seniors makes me wonder. Seems like all they frickin' do is study. Talk about boring. Is that gonna be us next year? Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Hey, is that girl looking at us?
This is still the ending.
Dude, she's pretty cute. How come I never noticed her
With
before?
the earlier, like with the bad ending, you just skipped over the next battle.
What are you talking about? She lives in the same dorm as us.
Seriously? What's her name then?
I don't know.
So then why are you giving me a hard time? Anyway, it's always crazy in the dorms this time of year, with so many people coming and going. Oh yeah, did you hear? Akihiko-senpai's moving out. You know, the captain of the boxing team.
I know who he is, but I haven't really talked to him. Of course, all the graduates are leaving, even Kirijo-senpai.
Miss Student Council President. She's in our dorm too, huh?
Man, what's up with that girl?
Hey there! Are you looking at us? Is something wrong?
It's nothing.
She looks kind of depressed, doesn't she? Wait, do you think she might be interested in me?
I doubt it.
Ouch, that hurts. By the way, Yuka-tan, never mind, forget it.
Aw, come on now, don't give me that.
Well, do you remember how we became friends? I mean, don't take it the wrong way. I was just thinking.
Well, it's not like we're best friends or
Okay.
anything, so I guess it just kinda happened.
Okay, that's a bit different.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I guess so.
It is kinda weird, actually, now that I think about it. But I can't really explain why. Anyway, that girl.
Oh, crap!
And then now the commencement speech? Oh! Hey, Kazone. Hey, wanna go to Hakakure today? I've got a son craving for their special bowl. If you're paying, then yes. Yikes. No way, I don't have extra cash right now. We're best friends, aren't we? No spudging off of friends. Haha. But man, I've never imagined that I'd become such good friends with you when you first transferred here. I always thought that girls were a special kind of being or something. You're not aliens after all. You're like the same kind of humans as guys are, something like that. I wanted you to rely on me and I tried to act all cool. I ran around and did a lot of things. And even when I didn't know how to explain myself, you still understand what I was thinking. And I understood you too. I think. Let me know if we'll ever going through some hard times, okay? If you can say it, just give me a sign. Even if we end up in different classes next year, I'll always rush to your rescue. Oh yeah, have you heard? All the new teachers they're coming in April are female. And Genji's totally psyched about it. I mean, it's got to the point that I couldn't stand being around him. Well, that doesn't matter to me. I've got a girl that I care about. Not you. I did have someone. No, I'm not lying. I wouldn't make some lame lie about that. It's just I had someone, right? Am I forgetting something really important? Something I should never forget. Sorry, I'm gonna pass on the ramen. Sorry. He didn't remember Chidori. On your way home, are you going to do anything? I wanted to talk to you about something. It's kind of embarrassing to say here, so can we go to the roof? Sorry for calling you out here. I actually have a little favor to ask. Well, Kari's eyes are cast down as if hesitating. It's my mom. I want you to meet her. I just promised to visit my mom, but I'm still kind of scared. If I see her, I might end up saying some really nasty things. What if we end up hurting each other even more? I don't want to hurt her feelings. I still haven't sorted all this out inside. I think I do want to see her. That's why I thought it'd be great if you could be there with me. Having you there will make me feel more confident, and I want to introduce you to her. I want to tell you that you're my best friend. So if it's not too much trouble, how about it? Sure. Really? Thanks. Well, then I'll call her up right away. I've been putting this off for so long. Let's see. How does during spring break sound? Man, I didn't realize until just now that spring break's almost here, huh? We're already seniors. I wonder if we're going to have new people come to our dorm. It'd be nice if we can get along with them. I mean, we never really interacted with Mitsuru-senpai or Akihiko-senpai after all. At the end of the year, we'll graduate and go to college. And then start a career? That feels like it's a long way off. I wonder what's going to happen to us. Anyway, just remember to keep a day open during spring break, okay? I'll get in touch with you later. See ya. Interesting. They have some closure. Hold up, I gotta go back into the classroom. Who else is in this class? Changing semesters suck, man. It's such a hassle to learn the new routine. Akihiko-senpai is graduating. All of his fans are really down right now. I always thought they were annoying, but I agree with him when it comes to this. But whatever. I'm going to keep being his fan even if he's in college. Sequel, please. Make it happen, ATLUS. Did you hear, about Shinjiro-senpai? That guy who got caught up in some kind of shooting. He's been in a coma for months. I heard he woke up. Oh god, what if he comes to school? I'm scared. Oh, he woke up. Wait, tell me more. Huh? Oh, I don't know the details. I heard from a doctor at the hospital. I guess he had something in his breast pocket and that's what saved him? Or something like that. What was it that he had? It'll be a while before he gets out though. He must be weak after such a long sleep, huh? Shinjiro-senpai is alive? Okay, well, that certainly changes things. I wonder if when P5X, when he shows up in P5X, are they gonna put it after? Like, are they gonna put this after all the events? And then like Ken is being introduced on the same day, right? So, or the same like patch thing. So curious if Ken and Shinjiro has like a reunion post Persona 3, right? Because technically they have amnesia. So interesting. This can also explain why Persona 4 cast has no recollection of the things interaction with like the Persona 3 cast, I suppose, because the Persona 4 cast comes several years after. So like these guys are already pretty old. Like they're older by, I forgot how long, maybe like 3 or 4 years. So the Persona 4 cast is younger than the Persona 3 cast. Wait, what else can we do? Well, can we walk in here? No? What about you? I've decided to go to a 4-year college. I think it's true that you need a good education in life. But that doesn't mean I've given up. I'll get into the fashion industry even if I have to take a part-time job or something like that. Alright, oh no. Laurent, John Gero? What? That's too long. A samurai's name should be simple and short. Oh, Kotone. I think this letter is for you. It's all in hiragana, but if it's not yours, could you give it to whoever it's for? It's from Andre whatever. I can't remember those long foreign names. It's Bebe. Bebe is the name. That's Bebe's name. When he was in my class, we just called him Bebe. Yeah. Okay, the sender's name is listed as Andre Laurent John Gero. Geralt. I have no idea how to pronounce French names. It's from Bebe. You open the envelope. Hello, Kotone-sama. This is Bebe. Bebe's halting words line the pages. You can picture Bebe's smiling face. The kanji is difficult for me, so I'm sorry. Is it all in the hiragana? I learned a lot in Japan, but Bebe is still not that good. I write this with a dictionary. Bebe showed Uncle the kimono. He had much praise for it. It said that Japan is a great country. Oh my gosh, save me. Bebe is so happy to hear this. So I tell Uncle that I want to go back to the Japan. Sees Japan. Oh my gosh. I tell him many times. He said okay. You can sense Bebe's joy through his words. But Bebe decided not to go back. Traitor! I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, Kotone-sama. I said I'd come back, but this is a lie. Bebe didn't know. My aunt wasn't the only one who helped me study abroad. Uncle, relatives, neighbors, many people helped. They all wanted me to go back. They said we will help pay for it. But my uncle is sad that my aunt died. Bebe cannot enjoy Japan while uncle is in grief. Bebe cannot take everyone's money for its own fun. His own fun. Learning about Japan can be done in France too. That's why Bebe will stay in France. When Bebe is strong enough on his own, then I will come to Japan again. Bebe's handwriting has left an impression in the paper. He seems very determined. Bebe thought about how fun it is to make clothes with Kotone-sama and entered the school of fashion and made a claw clothes for the school contest. Bebe won first place. I named these clothes that won first place Kotone, a very wonderful name. It is the name Bebe likes. Japan and France, Kotone-sama and Bebe, they are far apart. But I will always be close, even if you can't see me. That will not change. Every day was fun, a lot. Even if you do bad things, even if you become famous, even if you get married, my feelings did not change. Bebe will always love Kotone-sama. Aishiteru. Love, right? My dear Kotone-sama, Bebe. The words near the end are smeared. Wow. Dang. What else we got? Leo? Kotone. You're funny. Every time I think about you, there you are. Hey, can you come with me for a little bit? Oh, we get all the closures at the end. Leo is staring nostalgically at the volleyball court. Wait, was she a senior? I didn't have any fun at all in this club until you joined the team. I thought that everything in my life was painful when it comes to volleyball. I even blame my teammates when things didn't go my way. I thought they weren't being serious enough and were pulling me down. I resented everyone else for my own failures. But it's different now. Playing volleyball is fun, and I have fun every day too. It's because I have a goal now. I was always at a loss about what good it would do my life if I kept playing volleyball. I thought that I needed to hurry up, put an end to my love of the game, and go back to studying. But when I was in academic and career counseling, here's what I said. I want to go to college by playing volleyball. Insert haiku promo. I'm kidding. I'm going to get a 4-year scholarship and pay after I graduate. And play after I graduate. I'll even go to the Olympics. I mean, I've never actually said it, but it's what I was always thinking. I'd rather not have a dream at all if it's just going to fall through on me in the end. I was scared, but I learned how to have courage from you and everybody else in the club. I learned how to be strong and how to go for something I want. Thank you. Rio bows slightly. I just wanted you to know that. I'm going to go along with the college training camp during spring break. I wanted to tell you before I left. Wish me luck that I don't start complaining about during training. Well then, see you. Dang, that one kind of hit really hard. Okay, wait, can we? Alright. Can we interact with this? It seems to have a special meaning for the old couple at the... Okay, it didn't do anything. Alright. Wait, we gotta go back upstairs. Can we go in the PA? No? Okay. No student council room? Alright. You remember the weird stuff that happened about a month ago? It was near midnight and everyone was standing outside. I was outside too, but to tell you the truth, I don't remember anything about it. I think it's because I'm too worried about Mitsuru-senpai moving away to another country. Okay. Fuka. Oh, Kotone-chan, what a coincidence. I have something to ask you. Where should I start? Anyway, come with me. Yamagishi? What are you doing outside the faculty office? I wanted to start a tech club. Tech gloves? You mean technician gloves? Well, I think you have to go to a hardware store for those. Not tech gloves, a tech club. Like a club, all about technology and electronics. You want to start a club? Ugh, why is Yamagishi so troublesome? Look, it's already March. Can't you at least wait until April? Huh? But I really want to get started on it now. I'll do my best to find members. So do I have your permission to start a club? What? You mean to say you don't have any members yet? Then it's not even worth discussing. You can't start a club without at least 5 members. Now then. Oh, he's gone. Well, it looks like I need to find 5 people. I could just make it like an unauthorized club, like the cooking club, but... Otone-chan, would you like to join my tech club? Absolutely. Yes, I'm so glad. I was hoping you would say you would say that. I thought liking electronics made me strange. I always kept it to myself because I thought it was strange for a girl to be interested in that. But you know how I gave you those headphones? Oh, that still happened. While I was making them, I had so much fun and felt so happy. When I thought about how they might make you happy, I couldn't help but feel excited. It was the same feeling I felt when I cooked with you, Kotone-chan. When I was bothered about trying to cook things right, I kept messing up and wanted to give up. That was because I had forgotten why I was doing it. I wanted to study cooking because I wanted to make something that you and everyone else could enjoy. Everything's just became fun once I remember that. Absolutely. Oh man. I ranted for like 3 hours earlier today about something related to this. I like everyone, including you, Kotone-chan. I want you all to always be happy. Once I realized that, I figured I should make everyone happier with what I am really good at. That's why I decided to form a tech club. I wanted to improve my skills and make various things everyone can use. Oh boy, my controller. I keep saying everyone, but who am I talking about? Well, who am I talking about? It makes me feel really warm inside that I do like them, but I can't remember their faces. Oh, I almost forgot. The cooking club will continue to meet too. I'll be real busy, but I want to keep trying. It's like, I really want to give it everything I have. I'd be happy if you showed up to the cooking club next year too. And if you want, the tech club will welcome you too. Alright, I need to hurry and find some tech club members. First, I need to make some posters. Well, see you later. Give it your all, Luca. Give it your all. Oh, she pulled me down to the first floor. What else we got here? Can I even enter that room? Can I even enter this? Oh. I'm like, what can you do? Your mind wanders as you wash your hands. What should I do today? A year goes by so fast, doesn't it? We're almost seniors already. Maybe I should start studying. I actually want to go on with my education, so... Wasn't I saying the same thing last year too? I guess I haven't grown since then. Third term is almost over. After spring vacation ends, we'll be seniors. After that, we can't be lazy anymore. I think we were talking about this last year, weren't we? The first year is third term? You guys deserve each other. What happens when a schedule is posted for the third term? 35th graduation. Wait, can I buy anything from you? Oh, I can still buy stuff. Alright, Hidetoshi, what do you got? Hello, Kotone-kun. I'm glad I caught you here. There's something I wanted to tell you. We'll still be able to talk to each other next year, but I wanted to say this while we're still both on the student council. I'm going to quit the council. I'm just not going to apply next year. That cigarette business gave me a lot to think about. This may sound odd, but do you think this country is headed in the right direction? I think so? I see. Well, I feel differently. You're an optimistic woman, so maybe society looks different through your eyes. Around January, there was a sinister cult growing in popularity. A society without a future. For many people out there, that's the reality. I was thinking how we could change that. What it would take to change society. I thought maybe one influential person could start a revolution. But starting a revolution just because you have the power to do it creates more problems. That's why the Nixist incident taught me. I realized how naive I had been. Now, I think the best thing for society is more education. Things that each of us have to learn before going out into the world. That's what's needed most. So, I'm thinking of becoming a teacher. A society is dictated by its people. If we improve the people's minds, society will be likewise improved. Aren't you going to laugh at me? Say something like, you? A teacher? Nah. Give them a your all, my bro. Nah, I don't know. I see. I'll do my best. I just wanted to thank you for that. It's all because of you. Thanks. And, no, never mind. I'll tell you someday when I'm more worthy of you. When I told you that I'd protect you, even if I didn't know that, there was a larger meaning behind it. That's all. See you later. Good bro. Becoming a teacher. You teach you a lesson, I suppose. The recent Korean show. Alright. Can we walk into home ec? No. Music room? No. Science room? No. What is here? I wonder what kind of chemistry we'll be doing as seniors. I can't wait! Oh, okay. Nope. Nope. What about you, buddy? Oh, hey! What happened to the apathy syndrome people? Just a little while ago, the town was thick with them. I'm busy texting. I'm busy text messaging, so tell me later. Alright, Akihiko, what do you got? Yo, Katone. Oh, this is probably the special ending. Because we chose Akihiko as the romance target, probably. It's gonna create a different scene. It's been a while since I last saw you at school like this. You're right. I'm feeling a little nostalgic. That's why I'm taking a look around the school right now. This is my last chance after all. It might have felt like forever at the time, but now it seems that those years went by in a flash. All I did was box for all 3 years. Is that really all I did? Oh, no. We had some good times together. I enjoyed those. If we hadn't been in the same dorm, we might never have even met. The world seems mysterious that way. I'm going to leave the dorm soon. I won't be able to be at your side all the time like I can now. But that's not going to change anything. Well, I mean, my feelings for you aren't going to change. So don't be sad, alright? Do you remember Shinji? I mean, Shinjiro? Shinji was supposed to graduate with me too. I can't believe he got dragged into that incident. I still can't force myself to accept what happened to him, even to this day. But he woke up! He woke up! It's fine. You'll find out later. In a sequel, you know? In a Persona 3 sequel. Make it happen, Atlus. Alright. Faculty. Okay, can't go in. Same bulletin. Highest score? Oh, let's look at the junior results. Whose name would you like to look up? Wait, hold up. Let's look up Yukari's results, because we already know we scored top. Above average. Okay, Junpei, average. Well played, Junpei. Fuka, she did well, okay. I guess did not take the test. Okay. Faculty, no. Library, no. Nurse's office. You remember how you and Saori worked together as members of the school health committee here? Mr. Edogawa is there. Ah, this is good timing, Shiomi. I've been looking for you. I was left in charge of this. It says that it's from Saori Hasegawa. It seems to be addressed to you. Here you go. Well then, I'll be in the back as usual. Please let me know if Miss Oinishi comes in. Anybody else? Tell him I'm not here. Hehe. Whoa. Okay. Mr. Edogawa goes into mysterious little room. You decide to read the letter alone in nurse's office. Kodoni-chan, how are you? This is probably the first time I've called you that. I'm doing well. Aori's small handwriting fills the paper. You can imagine Saori's smiling face as she wrote this letter. I've gotten used to the dorms. I've made friends that I talk to and laugh with every day, but there's no one like you who would get angry and stand up for me. I think you're the only person who would do that for me after all. But I believe it would make you happy if I learned to enjoy my life in this new place. I'm doing my best to live my own life here. There's one thing that I never told you. I did love someone, but he's no longer with us. I made him suffer and forced him into a corner. My parents severely blame me for the incident. They sent me out as an exchange student, and I never knew when I'll be able to return to this country. My parents must have not wanted to see my face, because I was sent far away to a country where I had no one to rely on. I didn't go to school at all. A church took me in, and I prayed for his soul every day. I prayed for him, and that he would forgive me for being too weak to end the pain. Hirori-chan, I'm so sorry. I was so weak that I couldn't tell you this. I was scared that you would hate me. After we started being friends, I began to want something more than a casual friendship. I wanted you to come to understand me. But no one is ordering me around anymore. I'm acting as I wish. But being in control of your destiny, it's a scary thing. If I hurt someone's feeling, I feel like I'm denying myself something. It's much easier if I go with the flow. But not doing that is to stand up for what you taught me. It means that I'm alive, and I'm meant to be alive. It's almost spring break, but I won't be going back home. I haven't contacted my parents either. But one day, I want to be able to say that I'm glad that I'm living. And then, I want to be able to thank my parents. And this is all because I had a friend like you. Thank you with my deepest gratitude. Saori Hasegawa. Ooh, that one's tough. That was a very tough one. Oh, but you can't talk to Akinari and oh wait, maybe you can. Oh, I guess we'll find out. Ah, Shiomi. Will we go somewhere to talk? I have some business to take care of later on, but I want to be with you until then. No matter what, I'm sorry, but I can't let you go anywhere else. This room brings back memories. I was only away for a little while due to the exams. The results haven't been posted yet. I don't have any doubts that I passed. This spring, I'll formally become a university student, so this will be my last chance to see the view from here. I don't have much time today. All the members of the head family are gathering for a briefing session. The Kirijo group looks strong right now, but it's actually very frail. It could collapse at any time. I must stay strong. Seems a little tired. Don't worry too much. You're right. Resting is as important as work. But this is our only chance. I've accepted that I must make sacrifices. I'll tell you what, if I do become exhausted as a result of this, I'll have you heal me. Soon, I'll be saying my farewells to the dorm too. I've been slowly packing up my things, but it's not going well. Everything brings back memories. A book, a picture, a piece of clothing, on and on. My senior year seemed short, but very cool. It went by so quickly. Especially after you arrived. Everything changed with you. If you hadn't come to this school, I wonder what would have become of me. Would I have accepted my arranged marriage? Oh, she ended up accepting, huh? Or would I have gone on my... Oh, no, hypothetically. Or would I have gone on my motorcycle one day, driven off and never returned? Fate is a mysterious thing. But there's no use dwelling on the past. I have things that must be done to secure a future for the Kirijo group and myself. Yeah, all that other stuff still happened. I will not hesitate to put forth the effort. I swore that to you. come visit the Kirijo head family sometime. We shall have tea with everyone. Huh. Our relationship isn't one that will end with graduation, right? I wonder how we'll change as time passes. I look forward to finding out. Sequel, please. It's almost time. I have to be on my way. I wish we could see each other back at the dorms, but I'll be late tonight. Maybe this weekend? Well, see you. Alright. Now the question is, can I exit the school and go elsewhere? Okay. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. He's going to walk me home today. By the way, I'm not feeling anxious anymore. Interesting. I'll be a senior soon, which means I'll be studying for exams every single day. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up to hunt for mysterious stuff like that observatory. I have a very inquiring mind, you know. That's what makes me so interesting to talk to. Okay. My senior year is just around the corner. Time flies, huh? I spent the whole year stalking and being stalked. I have to spend my time more wisely next year. Excuse me? I'll be senior soon. And then all I'll be doing is studying for my entrance exams. That's gonna suck. I mean, how am I going to be able to study if she's following me all around the time? Aw, that's cute. These two are kind of weird and cute at the same time. Alright, Ken. What are you doing at the high school? Oh, Kotone-san. I'm glad I found you. It was kind of strange coming to the high school campus alone. Oh, I come today to drop off something that Akiko-senpai forgot. You might not think so from the way he looked, but Akiko-senpai is a little soft in the head sometimes. Huh. Talking about forgetting something. Do you remember that person named Shinjiro-senpai? He stayed at our dorm for a while. I never had the chance to talk to him. But every time I think about him, I feel this pain and this sadness. Like there's something really important. I get all these mixed feelings I don't understand. It makes me think that I need to do something. I don't know what though. I wonder why. Oh, I'm sorry. It was just easy to talk to you. Oh yeah, Kotone-san, you know how it's almost spring break? Why don't we go somewhere during it? How about we go see a movie or go shopping together? It's been a while since I've looked forward to a break like this. I think it's ever since my mom was still alive. Oh, did I ever tell you? My mom died in an accident. Ever since then, I've never looked forward to holidays or breaks. When I'm at school, I can forget about what happened, but now I have you with me, Kotone-san. I won't cry anymore. Thank you. Thank you for not treating me like a kid. I can look forward to the future because of you. I'll be able to live with my head held high. That's how I feel. Well then. Off he goes. Okay. Can I can. Wait. Let's go to the shrine. Oh, her father is there. Oh, Koromaru is here. Without a collar. Hello there, Koromaru. He's nuzzling you with his nose. You pet him softly. He seems content. He won't budge from the front of the shrine. Could he be remembering the priest? The priest who used to live here? Koromaru is staring quietly at the shrine. He spent some time with Koro-chan. Aww. Well, that didn't change. Alright. Oh, you do get... Alright. This must be your father. You're Kotone-san, right? I'm Maiko's dad. If you have a minute, could we sit and talk for a while? Sure. Then, mind walking with me a while? I'll buy you takoyaki. There's good takoyaki there, but I bet you know that already. When I see this place, I remember all the times I've come here with Michael. She came here when she ran away from home, too. She really loved the takoyaki. She was a good kid, huh? Was. Yeah, she was. She's so good that I wonder if she's really my kid sometimes. I got a letter from Michael. It's long and full of details about her new life over there. She says she made a lot of friends. Let's see. She's in charge of the rabbits at her new school, and she has to get up early to clean the cages. They yelled at her for forgetting her PE uniform. She forgot her homework and had to copy her friends. I never knew she was that forgetful. Oh, and she did so well at her recorder test that she was asked to perform in front of everyone. Then she goes on to talk about how she plays at the park right by the school with her friends every day. Her mother's doing well too. They're having a lot of fun together. Having fun. Sounds nice. Nowadays I come home to an empty house. The room seems so big without them. I wonder if she feels the same way about her house, now that there's no dad in it. We put that kid through so much on account of our own problems. I feel terrible about it all. Michael really seemed to like you. She wrote about you in her letter too. I love Kotone. I hope we become family for real. I was thinking. Would you be willing to go out with me? What the heck? I mean, don't misunderstand. I just thought Michael would like that. Of course I'm talking about after you turn 18. What in the world is happening? The law's the law, right? Oh, that didn't come out right, huh? What am I saying? No, sorry, forget what I said. Goodbye. Michael's dad ran off. What? That was very unexpected. Alright, so this must be Akinari's representative. Hello there. Oh, you must be... by any chance, is your name Kotone-san? Yes? I see, so you're Kotone-san. Oh, excuse me, I'm Mrs. Kamiki, Akinari's mother. My son talked about you a lot. I was just thinking about him. If you have time, could you sit here and talk about him with me? Okay. That's wonderful. Please, sit down. Today is a special day. What a coincidence seeing you today. It must be another of God's tricks. Today is my son's, Akinari's, birthday. He'd be 20 if he was still alive. Only 19 years. It wasn't long enough. He was almost an adult, but he never made it. He had a genetic disease. Me? I'm healthy as a horse. But him? The doctor detected it at birth. They knew he wouldn't live to see adulthood. Every day, I wonder if he'd wake up the next morning. I blame myself for what he inherited. But he says something to be near the end. I'm sorry to have brought so much pain into your life, Mother. I'm glad to have been given life. I'm glad to have been your son. Thank you so much for the life you have given me. That's what he said. He was the one who suffered so much, and yet he said that to me. But my son brought me a lot of joy too. Holding his warm body in my arms just after he was born, those tiny hands, that first smile, hearing him breathe easily at night. Every day I gave thanks for him being alive. Every day I found new joy in him. And now I'm so lonely and there's nothing I can do. But my boy gave me so much. That I have to keep on going. Looking straight ahead. That's how I feel. I'll eat the finest foods. Visit the most exotic places. Everything my boy could never do. Have so many stories to tell him about things I've done. On that day when we meet again on the other side. If I didn't have that to look forward to, I don't know how I could go on. That reminds me, when my son's condition worsened, he started writing a fable. But when I was cleaning out his room, I never found the notebook. He said he was going to show it to you first when he was done. I asked, why not me? And he laughed and said, you'll be the second to see it, Mom. I suppose he wasn't able to finish the story. He gave me the notebook. My son, he was able to give it to you? You explained how you received the notebook from Akinari and that you heard the entire story from him. I see. I'm so glad. That was my only regret. It was awful to think that he wasn't able to finish his project. I see. You should hold on to the notebook. I'm sure that's what my boy would have wanted. I'll wait for him to tell it to me himself when I see him again. Now I have something else to look forward to. He stood up quietly. I'm glad you and I could finally meet. Thank you. There's one piece of advice I'd like to give you, as an old lady to a young one. Take good care of one's dearest to you. If you wait until their time has come, and you're clinging to their cold bodies, then it's too late. Everyone who's born will die someday. Not just Akinari or me or you. It happens to everyone. So before that happens, it doesn't take a grand gesture. You don't have to make a big production out of it. But if you love someone, let them know it. We all go through life with the same struggles, the same heartbreak. We should be able to prop each other up with the same love and kindness as well. I'm sure you have something precious you can share with people. Always remember that. Left without looking back. That one is a tough one. Very tough one. Alright, let's see who we can find in the strip mall, right? We can still buy weird takoyaki. Oh, that cat. He's not here. My mom said it was okay to take him home and I came the next day to pick him up, but he was gone. Oh, that cat. That means he was free, right? So I bet things will be better for him this way? That's okay, I won't look for him. I know he's doing great somewhere out there, or yeah. I'm not fond of animals, it's true, but after seeing my son get that serious about it, I felt like I should give it a chance anyway. I wish I would have made the decision earlier. Can I walk in here? Too crowded. Did you eat the special Hagekuri ramen? If you eat it with a friend, you'll be friends forever. It might just be another rumor, but when I'm as old as you, I'm gonna go have some with my friends. That's what we're gonna do, by the way. Me and a potato we're gonna try to get him to enjoy ramen for the first time. So stay tuned. Literally going to do this with someone. We'll see. He could just yell at me about how it's too like intense and wet and saucy. We'll see. Oh, they're outside. Hang on. Does this just leave me? I didn't even know there was a second level on here. Wait, what's here? Sweet shop? Oh, that's where the places are. Manga place. The beef bowl places. Oh, they're on the second floor. There's a vending machine here. Nasty boy. I don't know what this is referring to though. Air bar. What up, obviously. Okay. What about you? I decided to get another job, but I've been keeping it secret from my wife and my daughter. So even if I don't succeed, I've got a plan B. I guess that's how the world works. People think nothing of ruining someone's life. I've just got to do my best. I'll deal with what happens when it comes. What about you, kids? What about you, kids? Are you satisfied with your life? Your lives? World. Alright. Now we have Bunkichi and Mitsuko. Oh, hello, Kotone-chan. How have you been? You've grown so much since the last time I saw you. Come on, dear. There's no way she could have grown that much in such a short time. What must have happened is that we shrank, right, Kotone-chan? Good point. You've got me there. By the way, Kotone-chan, I've been thinking about giving this old place a remodeling. I'll make it even showier than the wing they're adding to Gekkokan. Speaking of which, the schools decide to move the persimmon tree to another field. It'll be replanted on a hill where you can see the whole campus. Aww. So our son can still watch over the school and its students. I know that tree isn't really our son, but it still makes me happy. Once my dear wife heard, she couldn't stop crying. Come on, smile. Ha ha ha. Don't yell, dear. Your dentures will fall. Anyway, we'll support the Gekkokan High School, the high students as best as we can. You look very mature now, Kotone-chan. You must have been working so hard. Come visit us anytime. Heckin' goobers. Alright. Oh wait! I didn't even realize there's another section here. Alright, we're really getting vending machine. What do we got? Dr. Salt? Moon Kiss? Oh my gosh, heckin' Sun Kiss. Fountain Dew. Alright. Thanks, ATLUS. Thanks for the budget knockoff brands. Countless pamphlets have been posted on the phone book. Okay, what about you? My teacher is quiet, but he's so nice. He's the greatest. When our graduation comes, I'm going to tell him how grateful I am. That might not be what it... Is this the teacher? No, taxi driver. I thought about following Nick-sama to see if I could get my family back. But that wouldn't have helped. It was my fault sticking with this job and ignoring my family. I'm thinking about going to see my wife and trying to patch things up with her. That kind of sounds like Tower, right? What's his name? Mutats? I imagine we have a placeholder for Mutats and Tanaka-san in the mall. But let's go to the port station first. Oh yeah? Those apathy syndrome people disappeared. I wonder why. Well, I don't really care. As long as the train runs on time. Someone's cleaning the bathroom. Yeah, we know that. Okay, what else we got? Starvix? Really? Cylon T? Aquafina? Aquafina? Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, Atlas. Can I go in the movies? Tickets are sold out. What about you, buddy? That was some weird crap about a month ago, huh? I don't know why, but all those people were outside at midnight. What were they all doing? Like, it was pretty cool though. Like the climatic scene of a movie. Fair enough. Studying is so much work. But there's this college I really want to get into, so I guess I'll make the effort. Just a little anyway. Oh, hello there, cute couple. It's been 1 year, huh? That was fast. Nothing really happens with us in that year. Ugh. Rip. The year went by quickly. It's true that nothing changed during the year, but I'm not too worried about that. It's just a straightforward kind of guy. He's just a straightforward kind of guy, and that's the way I like him. Aww. Cute. What are you? Welcome to... Oddly, no, we don't sell... I don't know what Rafflesias are. Rafflesias? Rafflesias? Here? Trust me, you wouldn't want one. Alright, well, let's go over here. See if the cat is here. Nope. Cigarettes. Bar in alley. Well, well, looks like the cult is history, and those 3 weirdos were sent packing. Everything's back to normal. I'm bored out of my skull, but it's better than going through all that stuff again. Dude, you remember anything we did this entire year? I just remember chilling here. That's it. Oh, I found coffers. Man, I hate to say this, but what a waste of time. Sorry, that's not funny. I don't. We must encourage youth to use their time. All right. All right. Can't go in. Can still play. Wait. Interesting. Our records. We'll do like some of these activities in the second playthrough because we don't need any. And karaoke, right? And enter the shop information. Okay. Healing shop. We're closed today due to a spiritual guidance. And then, of course, the cafe. We did do that. Is the monk here? No. Okay. A man in his 30s is drinking by himself. Looking for someone to chat with? Alright. Tell me. Have you ever had a dream where you're falling? Sure. Really? I wonder if it's true about the rumor that if you don't wake up before you hit bottom, you die. Forget it. Sorry. Shouldn't have brought it up. I've been having the weirdest dream lately. Jeez, what's wrong with me? Why don't you head on home instead of wandering around a place like this? Well, you're a kid. I always wanted to see what this kind of place was like when I was your age, too. You're in high school, right? I remember back then. Makes me a little jealous of you. So, are you seeing anyone? What the? Hard to say. Going through a rough patch, eh? It's fine. You're still young enough to be irresponsible now and then. Things were so much simpler at that age. Once you get to be as old as me, love loses some of its luster. Romance gets harder to enjoy. So enjoy it while you still can. This isn't any of my business, is it? But seriously, I envy you. I'm an adult now, and I can't be as carefree as I used to. I've got a girlfriend, and we're stuck with each other. But I'm screwed if things keep going the way they are. I'm not the marrying kind. You give up so much of your freedom once you become an adult. How about that weird dream I've been having? I'm pretty sure I know what's causing it. It was just a spur of the moment thing, but I cheated on my girl. You remember the one I said I was stuck with? She might be pregnant. I'm starting to feel guilty about the whole thing. Stupid, isn't it? Hey, Do you think it's an unforgivable sin to cheat on someone? Or is it just human nature? I don't know. I'm not surprised. It's not something a guy my age should be asking a high schooler anyway. When I was young, I thought my life was just beginning. But now I'm past 30 and nothing ever seems to have got going for me. Every day is more of the same betrayal and acting on my ridiculous desires. I wonder if I'm gonna have that dream again tonight. Dang, I feel like I'm going insane. Wow. I thought there was a chance this guy might be like Mutat's like son or something, because he's not here. There is some parallels between him and the monk though. Dang. I don't think Mutat's cheated on his, so that's a difference. Aren't you the girl who used to talk to the monk upstairs? Oh, here it is. He actually called here trying to reach you. I think he had a message for you, but I can't quite remember it. Just hang on a second. The bartender walked into the club. Here you go. I wrote it down. Good thinking, huh? But my handwriting isn't so good. I hope you can read it. I found my wife and son. My son's a good-for-nothing punk, and my wife is frigid as usual. That witch. What? Hey, shut up. I'm on the phone. A lot's happened, but I apologize 1,000 times, and everything's back to normal now. I guess you could say we're back in love with each other. I realized, rather than holding on to my pride, I need to suck it up and apologize. Thanks to you, Kotone. Take care, kid. Till we meet again. That's the end of it. I hope I didn't miss anything. He didn't leave any contact info or anything, but I'm sure you'll meet him again somewhere. Hey, maybe you should become a nun. That crowd all knows each other, right? Okay. Anyway, stop by this place anytime if you want a drink, as soon as you're over 21, of course. See ya. Oh yeah, when I come in to prepare to open, one of the regulars were already here. Don't you know him too? He looks so depressed. You should ask him what's wrong. Me? Nah, wait. But he's still talking about this guy, right? Okay. I should know him? Okay. Short-haired housewife. Things have really calmed down over the last month. It's like the cult thing never happened. All I'm worried about now is my son's exam results. He says he's confident, but we'll see. Yeah, those motionless people are all but gone, and everything's back to normal. I'm glad that all I have to worry about is my son's university entrance exam next year. Things have really calmed down over the last month. Oh yeah, okay. Say the same thing to each other. Oh, this is the social link that we'll be interacting with in Makoto's side. I think it's him. I've completed the collection. My friend was surprised too. Or someone like him. Somewhere here. There's someone like him. Or uses a similar character model. It's getting warm now. It's almost springtime. Puts me in the mood to look for a new sweetheart or something. Whoa. Can I walk by here? Door's not there anymore. Oh no. I wanted to talk to Theo. I guess we're going to the dorm. The TV is left on. The news is on. Coming up next, a special report on the amazing commodities core of all of the Tanaka's amazing commodities program. Oh hey, there's Tanaka. President Tanaka's failure to account for certain expenditures has caused a media stir lately. We now join our field reporter live from the scene. I'm reporting from the amazing commodities head office, where a swarm of journalists has convened. Word has it that President Tanaka will be coming out shortly to make a statement. The tension in the air here can't be denied. Thank you, and we'll be looking forward to updates as soon as anything happens. Back to the studio. The unaccounted expenditure has sparked a massive investigation. Some theorize that tax evasion is the cause. Oh, there's no question about that. I remind you that this President Tanaka we're talking about. He tricks his own viewers for a few extra bucks. I bet he slit his wow for a 10-5 yen piece. No matter how high his net worth rises, he'll never be satisfied. He's lower than the scum on an earthworm's belly. All that money and no charity even seen a dime. Well, I'm sure he's not as bad as all that. Oh, this just in. Something has happened at the scene. President Tanaka has emerged. He's carrying a microphone. It looks like he's going to sing? Okay. Granters of your desires. Hi everyone. Amazing Commodities is here for you year-round, rain or shine. We have a monopoly on the cheapest, highest quality goods. Our customers' ecstatic screams cause noise pollution. Our stocks rise so high they're a hazard to birds, and we make losers every day out of the people who don't buy. We're the only miracle left in this sad, desolate world. That's the Amazing Commodities guarantee. We look forward to your business. President Tanaka's car drove off. Oh, he's gone. What the heck are you doing? You call yourself a journalist? If you can't get one lousy comment out of him, it's as good as free advertising. We'll have to interrupt you there, as we just received the facts. It is from President Tanaka. The message reads, "Aye, this is Tanaka, the best friend your pocketbook ever had. And what's in my pocketbook is my own business. It's not my company's money, so what's it to them how I use it? But let me make one thing clear. I'm not ashamed of a single thing. My conscience is clear, dear viewers, so buy my products, guilt-free. Amazing Commodities, here for you year-round, rain or shine. Buy now or drown in bitter tears. Bye-bye." Apparently, he had no intention of revealing his use for the funds. Has this Tanaka no shame? Just because he made some money for himself doesn't mean he can toy with the common man's emotions. As self-appointed representative of Joe Q Public, I have something to say that I'm afraid to say it. Fat pigs like him who gorge themselves on the excess of capitalism should be... Thank you very much as we wrap up our special report. With no new clues as to how the funds have been used, we can only hope that they went to humanitarian purposes. Next up, your daily glimpse into the stock market, where amazing commodity stocks are skyrocketing on the strength of the bizarre revelations just now. The report continues. All is quiet. It doesn't seem like the others have returned yet. They all must be enjoying the peaceful evening. Even though you just returned from school, you're feeling very tired. You should go to sleep early today. Oh, music. It's completely silent. You turn on. News up next. Another look at the mysterious apathy syndrome. As of last month, all patients have recovered, and there have been no further recorded cases. As though it never happened. Gotta use the bathroom. What should I do today? Okay. Does this still work? Yeah. Sobe. Ken's room. Empty room. Junpei's room. Akihiko's room. Empty room. Yukari's room. Mitsuru's room. Aigis? Oh wait, did we talk to Aigis? No, we didn't. Aigis's room is empty. Let's go upstairs before we check our own room. The door's just locked. We gotta use the other bathroom too. Okay. Balcony? Oh, it's locked tight. Alright. Well, time to go to bed. Wait. The mirror reflects your regular face. The desk is straightened. There's nothing good on. Time to go to bed. March 4th. B-Day. Wait a minute. There's something I can't remember. Oh, I give up. But I feel like it's something I really gotta remember for Junpei. Okay. All the stuff is the same. Do I see anything different? No, I don't. Not until the graduation. All the people I spoke to disappeared. Yep. Okay. Same deal. Alright, I suppose we just go to bed then. What up? Okay. You're feeling tired? You can't keep your eyes open? Tomorrow's senior graduation day. Alright. Time to go to bed. One last time.
It's me, Aigis.
There she is.
May I please come in?
I imagine the DLC was between the end of the Nyx fight and this day is probably the DLC, the FES thing, which I have yet to play, but we picked it up in P3R, so we'll cover that in sometime in November.
Thank goodness.
At least that's where I think it's happened, or it could be after this. I have no idea at the moment.
I'm so happy to see you again. I'm sorry to show up so suddenly, but I really needed to talk to you. I remember everything. Everyone seems to have forgotten. But I remember that day. I'm sorry. It's just that when I remembered, I was afraid you might go somewhere far away, like you did at the last battle. Graduation's today, isn't it? I'm sorry. The ceremony's already begun. Such nice weather outside. Do you remember? The promise we all made? Why don't we go there and wait for the others? We can enjoy the view of this peaceful city. The time to part has finally come. Though this is our last day together, we want the senior class to know that you've truly earned our respect. We wish each of you good health, happiness, and prosperity. On this auspicious occasion, I bid you all a fond farewell on behalf of the student body.
Next, a word from the valedictorian. From Class D, Mitsuru Kurijo.
Thank you. This last year, I accepted an important responsibility as Student Council President. When I first addressed you from this podium, I spoke to you all about seizing opportunity while you had the chance. Well, it must have been fate that intervened and gave me an important reminder of this. As many of you may know, my father unexpectedly passed away due to sudden illness. Sudden illness?
Wow, that's rare. I've never heard her stumble in a speech before.
Interesting. That is different.
We...
Huh? Wait, wasn't I supposed to... Oh,
That's right. I remember now. Our promise.
I remember, yes. Upon my father's death, I was set adrift in life. No longer will I run from the future. I will face it head-on, in memory of my father's will. I am resolved, free from doubt or hesitation. It is because I have such wonderful, such priceless friends.
Mitsuru!
Dang. They got me going there for a moment.
We swore to each other never to lose hope, no matter what tomorrow brings.
After shouting that, Mitsuru leaped from the stage to rejoin everyone.
Senpai, we remember about her and Aigis.
Yes, of course. Let's go, everyone.
Where do you think you're going? We're in the middle of a ceremony.
Meanwhile, on the roof of the high school, the warm sunlight and gentle wind feels good on your resting body. I guess it's sitting close to where you're lying.
The wind feels so nice. This is my first time experiencing spring, but this season will eventually pass. After fighting alongside you and facing the world's end, I finally began to understand what it means to live. Thinking for yourself, not running away, accepting the inevitable. All things eventually come to an end. Every living thing will one day disappear. Only by accepting this can one discover what they truly want, what the meaning of their life will be. I understand now why I was so tormented by my lack of strength. Protecting others became more than just an order I had to obey. I wanted to do it for my own reasons. I realized this once I decided to try and prevent the fall. When I thought I might never see you again, something else became clear to me. What I wanted most. And so, I made up my mind. I decided that I would continue to protect you. I want to be your strength. I know I'm not the only one who can do this, but that's okay. My life will be worth living if it's for this reason. Thank you. You're right. What am I doing? I understand now. So I should be happy.
Hey!
Everyone! I realize now that I have friends as well. You don't have to save the world to find meaning in life.
That's a deep cut.
Sometimes, all you need is something simple.
Like someone to take care of. Or someone to take care of you as well, right? Mutual mutual acknowledgement of existence.
I'll keep on living no matter what, so that I can protect you.
The gentle spring sunlight warms your body. The cheering you hear from afar, the slightly chill wind. This is the world you and your friends protected. You feel a little sleepy.
Thank you for everything. You're tired, aren't you? You can close your eyes. I'll always remain here by your side.
You can hear footsteps and several familiar voices drawing near.
The others will be here soon.
The bright sunlight and Aegis' voice softly overlap. You're getting sleepier. Your eyelids feel heavy.
Don't worry. I'll always protect you.
Well, dang. This gets me really excited to play P3R sometime in November. It's probably gonna happen between like November until Christmas. It's probably the time we're gonna play P3R. There's so many things that they had to like do for the P3P version, like the PSP version. So it's gonna create a really great contrast and comparison between like P3R and P3P. The ending sequence, I did not remember any of those things. Like going around talking to the different resolutions of the social links, right? So that was a really pleasant surprise, and finding that that little bit about Shinjiro, I did not remember that. And then we also have to remember that Chidori didn't. Chidori also recovered as well. I didn't remember that either. And obviously they play like multi-timelines and amnesia and stuff. I'm genuinely now curious how P5X, the Blackwing Studio, and like the ATLUS group, right? The P Stadio group is going to write in the P3P collab, because obviously you can always say, oh well, they'll forget and stuff. So they played on that for a while. I really thought they were gonna keep it that way, where they don't remember anything. So technically they did. So the question is, where were they when P4 was happening? I'm kidding, but man, Persona All-Stars sounds like such a possibility. I mean, P5X is kind of doing that a little bit, but they're using like amnesia and multi-timeline to explain that. So is like P4U, right? The Ultramax arena stuff. I can't wait to figure out how they compartmentalize P4 and P5 from each other. And they're always later in the years. So like the P3 cast is much older than the P5 cast. And the P3 cast is like a kind of a couple years older than the P4 cast. You can do so many weird like crossovers or chance encounters. They don't even have to be like main characters or like supporting characters, just like crossovers naturally. as opposed to like P5X where they're doing it as a like a gotcha thing. But man, it was very difficult to read Akinari's mother's lines. Like in general, like I could probably make it like a tearful performance or something. It's fairly tough to read things when a parent outlived their child. That's a tough one. I usually use that imagery to immediately get like perform like a feeling situation, like to sound really sad and whatnot. That's kind of the stuff that I imagine in my head. So a really tough one. So I have two things. I have one thing to do. We still have to botch a fusion accident, right? So we're gonna try to do that in our Makoto Yuki playthrough. There might be an extra scene at the end of this. I'm not sure. Either way, we're gonna be then when I get back from Otakon a week from now, roughly 6 weeks, 6 days. I'm not gonna be following up right away. So the next 6 days I'll be away doing the social link thing, right? Making memories, seeing people, helping out, etc. I'm gonna be volunteering at an anime convention that I do every single year. No year breaks, really. It's gonna be my 19th. And I'm bringing along someone, which is gonna be fantastic, making memories. And we'll be back and doing the Makoto Yuki playthrough in Japanese to hear the Japanese cast, to draw like a comparison with the P3R stuff. And we're gonna go through every social link again in Makoto Yuki's side, mainly focusing on his unique ones, but we're gonna do all of them anyway because it's kind of easier to. I don't remember it saying Finn at the end. Okay, it is just gonna end. So certain attributes, but we'll save, right? Oh, it has a little flower indicator. Oh, there's nothing. Okay. This is before the years of endgame credit stuff. Right. So that's what we're gonna plan. I wanted to complete the whole like P3P thing this month, but we're kind of short on time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna invest a lot more time in doing the second playthrough. The second playthrough will be basically minus Tartarus stuff. We're blitzing through the Tartarus stuff in order to do all the social links again for Makoto Yuki. Makoto Yuki has between the Shiomi and Makoto, Kotone and Makoto, there are like 8 or more. I think it's roughly 8 social links that are unique. So we'll go through them. There's no voice line, so we're basically reading in English, and we're gonna compare how they overlap. Actually, many of those characters did show up in Kotone Shiomi's side of things. So Shiomi, so we'll see how they like overlap and whatnot. And I'm gonna do, at first I thought I was gonna do just the unique ones, but all the social links are already laid out and they are prerequisites for each other and all that stuff. We're basically just gonna read all of them again, and then basically minimum mechanical playthrough, just blitz through Tartarus and see all of the Makoto Yuki's special things and their social links. That's kind of how we're gonna wrap up E3P. It is required to beat the game with both the protagonists. So, and I left Makoto Yuki at the end largely because P3R we'll be looping back around to doing this again with Makoto Yuki. For the record, that's after we go through P4G and then P4R. Then we're going to come back to P3R right before P4R rolls around. So that's the idea, and the expectation is playing through twice, generally speaking, and in Japanese and in English. I really like the performances, and it helps me like inspire myself to kind of read with an imagination, right? I try my best. My voice doesn't hold up very well after like going like 10 straight hours of non-stop talking, so we try our best. All right. So much like I mentioned in earlier today and forgot to mention it in the Bunpro session, I'm going to be away for a week, roughly a week. I'm going to hang out, try to make some memories of my own, and put some smiles on people's faces, or at least turn some frowns upside down situation. I really like what Persona 3 stands for, right? And I've come to realize that it's kind of amazing how Hidetoshi ended up kind of collecting a lot of my thoughts in my later years. But yeah, really wonderful ending. Now I'm curious what the FES chapter was like, which is included now as a DLC for the P3R, so we'll have to wait until then. What a way to conclude the game. Alright, so until then, you know, I just realized there's credits for localization. Okay. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for now. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up P3P for yourself. Again, the Kotone Shiomi is exclusive technically to P3P, and it's great that I got to play and look at all her social links and whatnot, and I'm genuinely curious if they're gonna continue P3P collab or not, and then have a reason to bring like a somewhat of a crossover or somehow to explain the interaction. Maybe. Who knows? I do play P5X on a regular basis. When I come back, the first thing we'll do is actually do a P5X update, the second half of the summer event. And then we'll go right into Makoto Yuki's Japanese playthrough, reading all the social links again. And then we'll conclude with like a candid conclusion, which is like my legacy building type of situation. And we'll continue. You'll get more and more intricate and more complex. And there is a hot chance that I'm going to be very tight on time because these playthroughs are probably going to get longer, not shorter. Largely because I will have more commentary. I like talking about the connections and stories and themes between each and every memory that I create with video games, and this is part of the whole idea of a legacy series. So you're more than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, maybe talk about your long-standing relationship with the property, right? The Persona series. Again, I've already voiced both the good, the bad, the not so great, the neutral, like it's all of it, right? Like the Persona series tend to emphasize, life is filled with ups and downs, things you like, things you don't. The idea is it's worth experiencing because it keeps you alive. It's the idea of being alive. So much like my consternation today, RNG is not my friend. Like, I rarely am a big fan of gacha as well, and things that deal with luck. Now, it is because of that experience, I have to keep in mind, it's the existence of that experience, the neutral, the middling experience, that one can appreciate living for a reason. So that is very much like the premise of Persona 3, where there's life, there's an appreciation, where there's death, there's an appreciation for life. Where there's life, there's an appreciation for death. So much like that, where there's sadness, there's happiness. There is grief, there's hope, right? So many of those things are together. It's part of the human condition. And I talked about that like in a 4-hour rant earlier too, about favorite moments and living in the moment. In fact, it would have been pretty convenient if I started playing Persona 3 from my 3 and 4 hour rant earlier today, this very same day, regarding how I determine my favorite moments in my life. Like what's my favorite fun fact, or my favorite game, or my favorite like time. It's very much like the aspect of Memento Mori in a way. I believe that I try to carry as many memories and related memories as possible to the moment, the current moment that I'm spending my life, because it is the moment that I keep my eyes on the present, draw from the strength of my past, and peer into the future. But the main focus is understanding that living for the moment is incredibly important to the aspect of dealing with all the other stuff, or like taking advantage or overcoming most of the stuff, right? Like that stuff, the stuff that life throws at you. Anyways, so until then, you are more than welcome to come on by, chat about these things. I actually talk about most of the subject matters that are involved in Persona 3 on a regular basis, regardless of what I'm doing, right? So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next playthrough in a week's time. Until then, bye now.